What is up, y'all, and welcome to Theist Helpline December 3rd, though the apologetic topics have yet to come, because in this show, we ask theists why they believe in God. And if their reasons don't hold up to muster, then hey, maybe they should come on to Team Atheist. But welcome, everyone. This is the Skeptic and Ranting community. We will jump into the fun in a second because I know Randolph likes to start sharp, so I can't be on Amy time. But and so I am going to close the door. Hold on. Oh, there's a cat. We're having a cat. All right. This podcast is still sponsored by cats and dogs. And what is up, y'all? I had a really fun debate last night. Go check that out at Modern Day Debate. The link is in the after show description, or just go check it out through the algorithms. I want to iterate that evolution is true. But it was a good back and forth, and it was great to be back on the MDD arena because I moderate, and it's also fun, if not, dare I say, my cup of tea, to try and push against these apologetics. Now, I had a theist for my teammate. However, he is an evolutionary theist. And so, as much as, James W. and myself have, our shtick is to counter the harm that religion is doing, that doesn't mean that if you're a religious person, you can't accept science. But, Jen is a friend of the channel, and Sal is, he's just a cordial guy. And so the debate went, the way I thought, which was a good back and forth, but there were no heads thrown because I think a lot of the people there like each other, even if we may not agree with each other. But what is up? Please don't forget to like, follow, subscribe. I have to say it as my mantra going to bed. Like, follow, subscribe, like, follow, subscribe, like, follow. Because it allows you to hit that bell icon, and once you hit that bell icon, you can see our premieres. Like, I keep on saying it, but I just need to release, because news articles and comedy can often be topical, and the Bud Light thing, like often things, is fading. So I need to post that. However, you can also join our live streams. It feels good that we're getting consistent again, that we're going live multiple times a week. It was because my schedule was a little chaotic. I was basically, and still kind of am, a newbie professor and a newbie teacher. However, I feel like I'm starting to get the ropes of it, and so that allows me to have free time, a life again, and allows James and myself and everyone here to grow the Skeptic and Ranting community. I have to get in there, and I may do shout outs just as I'm waiting in there, because I don't want to miss any of the fun, because he, like I said, he starts right away. But sending love to Doorknob Head and Davegar and James W. and Spooky. What is up, y'all? Give me 1 second. All my brain searches. They made it easy for me. And there we go. There is a join. Let me also share screen. Oh, it's the music. Okay. Ho. Make sure share screen with sound. It's like a USB. But very quickly, while they're playing the music, I just have to give my quick verbal shout outs. Sending love to Chris Disciple, reminding us that yes, skeptics can be theists. We learned that last night because a theist was on my team, the good doctor. Good Dr. Sai. Chris Disciple sending love to Dale Pastel. Thank you so much, Dale, reminding us that we're looking for a little bit of empirical evidence. Davegar sending so much love. It's true. We are looking for... Oh, I have to reset my... What's up, y'all?
Good. Things are working. I can hear Amy. That means everything's working.
I had to reset my headphone.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Not sure why there's an echo.
But thank you so very much.
Yeah, somebody's got an echo going. Yeah, there we go. Nope, still have an echo.
I think it's you, because I hear it through you.
Okay, I don't know why, because everything's shut off except for Discord here. I gotta figure out what's happening here. I'm just gonna exit for a moment. I'll be right back.
Okay. I said that right after he left. But that's okay. I'm sending so much love. How are you, T-Jump? Okay. Anyway, I still had to get through it because I love you all. You guys are who keep the lights on and enable us to do more content. And I'm just sending love to the entire community, but also love to the supporters.
Is the echo gone?
As far as I can tell.
That's
good. I guess it was a Discord issue. Wonderful. Okay, we're going to be starting this show. Let me see here.
Sending love to Rachel Holen. Thank you so much for reminding us.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us on December 3rd, 2023. This is the last episode of the year for Theist Helpline. We'll be continuing in the new year, and our schedule you'll be able to find on our website at www.theisthelpline.com. Your friendly and helpful hosts of the Theist Helpline are Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love, is a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary and biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton, it's all in the reflexes, is a self-described, middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and is mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in thoroughly analyzing and reviewing debates, often from the comfort of his genuine lazy-boy chair. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. Mubarak Abu Sharifa is an ex-Muslim who grew up in Saudi Arabia with knowledge of Islam and world history. He's also a co-host on Peter de Tucker's YouTube show. Peter de Tucker is an atheist epistemologist from the Netherlands. Inspired by Aaron Ra, Seth Andrews, Anthony Magnabosco, and others. He started a YouTube channel that mainly focuses on religion, but he also hosts shows on other topics, including interviews with other content creators and atheists he meets through social media. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist activist from British Columbia, Canada, who advocates for the equality and normalization of people who don't believe in deities, which entails advocating for fair justice, freedom, and critical thinking. I'm also the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, a national organization that promotes atheism and agnosticism as culturally common aspects of Canadian society. Taco, the evolutionary organizer of the Theist Helpline, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. And finally, T-Jump, Tom Jump, is the founder of an atheist church called the Church of the Best Possible World, which is based on his model of objective morality. It has the goal of doing what Abrahamic churches should be doing but are not, helping people by providing affordable housing. You can find links to the Atheist Church of the Best Possible World. I'm sorry I jumbled up the name a little bit there. The Church of the Best Possible World. And other links to various hosts here on the Theist Helpline website if you just click on the hosts section at www.theisthelpline.com. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. We're very happy that everybody's tuned in. Looks like we have a question from the audience already. But just quickly first, I just want to ask Amy and T-Jump how you're both doing. And is there anything you wanted to announce before we begin?
I'm doing good. I say it often, Randolph, but I can't help it. It's going to be the week. I know it. There's going to be great new arguments that are not going to be hundreds, if not thousands of years in the making.
That's great. If you can turn up the volume on your microphone just a little bit, that would be quite helpful. T-Jump, what's new in your world? I guess T-Jump's a little bit busy at the moment, so what I'm going to do is proceed with bringing up our first guest, Badal's Mito. I sure hope I'm saying the name right. Welcome, Badal's Mito. If I'm saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me.
Hey, what's up? My name is Battles Mito, and
Badal's Mito. Thank you, Badal's Mito, for joining us.
Yeah, no problem. So I just want to ask you if you neither affirm nor deny the existence of God, or outright deny the existence of God.
Me personally, I don't take a position for or against God existing. I'm just an atheist who doesn't believe in deities. There are others who take specific positions. Now, if you were to describe characteristics of your God, then I could work with that, and I could tell you whether I think it's garbage or whether I'm not sure or whether I believe it. So, like, for example, some people will say that the Christian God is omniscient and omnipotent. So there is a paradox there, which I've explained before, but I'll just go over it really quickly here. If God knows everything and has the power to do absolutely anything, then if he knows that tomorrow we're going to have sunny weather in my neighborhood, And then tomorrow rolls along, and he uses his all-powerful omnipotence to change the weather to say rain or snow. Then he's invalidated his omniscience, his all-knowing from the day before. Therein lies a paradox. And so, to me, that seems like a good reason to discount that Christian God described that way. I'm not going to speak for T-Jump and Amy here. I'm going to leave it to each of them to tell you what their response to your question is. So go ahead, Amy.
Sure. I would say that we can know that some gods don't exist. I am convinced the Abrahamic gods do not exist, but that doesn't mean that there are gods that could exist that we can't rule out.
Right. So wait, Richard, Randall, can you repeat what you said about the paradox of omnipotence and omniscience?
Oh, I just explained it, but I'll certainly. Is there a reason why you want me to repeat it?
Yeah, because I don't think I fully understood it. So you said that. Hold on. So you said that God first decided that tomorrow it's going to be sunny, and then changed the weather.
Oh, not decided. If he knows tomorrow there's going to be sunny weather here in my neighborhood,
Right.
and then tomorrow rolls along and he uses his omnipotence to change that weather for the whole day to say rain or snow, then he's invalidated what he knew the day before. Like his knowledge from the day before is therefore wrong, and then he's not all knowing. So he can invalidate his own omniscience with his omnipotence, and therein lies a paradox.
Wait, but this assumes that he, knew, or not exactly knew, but asserted that tomorrow it's going to be a sunny day, right? When in fact it could have been that he knew that tomorrow it's going to be rainy because he decided so.
I don't know why you're changing what I said. I said that
No.
hang on. I said that he knows the day before. He knows that the next day is going to be sunny. I didn't say he asserted it. I say he knows that.
Yeah, the thing is, but why would that even be true in the first place? Why would he? Because the thing is because that's not true, right? Tomorrow it's not going to be sunny because he will then decide that there's going to be rain there, right? So he doesn't know that there will be.
The day starts out sunny and he changes it right on the moment, and so it's not sunny all day anymore. So he knows. He knew the day before it's going to be sunny, but the next day he decided to change the weather so it's not sunny. Therefore, what he knew the day before turns out to be wrong because we're experiencing that day. And that invalidates what he knew the day before. Because if what he knows is correct, then changing it, if it didn't change, then that omniscience would be correct. So therein lies the problem.
Yeah, but that didn't happen, right? That's not the case. He didn't know that tomorrow it's going to be sunny, right? It's he knew that it's going to be rainy because he knew that he will make it rainy tomorrow.
That's not what I said. That is not what I said.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is that that wouldn't even be obviously that would be contradictory, right? But I don't believe that God is actually like that, in that he knows X, right? But then, I don't believe that he knows that some event X is going to happen. And then at the time that event X is supposed to happen, he instead, makes some other event Y happen instead, right? I don't think that would even make, that would be contradictory indeed. And I don't think that this would even be possible. But I don't think that this outright rules out, the existence of God. I just think that, indeed that would be impossible to happen.
I'm saying that what I said is that because of that paradox, I see that as a reasonable justification for the conclusion that that particular God doesn't exist. Because it's paradoxical. Are you trying to tell me, you're trying to change my explanation, and I'm rejecting that. But are you? Sorry, I'm just trying to ask you something. Are you trying to?
Hold on.
Are you one of these people? Hang on. Are you taking, by any chance, a position that God can violate logic?
No. I think that if God could somehow violate logic, then he wouldn't be right? Because I think that the incoherent simply doesn't exist, right? So, for example, an unmarried bachelor does not exist. So a God that is incoherent obviously would also not exist. But okay, I think I understand it now. But I don't see how that somehow makes it impossible for an omniscient and omnipotent being to exist. It simply shows that it is impossible for an omniscient and omnipotent being to decide something, like hold knowledge of something and then contradict that knowledge, because that would imply that he is not omniscient.
That's exactly what I was saying, is that it implies he's not
Right,
actually
exactly.
omniscient. So I'm rejecting those
But I
those
don't
categories.
see.
Hang on. I'm going to
But I
explain.
don't see how
So
that leads.
hang on, I said because people put forward that there's those two characteristics, they're both absolute, because omniscience and omnipotence are absolute categories. You have all knowledge, absolutely. If you're omniscient, you have all capability of doing absolutely anything if you're omnipotent. So by putting forward that criteria, my point was that would be paradoxical, and therefore I would reject it. Now, you just confirmed a moment ago that you're not taking the position that the Christian God, that such a Christian God could violate the laws of logic. So therefore, my paradox stands.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say here, hold on, is that
This guy's gonna keep on going in a circle. Also, battles.
like, sure, that would be, paradoxical, right? For God to know something and then contradict it later on, because that
Yes.
will imply that before that, like that previously, he actually did not know it. But the thing is, I just don't see how this leads to the mutual exclusion of omniscience and omnipotence.
Amy, you were going to say something. Did you want to handle that? I'm still saying it's a paradox. So go ahead, Amy.
Exactly. I just wanted to ask Bottles, is there a specific reason why you believe in a God? Which we gave our two answers, but is there a reason why you see it in the opposite direction?
I mean, I think that a necessary uncaused cause must exist, right? And so I like Leibniz's argument. I also like the digital physics argument, which is an idealist argument, right?
So
Although
you
I'm not
believe
super
there.
interested in trying to find, I'm not super interested in trying to argue for the existence of God. I'm more interested in learning about why atheists, deny the existence of God.
Sure, but I guess, my invitation to you would be, we hope that if you don't have good reasons for a God, that you would eventually not be a theist. And so
And
that's our interest.
I will just add to this to respond to what you're wanting to do, is find out why atheists don't believe in deities, gods or goddesses, is that the reasons vary. We are quite a diverse demographic, among the most diverse throughout the world, as far as I can tell. I'm not saying the most diverse, but I say we are among the more diverse demographics.
Always contingency.
And I hear a lot of different reasons from atheists when I've heard people debating, or when we're just having conversations and this topic comes up. Some people have really what seem like really good logical reasons, and others are just, there's not really much reason at all. And there's a whole spectrum there, and a lot of different reasons. So yeah, my prediction is going to be that as you talk with more and more atheists about this, that you will very likely observe the same thing, that there's going to be quite a wide variety of reasons.
Sure, it's just that I've never seen really a proper refutation of theism, right? I mean, I've heard the problem of evil or suffering before, but that assumes that God cannot have a morally sufficient reason to permit evil or suffering, right? They imply or assume that it is moral to permit evil or suffering, and I don't see why that would be the case, especially under an atheist framework.
What do you think would be a proper refutation of theism? I'm sorry, Amy.
Oh, no, it's just that most of these theistic gods are highly immoral. And so it's hard for me to sometimes understand where they get their objective morality because it always just seems so subjective. And I would also push back on the on a at least on a first cause that is a god. I never understand because a lot of these cosmological arguments, almost all of them, never include a god. And so, what is it about a god that makes it that this has to be the uncaused cause? If you're going to say there's something that is uncaused.
I mean, that's how we define God, right? We define God to be the necessary uncaused cause. I mean, it's just a definition, really.
So
I mean, of course,
doesn't
God
have
also
it
has
doesn't have a
other aspects
mind
to
or
him.
anything else like that?
What?
It doesn't have a mind or anything else like that?
Nah, he does have a mind. He is a personal being. Otherwise, it would just be an abstract object.
Well, then it has really nothing to do with an unnecessary uncaused cause. We can just throw that. I mean, that doesn't have to be.
What?
Okay. It doesn't have to be that this deity. It could be there's many deities, and some of them are not unnecessary causes. Does everything have to have a cause?
I mean, yeah, everything is either necessary or has an explanation to its existence. I mean, a cause to its existence. So, for example, let me think. There are a priori truths, right, that are undeniable, basically, right? And, so these are necessary truths, right? So, for example, that you exist. It's not something that you can deny.
Sure.
Wait, no.
I
Hold on, I don't know what
agree.
the fuck I'm talking about. But there are two different, so there are two things, or two, I guess, categories, right? Two main categories. Necessary beings or entities and caused beings. And God would fall under the former category.
In uncaused being.
Right.
Okay. But why does it have to be? Once again, isn't that just asserting it? Because why would it have to be a being? Like a mind and all these other things? It could be that there's something. I'm
mean,
not
yeah,
sure.
being is a mind, right?
A being is a mind. Well, now you're
Or a mind is a being.
That is an equivocation because now we're switching from just being, just a rock. It exists in the universe to like a being, as in like a person that has agency and thoughts.
I mean, yeah, of course, God would have to have agency, right? Because if he didn't have agency, if it was impersonal, then he would be akin to a number, in that he is, outside of space and time, right? And he can't have any other properties like loving or merciful or graceful if if he didn't have agency or didn't have a mind, right? He would be just like a number. And as we all know, numbers can't cause anything, right? But minds, right, can cause things.
Well, would it be even just slightly adjacent? It would mean that God is a idea, is a concept, and ideas and
Again, no,
concepts
because
they can't affect anything.
a concept can't cause anything. A concept is an abstract object, like a number.
That is highly true.
Right. And I'm not saying that God is a concept. I'm saying that God is
True,
a personal being.
But I am.
Okay, and what I'm trying to tell you is that God, God, who is the cause of the universe, cannot be an impersonal being because impersonal beings cannot cause anything, right? And we see that God causes the universe.
Okay, but why? Oh, go, Randolph.
Yeah, what steps have you taken to, if you have considered it? I don't know if you have, but have you taken any steps to rule out the possibility of it being a goddess, or of there being multiple gods and goddesses working together to create the universe?
I mean, okay, so well, there can't be two necessary causes, right? Because when there's already one necessary cause, then any other cause is not necessary, right? And that would make the first one superior to the other one. And so the first one would be God, and the other one would be a lower spiritual being. So
Why-
I believe that
why
there can be
can't
only
two of
one
them-
max for a great being.
Why can't there be two who are equal?
Equal in what?
Equal in their power, equal in their knowledge, equal in their capabilities.
The thing is, one would have to come after the other one, and one and
Why?
the
Where are they
because
coming
the
from?
first look
One
again
doesn't have
because
permission.
God is an necessary uncaused cause, right? He's necessary. So when there's one God, then any other God would not actually be necessary, right? And so therefore it would be in the second category, which is the caused category, meaning that that second being would have to come from the first one.
I don't find that to be a compelling argument because it's not clear to me where this first god came from. What if hang on, whatever their source,
No, it's not.
if the source
There is no source.
they came from somewhere. So you said everything.
No, I literally just told you God is a necessary uncaused cause.
And
There
so
is no
I asked
source.
you, how
Otherwise,
do you know that
would
it's
mean
the only
he's
one?
God.
You've just thrown around the word necessary, but you've not actually provided any proper justification for this, from what I can tell.
Also,
Again,
it's not
Leibniz's
about
argument shows why God is the necessary uncaused cause.
it's
Right.
not about proving uncaused causes. You're trying to prove that a god exists because there can be uncaused causes that.
But this is what we define as God, right? That's just
No,
I mean, I'm
that's
just defining God.
one attribute that you would tie to a god, but there's many attributes that you would tie to a god.
Yeah, of course. God is, omnibenevolent, omnipresent, omniscient, etc. Right? And these,
He's a
we derive from
superhero.
other arguments, right? So, for example, from the ontological argument, we derive that he's the most loving, that he is perfectly moral. From the cosmological argument, we define, we can precisely get that he is outside of space time.
Do you agree with the Holy Bible that says with God all things are possible?
Yeah, sure.
Then it should be therefore possible for there to be multiple deities who've been there all this time.
Wait, all things are possible through God. So that means
If with God all things are possible, then it would be possible for there to be a god and a goddess, or two gods or two goddesses instead of just one.
Also, that's a T-shirt.
This
not
can
an
only
argument.
be true through God. They would still be lesser than God because they are caused by God, right? So I mean, I don't deny the existence of higher spiritual beings, right? Such as angels, right? Angels are powerful, of course, but these are created.
Of course.
If all things are possible through God, then God should be able to create another deity that's exactly equal to him in capability and knowledge and power.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And
Sure,
should be able to, and if God is outside of space and time, it should be able to make it go all the way to eternity, I guess, eternal in both directions in time, right?
I mean, sure. I mean, so long as it is actually coherent, right?
Why would it not be coherent to have a god and a goddess create life, the universe, and everything instead of just God by himself?
I mean, right now, like I don't see why that would be logically impossible. But I simply deny that because I affirm that the Bible is God's word, and there is no other God, right? Now, but I don't want to really get into this deeply. But I don't deny that. Sure, there is a possibility, since there is no logical contradiction in that, and all things are possible through God. But I don't think that God created another God.
What if all things are possible through many gods?
What?
I'm sorry. I I just think that you're giving it many human attributes, like most loving. Most loving and cannot lie are two of the most funny powers that could be ascribed to a god, because it's like, oh, baby, he telling you that he can't lie and he's always loving. I'm sure. I bet that's what he tells all his believers.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think that lying, like telling things that aren't true is, immoral in all cases. I mean, for example, like let's say you're in Germany, you're hiding some Jews, it would be morally permissible and actually moral obligation to lie to anyone that is coming after, the ones that you're hiding.
But wait, does that mean in that situation God can lie?
No, God can lie.
He can lie.
What I'm saying is that it is not always immoral to lie.
Okay, so you don't prescribe that. He's just all loving.
Yeah, and perfectly moral. I mean, yeah, Christianity preaches virtue ethics. So
Perfectly moral. Was he always perfectly moral?
I mean, of course, because immorality is outside of his nature.
So, like, even in the Old Testament, all that stuff.
I mean, I haven't really looked a lot into, for example, the annihilation of the Amalekites, right? But I mean, considering how God is the creator of life, he can also take it away. That will be perfectly moral, right? So,
Well,
it would also be moral for him to order somebody else to take away the life of somebody else.
and it would be perfectly loving.
Yeah.
Even if it were to be like a baby and he, were to drown it, it would be.
I mean, yeah, but
I mean, duh.
I mean, of course, right? But the baby would also, in all likelihood, go to heaven, right?
They would.
I believe. I mean, I think that it's most
Actually,
likely that babies and other people that can't make moral or religious decisions go to heaven. So, for example, aborted babies, they go to heaven. I mean, now Catholics disagree. They believe that babies go to limbo because they still have original sin, and original sin must be washed away. I think during baptism or
he
whatever.
washed people away.
Sounds like you got some doubt about that, the way you said that. You said you believe it's probably. You didn't say 100% certain. Why do you have some doubt
I'm
about
not
that?
fully sure if babies that die go to heaven. I'm not fully sure. I think that it's likely because I think that that would be the most merciful and most graceful. Because I think that it would be more, more
Dude, that'd
merciful
be
of God.
really bad if the opposite happened, wouldn't it? If like he killed babies and they went to hell.
I don't think so. I mean, if this is what he did, right? Then I mean, I don't see why that would be moral. I do think that probably isn't the case, though, right?
But we do have to at least come to agreement. God drowned babies.
Yeah, you drown babies.
Just the ease by which you say that.
I mean, yeah, he's the author of life. Of course, he can also take away life.
Not to
I
get
mean,
political.
if God be willing, I could die right now.
That is scary, and that is also what gets us 9/11. However,
What? No.
Yes,
I don't think that goes with
taking
the
away
anti-job
of the
system,
fear of
but
death. I know Christians haven't been doing it for the past few hundred years, though. The same with about the question that I'm about to ask. What's your feelings on abortion? Not to get political, because not for or against, just your views specifically.
well, I don't think that abortion is morally permissible, right?
Why?
I think that, well, because murder is wrong, right? Um,
Well,
abortion is murder.
not if you make them, right?
Actually,
Well,
I
I
have
wouldn't
some
say.
views on abortion you might not be aware of.
Hold on.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that the mother created the child, right? I mean, for example, if a mother conceives a child
Sure,
that
mom
has
and
only
dad.
one arm, you wouldn't come up to the mother and say, "Why did you give the child only one arm?" But that's ridiculous. Of course, the mother didn't create and design the child. I mean, who really created the child was God. Who sustains the life of the child is God.
No to both of those. But I can tell you that I am in favor of reproductive rights. Abortion is, in my view, a necessary human right option available to all pregnant, must be available to all pregnant people without them having to decide, without them having to justify their decision to anyone.
Sure.
So that's my view, because I think that taking human rights seriously means it has to apply to everybody. Now, to call it murder is despicable, in my view, because it's not. It's somebody who's deciding that they don't want this in their body anymore. They don't want it.
I mean, you can portray it whatever you want to, right? You can call it reproductive rights.
It's more like an occupation.
Human rights, whatever.
but
I don't really care.
But
right? You would have to provide a proper justification for abortion.
Hang on. You don't care about human rights. I do. So we're definitely on the opposite ends of the spectrum.
Believe in human rights. Let's define human rights to only be property rights. The only right I believe in is property rights.
Okay, but the point is that they make a child. They are the creators, and it seems to matter only when God does it. When God does it, he is allowed to drown babies.
I'm not making some case of special pleading. Okay, there's a difference between a mother, the father who conceive a child, and God, who is the author of life. I mean, again, God is the one who decides whether the child is going to be born blind or not. God is the one who decides whether the child is going to be born with one arm or two arms.
Wait, think about that for a second. Can we just hold on to that a second? God has to think and be like, I'm going to make a baby with one arm. Totally kosher. Boom. Go.
Okay. And
you're okay with this?
I mean, yeah. I mean, seriously, this it wasn't John chapter 9 where Jesus explains why the blind man was born blind.
Why was he born blind? Help me out here.
So that the works of God could be shown through him.
Oh, you're telling me he was born blind for some glory to him thing?
Yeah, everything that happens is ultimately for the glory of God.
Bottles, please. You're a henchman. Think about this. You're working for a
I've already gone through this, right? I mean, lately I've been struggling with mental health, panic disorder, and in retrospect, I'm actually grateful for what I went through because I've grown so much closer to God in these last few months, right? I know that I've suffered, right? But it was through this suffering that my faith has increased and God is glorified. And I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't have any objection of any sort, nor moral, nor theological, nor anything.
We do have more people who would like to talk, so we can finish up this part of the conversation. But if we're going to move on to another topic, I just want to let you be forewarned that we need to bring our other guests up and give them a turn as well. And by the way, I do like your avatar, the kitten all lit up. That's wonderful.
And I am sorry for that, Battles. I hope that you are getting into a better headspace. I hope that things are going well. However, I will keep on insisting that there are secular, healthy ways that we can find our outlets. We do not need these types of often autocratic belief systems.
I'm not saying, look, hold on. I'm not saying that the moment you convert, every single one of your mental health issues is going to be solved, right? I'm not saying that my mental health issue is a result of, not having faith or anything of the sort, right? And to assert otherwise, it's just ignorant, right? And I've seen many Christians say something like that, saying that, oh, God will heal you from depression the moment you convert. And that simply isn't true because, there are many faithful Christians who do suffer with depression or other cases of mental health problems. I'm not just how do you say it? Like again, it's not just a mental, it's not just a faith issue or anything like that. I have a lot of faith, right? I do believe that God can heal me, right? I am also, going through, doing secular treatment. For example, on medications.
Well, good. I at least say if you're going to take a pill and pray, at least please take the pill.
Sure.
That was actually just a normal saying. I didn't mean it to apply so literally this time. But still, thank you, Battles, for the back and forth.
Yeah, no problem. I also had a good time. Have a good day.
Yeah, Battles, thank you for a good conversation. Feel free to come back again later. So, we have... And just before we start, we're going to bring up Progressive is authoritarian. Progressives are authoritarian, but just a moment. Amy, somebody wrote in our YouTube chat something I think you might find interesting. It was from Captive Desk. He wrote, Amy, the stand-up counter-apologist, haha, with a heart.
Thank you so very much. That somehow is correct. I am the counter apologist clown, but I am sending so much love to everyone out there.
So, progressives are authoritarian. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good.
What's on your mind?
So I was listening to the conversation happening, and I was wondering why you were trying to apply a paradox to a supernatural being, because I think that I can't speak for other religions, but I think that any Christian would at least acknowledge that a supernatural God is very paradoxical, because even the Trinity itself is pretty much a paradox.
So I wasn't trying to apply a paradox to a supernatural being. What I was doing was observing, following the logic of such a being, the logic of those two particular characteristics. And then, of course, Badal's Mito, the person we were speaking with, did confirm that this supernatural being is actually not omnipotent, because he can't violate the laws of logic. So that kind of leaves us with a problem with whether or not this Christian God is actually omnipotent or not. This makes it really difficult to believe in such a deity. And what I was doing is using this observation of this paradoxical set of characteristics to say, I think this is a reasonable justification for discounting that deity as being a part of reality.
Okay, so you think that it makes it hard to believe, right?
I think it makes it impossible to believe if the claim is that it possesses both of those characteristics, yet those characteristics create a paradox. I've got good logical reasoning to justify saying this is an idea that just doesn't cut it.
Right, and Mitos was saying that God must be logical, but I would say that's impossible, because there's so many examples of things that wouldn't be logical. Like, for example, God can't sin, even though he's all-powerful.
Okay, so he sets up a standard of what qualifies as sin, and then he does things that seem to be violating that standard. Like, one of my understanding is one of the characteristics of sin is committing an act of murder, and yet he murdered many, many different people throughout the stories imparted by the Holy Bible. So to say that he can't sin, yet he's
so silly,
doing things that that the Bible that describes him also describes as sin, sounds like a problem to me.
I think that's a really good point, and I don't think you're wrong for thinking that, because it's definitely very confusing, and I don't necessarily know the answer, but I do know that justice, meaning a government killing someone, is not a sin, or police killing someone is not a sin. So that can kind of relate to God being a justice.
So it's justified because there's an authoritarian structure. I'm using the word authoritarian here, which I think suits your name quite well. Fits with your name, the theme.
Yeah, I think that's what the Bible teaches.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah.
And what kind of belief do you hold
About what, like denomination?
about Christianity? I mean, do you have a particular label that you subscribe to?
I'm probably close to a Baptist, but I don't really know.
Okay. So are you not particularly active in church?
No, I am. I don't really go by denomination, but I would probably align most with Baptist.
Okay. And do you want to tell us about why you personally believe?
That's a very complicated question. I don't really think anyone knows why they believe what they believe.
I can explain why I believe lots of things. Maybe there's some things that I can't, but usually I can give a reason why I accept the belief in something, even if.
I think that the majority of a belief in any religion comes by faith, not by evidence. But another thing that I wanted to question is when you were talking about the paradox of God knowing the next day, but why does it have to be a fatalistic one outcome? Why can't it be multiple outcomes, that God knows every outcome possible?
I'm sorry, you broke up. Could you ask the question again? I didn't quite hear it all.
When you were talking about the paradox of God knowing tomorrow, doesn't that assume fatality? Why couldn't there be multiple outcomes instead of one predetermined outcome?
Well, I specified that he would know that the weather in a particular area, the region, like my neighborhood, it's a very small area, and that he would know that. So, yeah, I suppose realistically there could be all kinds of possible outcomes from our perspectives, because meteorology is a challenge. It's more accurate the shorter the time frame, but as time goes on, there's a lot of variables that we just can't consider. So, yeah, multiple outcomes are there. If he's omniscient, then he knows everything. He knows all the variables. So he'll know with certainty what the weather is going to be tomorrow in my neighborhood or anybody's neighborhood.
So, me believing in free speech would be paradoxical then. Not free speech, but freedom of choice.
That's a really good point. I guess it would be. If you are omniscient, then yes, that would be, I suppose, paradoxical. Unless, I guess, I'd have to think about that. I don't have an immediate answer for you. Consider Travis Pangburn, a friend of mine. He suggested an idea once to me when we were having a lunch, and he said, we were talking about free will, and he said, "What about the possibility of there being a free will particle?" And I thought, yeah, that's interesting. A particle in our brains that is the way it operates that we've not discovered yet scientifically, but let's say it's there and it makes free will a reality. Well, that would be a very interesting thing. I can't rule it out. I also can't prove it. At best, it's only a guess at this point. But if your God was, say, to create free will particles and put at least one in everybody's brain so they would have free will that way, then I guess he wouldn't be able to make predictions on those points. He would probably have to be settling for probabilities. However, the weather would have, again, if he knows all the variables, what we do know is the more variables we know, the more we can predict what the weather is going to be like. And as time is going on and we get better and better at understanding more variables about our environment and whatnot, we are able to look further into the future and make better quality predictions on what the weather is going to be. So, again, I don't think for an omniscient being, it's very difficult for them to, I think it's no challenge at all for them to say what the weather is going to be like tomorrow in a small neighborhood somewhere.
But progressives, can I also ask you, you seem to apply, or maybe you don't, is there a good notion to paradoxes?
What do you mean by that? I'm not that smart.
As in, is it a good thing? You said there has to be, or we have to accept paradoxes within religion, but to me that would be a clear indication that it's wrong.
Well, what I what I meant by that is that many paradoxes. I don't think that logic can be applied to Abrahamic gods. So if you're
What?
trying to what?
Logic can't be applied to Abrahamic gods?
No. Like, it can't be logically deduced.
So then what are you using when you say you believe in it?
I mean, I don't know about other religions, but Christians believe in faith. But I'm not exactly trying to prove God right now. I was just joining the discussion.
Just to clarify, I think you mean they value faith, because I don't think faith is something that person believes in. Faith is just, in a way, it's believing something, kind of trusting that something's true. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but this also made me think of something. Something you said made me think about. I believe that God can change his mind.
He's omnipotent, so yeah, by that characteristic alone, he should be able to change his mind.
But I don't necessarily think that changing your mind would make you untruthful.
Oh, I'm not saying that it would make you untruthful. People can change their minds to correct a previous view that they held, so that they're more in line with reality, with the truth, the scientific evidence, or whatnot. Or they can change their mind to make things turn for the worse. So it's really it can really go either way.
But it seems
also-
like you're putting forward contradictory claims about God. So first you said that God could know every possible future, and then you said that God could change his mind. Do you see any problem with holding both of those beliefs at the same time?
Just so you know, Ix, I did cover the paradox of this earlier before you joined, so it's okay to go down this rabbit hole. I just want to let you know that that's one of the reasons he's joined us, is to ask me about this.
He just brought it up again. I've been here the whole time we spoke to
Oh, okay, yeah. So you heard all that, yeah.
But I'm just hearing him double down on a
Well,
contradiction.
why would it be paradoxical to believe in multiple outcomes that can be changed?
So if God knows what all of the outcomes are beforehand,
Yes.
then God would know the consequence of any choice or any outcome before
Yes.
it happens, which would mean that changing
Correct.
his mind over time about it would be meaningless, because he already knew every outcome, including his choices and what consequences they would have.
Well, I also,
you wouldn't need to wait to find out what happens. Like, changing your mind implies that at one time state t1, you have one opinion, and then because of changes at time state 2, you have a different opinion. But if God knows all time states, he would be able to form his opinion from the get-go without waiting to see what happens, the way that we think of changing your mind.
in the way you're thinking about it, I would agree. This is probably paradoxical, but I do think that God doesn't know the choices we will make, but he does know the outcomes of every choice that we could make.
So do you know what incoherent means? It's worse than just paradoxical, right? Like, if something you're saying literally just is a contradiction that has no parsable explanation, it's not just the, like, maybe you need to like puzzle it out to figure out what's wrong. It's just there's no version of it that makes any sense. Like, if I say 2 = 4, that's not just a paradox, right? That's just, it's wrong.
Okay, but isn't everything about a supernatural being basically incoherent in the first place?
If you think it's all incoherent, then why do you believe it? I know you're just going to say, oh, faith, but like, what does it mean to have faith in square circles, or faith that 2 = 4, or faith that, like, A does not equal A? What does that mean? That's basically just saying you have faith in blah, 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 because no one can tell what you're talking about.
I don't really think it matters why I believe it, but regarding other people, I think everyone has their own personal reasons, but I don't think it can necessarily be proven or disputed using paradoxes.
The point is simply, why would you put forward two beliefs that seem incoherent with each other? Like, even Christians have different denominations because they have to think about the consequences of what they believe and try to hold a coherent set of beliefs within their systematic theology.
Well,
Like that,
for-
otherwise there
for-
wouldn't be different denominations. It's because they think that there are meaningful differences that they have denominations.
For me personally, I don't understand everything, obviously, but this is my best understanding because I mean, I believe that there's like actual freedom of choice. So whatever that makes God would have to abide by my belief.
Okay,
So
so
I agree with you about the freedom of choice thing. I lean heavily toward free will, by the way. I just don't believe that it's a God who gave it to us. Go ahead, Alex.
But what do you? Yeah, but what do you mean by what you believe in is free will? What exactly is it you think makes will free?
Like I can change the future.
Okay, so is that going to be different in a world where you deterministically can imagine different futures and then select one of them as your intention and then act to bring about the future that you intend? Or in a world where you would do the same process and there would actually be multiple futures that could happen regardless of your intentions? In other words, a different future than the one that would fall deterministically. Would either of those make a difference to the way in which you considered your intentions for the future you want to bring about?
Could you simplify the question?
Okay, let's just say that there's two different concepts here. One of them is choice, in other words, deliberation, thinking about the future, imagining it, and having an intention about it. You want future A as opposed to future B. We can call that choice, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the second is whether or not the future actually changes based on just your choosing something, as opposed to uh, just it follows deterministically regardless. So if
So
you
fatalism.
have an experience of choice, in other words, you can imagine different futures and choose the one that you desire, and the world is deterministic, how would you be able to tell the difference? What meaningful difference would it make if it were the case
You
that it would
wouldn't.
always go the same way, regardless of the fact that you were going to make that choice? What would be the
You-
difference that you could detect?
You wouldn't be able to detect it.
Okay, so then why is it a big deal to you if it turns out one way or the other to be deterministic or not?
Because if you can't actually make choices, then that would imply that some people are destined to have bad outcomes or be judged for bad actions.
Not necessarily. So I recommend a book. There's a book called Elbow Room: The Varieties of Free Will Worth Wanting by Daniel Dennett. It's very accessible. I mean, he's a philosopher, but he writes to be understood. If you read Elbow Room: The Varieties of Free Will Worth Wanting, and there's an audiobook that's quite good, what you're going to hear Dennett say is that the part that we care about is true regardless of whether determinism is true, which is that you, the agent, have originated some choice from within your brain or within however it turns out to work, which is going to shape your intentions and your behavior and lead to consequences, right? And that's what we mean when we attribute blame or praise, is we say that agent made that deliberation to choose that course, that intention, and we hold them accountable for it. Why would that be different if it is the case that determinism is true or not?
I don't think it would make that much of a difference in that terms of thinking about it. This has been a good discussion, but I have to go now.
Okay, cool. Do you mind if I send you a link to the book? It's
Go ahead.
good chat.
Progressives are authoritarian. Thank you very much for joining us. We look forward to speaking with you again in the future.
All right, thank you.
Amy or T-Jump or IX, did you have any final thoughts on that one before we move to our next guest?
No, just I recommend anybody who's thinking about free will take a look at Elbow Room: Varieties of Free Will Worth Wanting by Daniel Dennett.
Oh yes, please post that in the Heathen Hangout chat as well, and I'll share that with our YouTube audience.
Will do.
Welcome, Pampa. Thank you for joining
Hello.
us. How are you today?
I'm good. The reason I joined this, I want to talk about like some paradoxes that you guys derived from like the attributes, the omni attributes of God, right?
Sure. Yeah, that seems to be the theme for today. Everybody's got this on their mind since, I guess, the example that I brought up at the very beginning.
Yeah. So I wouldn't say that I'm not religious. I'm an agnostic atheist, right? But
Okay.
I don't think that omnipotence is gonna be problematic in the sense that it's gonna be bound by logic, and things that are gonna go against the law of non-contradiction are gonna be that they're not gonna be like things that can be actually that can be actualized, you know. So um my point is, right, if a god isn't able to make a square a circle, right, I don't think that's gonna make him not omnipotent. I think that how I would define omnipotence would be um a god that would be omnipotent would be able to actualize every passive potency, or to actualize everything that doesn't go in against logic itself, right?
That's how many Christians see it as well. Like William Lane Craig and others would agree with that. Yeah.
And I don't think like it being bound by logic is gonna be. I think that's why we can define potency, right? It's just because of logic. There would be no omnipotence without logic itself.
So there are a few Christians I've encountered, and some Muslims too, who claim otherwise. But I do think that reality, the way reality works, is logic is something that's inescapable. And
Yeah.
so I don't see why anything that could engage with reality would have any special exemptions to that. So I agree with you. I'm just going by the definition that people often put out there. Absolutely anything is possible with is capable of anything, and yeah, within the confines of logic, it would then be a restriction on that, and that's, I guess, where things come into play.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it like it depends a lot on how you like define omnipotence, you know, um, because if you're gonna have things like beyond the set of like actualizing or actualization, if you're gonna have things that are not gonna be logical to us, I don't think I would put them in the set of anything, right? But when I say that like, God can do anything, right, I would put anything in the set that um, I first like filter would be if it is bound by logic and it doesn't break the law of non-contradiction, right?
Yeah, again, that's a restriction. And I do hear debaters respond with saying, well, if he's omnipotent, then why are these all these restrictions here? You know, it's just.
I don't think.
Perhaps the problem is with the terminology itself and how it gets defined. And that's why you hear a lot of them say maximally powerful instead of omnipotent, I suspect is.
Yeah, yeah. And like the other guy joined, right? I don't. I think he was religious, right? Yeah, and
Yeah, they both were, I believe. Yes.
yeah, and he was talking about like he said that God only knows, or his like omniscience, he doesn't know his own choices, right? And I think that's gonna be bullshit because oopsies, am I allowed to swear?
Oh, I'm an advocate for freedom of expression. I don't swear myself, but don't worry about it. It's fine.
Right, okay. um he was saying something like that God, if God is omniscient, that's not gonna entail that he knows his own choices, which I think would be kind of stupid, because if omniscience is gonna be defined as like the state of knowing all true propositions, right?
Oh, so that would be omniscience. But go ahead.
Yeah, so if omniscience is gonna be defined as that, I can give an example on how God needs or is God needs or is necessitates knowledge of his own choices. So I would say that if God is gonna have knowledge of like every person's actions, right? And you know that in the Bible, like there are instances of people being killed by him, by God itself, right?
Unfortunately, yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Then if the killing action was like automatically done by God, then when God would have created the person, he would know that he would kill the person, which would just show that omniscience is gonna entail the knowledge of your own choices, right? And I think that free will, right, or any kind of agency is not gonna be compatible with omniscience because um if I think that a paradox, or I have a logical argument against it, and I think that like every religious book is gonna put God or is gonna attribute like agency, so free will and omniscience.
Yeah, actually, I agree with you that free will is kind of an antithesis to omniscience.
Yeah, because I can actually provide the argument, right?
Sure. Just before you do, I will note that when I spoke with Graham Oppie on this about a year or so ago, he said that there's a lot of theists who don't think that omniscience includes knowledge of the future. It's just knowledge of the present and the past. And so I find that interesting because, and I didn't unfortunately there wasn't enough time. I would have liked to have explored it with him a little more, but it seems to me that if you know all variables now, that you should be able to predict where our planet's going to be in the universe 100 billion years from now.
Yeah, so I think that attributing, I think that like a lot of theists I've had discussions with, right? They say that, well, God is not in time; He's atemporal, right? But I would see that as I would see that as problematic, because if God is going to be atemporal, right? I don't think unless he acts in some kind of like dimension of time in which or that we cannot comprehend, in which like causality is going to be possible, and I don't see how God can have thoughts, right? Or how God can act, how God can actualize. And I think that if you're going to attribute like atemporality to God, then he's not going to be omnipotent anymore, because there's not going to be any like active you God is not going to be able to like actualize potential, and um many theists will say that, or I think it was Catholics that believed this. It was like absolute divine simplicity, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. In which they think like God is God is, and he is basically the perfect act, and he has done everything, he has completed everything. But I would also see that as like problematic, because I don't think that if God is going to be an act, right? I don't think you're going to be or if he has done everything and he's atemporal and he's not made of parts, then I don't think you will be able like to attribute I don't think you will be able to like attribute stuff to him, because um omniscience, like omnipotence, omnibenevolence, omnipresence, all of those are going to require some kind of God that is in time, or
Yeah.
or works in some kind of way in which actual like different, or yeah, in which causality is possible.
So I think that when the term outside of time comes up, it's like it seems to me that what's really meant is that, by a lot of people arguing it, is that God is omnichronological. He's in all of time, pervades all of time from all of eternity. And but unfortunately, when they say outside of time, it backfires, because it's really the wrong term for it. They should be saying omnichronological in that point. But outside of time, some of them actually believe that he's outside of the universe, outside of even the cosmos. And that to me seems like, okay, the cosmos definition is what now? Nothing? You're changing it? Because Douglas Adams talked about life, the universe, and everything. He was describing the cosmos with the number 42. And that was and that of course would include time. Like I don't see time as some kind of bidirectionally traversable dimension, like our spatial dimensions are. X, Y, and Z on in math class they put it up as. But time to me is something that we just observe and put it as like we're observing the passage of time by recognizing change and recognizing patterns of those changes. So it's it is very conveniently expressed as another dimension, and I think that can mislead and confuse a lot of people to thinking of it as a lot more than I think it really is. But to say it's outside of time, I think it just seems kind of nonsensical to me. So I do think that most of them mean omnichronological. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on this.
Yeah, right. If you're gonna like attribute God as like being in all instances of time, I would say that that's still gonna make, or I think that it's kind of gonna rise, like some paradoxes or some problems are gonna arise if you apply like the attribute omnichronological. Yeah, I think that um when they say that God is like in every instance of time, um that would mean that, for example, he is actively one explanation for why I think that I asked someone why would like sin be justified. They said because if God is gonna be like omnichronological, then God is gonna feel sin at the same time, right? Or he's gonna feel the sin that you are um is gonna feel when you sin, right? And I mean, it is a personal choice of his, right? If he has free will to not be sad about sin or about his own creation. But yeah, I would have to think about like this atemporal or omnichronological. I think like I don't know when people say that God is outside of time. I don't know if they would like hold to atemporality or like or to the attribute like of being in all instances of time. You know.
Yeah, and just to clarify, like atemporal would just mean time is not part of the equation, whereas omnichronological would require that time actually be a bidirectionally traversable dimension to cover all of eternity, past and present and future.
Yeah, yeah. And actually, I was talking about like the argument of omniscience, right? And the argument against like omniscience and uh, free will, right? And I think that if you're not, if a god is not gonna have free will, I don't think like omnipotence is gonna be possible, because I would say that to actualize potential, right, you're gonna need an actual active potency, which is not gonna be contingent on just
An actual
which is not gonna be
actualizer.
contingent on laws that you're bounded by. For example, like an atom is not gonna be omnipotent because it follows laws, right? Um, or not an atom exactly, but
Well, let's be clear on the terminology. It's not really following laws. It's just it's constrained by them as a matter of nature.
yeah. And my point is gonna be that like if you're gonna be predetermined, or you're not gonna have any kind of choice that is not gonna be contingent on past experience, or basically I wouldn't call it um I don't know if it's how you would like differentiate it from like randomness, but if you're gonna like be able to have to hold to libertarian free will, and like your choices are not gonna be contingent on anything, um, other than that, I don't think like you're gonna be able to have omnipotence, because um, if you're gonna be predetermined, right, you're gonna have a set of actions that you're gonna do, and the actualization is not going to be possible because you don't hold to the actual. You cannot actually um, actualize the potential that
you
were
can't
not predetermined
activate your
to actualize.
almonds.
So when discussions of free will come up, a lot of the time people think of randomness. They're very different things. Just because somebody's making a free choice doesn't necessarily mean that they're making a random choice.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Usually, like when I ask Christians what their definition of like free will would be, they will usually say that it's gonna be like the ability to make choices, right? And when you're gonna ask them more, then I think that not many Christians have like a really, really good or stable definition for free will itself. Just a second. Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think that like free will is gonna be problematic. I think that free will is not defined right usually by Christians, and like it's before actually like making logical arguments like against free will and omniscience. I think that we would have to know, right, or you would have to know the actual definition of like what Christians use or what they define as free will. And I don't know, I've just never been satisfied with like a good answer for what
There's a
they
reason
think.
for that.
Yeah,
So
there is.
the reason that Christians have so much trouble and are so attached to the question of free will is they kind of invented it from a like theological perspective because of their Christology and because of original sin. Their whole religion really does rest on the premise that God can hold people blameworthy for actions and judge them, while also claiming that God is the determiner of all things. And so these two things are a problem only if you believe that God preordained everything and God blames everyone and eternally punishes them for it. So for anyone who doesn't hold to original sin and eternal damnation, there's not really the kind of problem that Christians have theologically with justifying their systematic theology as being coherent. For everybody else, like it doesn't really matter what determinism uh, holds or not. Like if you have random particle fluctuations like virtual particles in the Casimir effect, and that makes our choices somehow unpredictable, would that change how we hold people accountable? No. The only person that could change the accountability for is God, right? Because that
Yeah.
could mean that God can't know the future or something like that, right? In there's some possible world that Christians could imagine where God can't know the future because of the Casimir effect or something, right? That God made a law that he can't predict. And there's lots of Christians that believe that and hold to like various forms of like open theism, where God essentially made the world but like doesn't predict all of its outcomes all the time. So Christians tie themselves into knots to get God off the hook, and then they claim that the reason they're doing this is because blameworthiness depends on it. But the only kind of blameworthiness that depends on it is God's blameworthiness for our suffering, not human blameworthiness for the foreseeable consequences of their actions, regardless of determinism.
Yeah, I think that Christians are usually gonna try and fight this with saying that like what you said is like really valid. I have seen Christians who basically claimed that um, God cannot know like the future of a person, but I would say that um, if he's gonna be atemporal, right, or if he's gonna be omnichronological, then I no, or if you apply to that, if you hold to that view, then that would entail that God is in time. He's not even omnichronological, right? Because um, I think that if you're gonna say that he doesn't, or the only reason that he doesn't know the choices of a person will be that their choices are gonna be like indeterminate propositions. Um, I think that to have an indeterminate proposition, you're gonna have to be in time, right? And actually not know the like next state of a system, or um, you would
They
have
don't
to,
have to really specify why. They can just say he chooses not to or something like that.
yeah.
Um,
I
Yeah,
mean,
they don't really have to like give a physics explanation because obviously theists didn't know physics when they came up with this stuff, but they
they
were
did
kind
it.
of doing like proto-physics. A lot of the ideas in modern physics came from sort of like pseudo-physics that Christians were trying to do about, what the future states would be relative to God's omniscience. And uh, I thought experiments like Laplace's demon and so on, arose within a Christian context. But none of this really matters to anyone who's not obsessed with original sin and God judging all of us for things that he ordained that we would do. If you don't believe that, then this isn't a big deal. Just you hold people accountable because there were foreseeable consequences of their actions, which they're blameworthy for.
Yeah, I think that like the problem of evil is gonna be like really easy to reduce to like only some premises that basically all Christians are gonna agree with, and I think that like people that deny or um so the Christian religion, right, assigns this attribute of God of his omnibenevolence, right? And one interesting question I usually like ask Christians when I was like debating the problem of evil was if God would if God is omnibenevolent, right? Would that entail that he will reduce evil to the degree which doesn't remove free will, right? And that question was really really hard for them to answer because they usually said that there is like gonna be no way to reduce evil, right? They couldn't come up with like something that could reduce evil that wouldn't affect like people's free will and free choices. But I think it all boils down to just the actualization of like your potential soul for your potential existence. If you have a baby, right, and that baby is going to be, for example, tortured and then killed, right? And before God created it, right, it was just some passive potential that needed to be actualized by this God, right? And I think that just as a God, right, who's omnibenevolent, that um you that basically brings a baby's um possibility or chance of going to hell from zero, right, to a non-zero possibility that that baby is going to experience like eternal damnation. I think that's just going to be evil on it's just going to be completely evil because um if God was omnibenevolent, he would reduce suffering to the degree that doesn't remove free will. And before the baby is born, the baby doesn't have any free will, right? And if you're gonna actually actualize the baby and put it from a no state, from a non-existent state to an existent state, in which the baby sub is a possible um subject of experiencing eternal damnation, that's just not going to be benevolent. That is going to make God a non omnibenevolent deity, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, there's many different denominations of Christians and beliefs about original sin and Christology and free will, partly because of this tying in knots that they have to do to try to figure out how to justify it. It's much easier to just think it's all made up, and that's why it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't. Many Christians
Indeed.
which I've also like had some conversations with, they're usually gonna agree to like biblical creation or like things that we know are contradictory, right? For example, the Bible claims that the earth was created in 6 days, which is completely non, which it doesn't have any kind of, not a bit of truth in
Well,
it,
there
right?
is actually one pretty good explanation for why they think that. Do
He was
you know
gonna
where they
say
got that from?
nonsense.
Uh, I think the only explanation that they would use is that like the Hebrew version actually used like a different version of day. You know, it didn't
Well,
mean
there's more than that. There's more than that. So, are you familiar with the idea of mimesis? The idea that many ideas in the Bible are uh, very similar to, in very completely structurally equivalent ways, other texts, like Moses and Sargon of Akkad being the baby left in the basket, the story of Phrixus, and the story of Isaac, where the king is told by the gods that calamity will befall them if they don't sacrifice their firstborn son, Then at the last minute, when he's willing to sacrifice his son, the gods take mercy and take the son to safety, which they then spend their new life founding a new dynasty because they're blessed by the faith of their progenitors and become the founders of a new colony. All of these stories are true in the Bible and true in Hellenistic literature. And one of those stories is Plato's Timaeus, which was the most widely distributed of all of Plato's works, all throughout the Middle Ages, because it was so popular with Christians, because it was so similar to Genesis. And at the time, the Christians believed that Plato was influenced by the Bible. They thought that Plato got the Timaeus creation story, which has 6 days, and then God rests, and then a separate creation for human beings and civilization. All that is the dual creation story with the 6 days and resting comes from Timaeus. But at the time, they believed it came from the Bible because the Bible said that it was from like earlier than the 6th century. But now scholars have an abundance of evidence that this is not the only text that didn't exist in the 6th century that the Bible appears to copy from. And the whole idea that the Greeks copied everything from the Bible has flipped. If you look at Russell Gmerkin, for instance, and his book, he's got 3 books on the subject, Plato's Timaeus and like the cosmological or cosmic creation myths. He substantiates this extensively. The Bible copied from Plato, not the other way around. It's probably composed around 290, around Alexandria by Hellenistic Jews who were extremely familiar with the Greek sources that they were copying word for word in some cases from.
By the way, Captive Desk in the YouTube audience just indicated that they put the book you recommended, Elbow Room by Daniel Dennett, onto their shopping list.
Oh, excellent. Yeah.
So I think that like with all I've said, right? Maybe I was a bit of help to like show or to wait like any Christian that's listening to show that I think that I find some like really or a lot of atheists can find like really good reasons not to believe, at least in the Bible, right? It's gonna be that there is a lack of evidence of what the Bible claims, right? Or there is a lack of God, right? There is a lack of his empirical existence, right? And also the internal contradictions that appear with all of the attributes that are assigned to God. And basically, I think that's like all I've had to say. You guys can like bring up another person if you want to.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. You made a lot of excellent points. And I think it's also helpful that you showed that, being an atheist doesn't mean just agreeing with anything that someone says against the Bible, right?
Uh-huh.
Is for most arguments and contradictions and issues that anyone could find in the Bible, there is at least one Christian denomination which agrees with it and has schismed with other Christians over it because they take it seriously too. And that you can find a version of Christianity to address almost any apparent contradiction, but it's very hard to address them all at the same time. So you end up with kind of a Swiss cheese of each version of Christianity attempts to address some of the issues, but it appears
Yeah.
to just bite the bullet on others.
I mean, I think that like a very great way to like destroy God completely is to like bring up arguments against like his omniproperties. I think that if you're gonna have to like solve that with like making a new denomination or like changing the rules, right? I think that you are gonna have to change the whole religion itself, right? You're gonna have to change what the Bible claims like completely. You're not gonna keep like the main points of God, and that just will not be a valid solution to like solving Christianity at all.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, see you guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming up.
Thank you very much. Really enjoyed that conversation with you. That was not the usual kind of conversation we have, but I thought he started off with some really good points about the paradoxes, and then your clarification added a lot of value to that. So thank you for that.
Yeah, that was fun. All right. Well, we need a caller. So does anyone want to tell us about their beliefs one way or the other?
Yeah, I guess it's a quiet day. We usually have an audience of anywhere over 50 to 70 people. It's kind of a small audience today. I guess people are starting to go out and do a lot of Christmas shopping and whatnot,
Yeah.
with it being December. So perhaps January will be a better month. And we'll have a new splash picture. I'm just working on it for our next season come January.
But also, gods or goddesses don't exist. And so, if anyone would like to tell us why, just turn the spice up a little bit.
The gauntlet, if you will.
That's right, tone it down.
Yeah.
What's new with you, IX? I asked Amy and T-Jump about the beginning of the show, and you joined a little later. Is there anything new that you've come
And
across?
unlike a long while, but hi, X.
Hi, Amy. Hi, Randolph. And whenever T-Jump gets back to join us. Yeah, I've been good. I've been really busy with work, and I'm very glad that we get to do these because even when I kind of take time away from Discord debate world for a little while, coming back to be with you all, it's really fun. And I think as far as like reading and studies relevant to our discussions here, I've been continuing to read the Mimesis critics, and I think I already mentioned a link in the chat, which you graciously shared with your audience, Randolph, which is the stuff on Russell Merkin. And I think that is a good starting point for just realizing how deep the rabbit hole goes on the origins of Christianity. But there's so many threads. I understand why people could be daunted at getting into where Christianity came from in the context of Judaism and where it came from and how these are evolutionary shifts in a lineage of beliefs, which there's evidence that it goes back at least 3,500 years to a text that the Greeks translated. There's a Greek named Philo of Biblia who translated a cosmogenesis of the Phoenicians. The Phoenician is just the Greek word for the Canaanites, right? And the Greeks were very interested in gathering the books and the beliefs of all their neighbors. And most of their great philosopher heroes like Democritus and Pythagoras were famed for having traveled the world to gather knowledge from their neighbors. They weren't shy about copying ideas. Like they didn't say, "Oh, reinvented math." They gave credit to the Egyptians for a lot of the ideas they got from them, for instance. But when they wrote about this cosmogenesis of the early Canaanites, they said some remarkable things. They said that the early Canaanites believed that El, the king of the Canaanite pantheon family of gods, which each of the different city-states within the Canaanite uh, sort of city-state network usually picked one of these gods as their patron god, but they acknowledged El usually as the sort of the grandfather or father figure of all the gods. That El was the one who sacrificed his firstborn son and then commanded circumcision upon Canaanites to be in a covenant with him for the sacrifice that he had made of his son. Now, that's weird, right? Because we have it in the Hebrew Bible that this is something that Isaac did, making the sacrifice on behalf of God, or being told to make the sacrifice and then being saved from doing it at the last minute, and that circumcision was only commanded upon the Jews and not the other Canaanites. So it shows that when people resist the idea, oh, they couldn't have got this from the Greeks, it's not just that they got it from other religious traditions around them. They got it from their own primordial religious past within the Canaanite traditions, that the beliefs that became Judaism were part of a community of circumcision and like firstborn son sacrifice beliefs that were widespread throughout the Canaanite region at the time. So the rabbit hole goes 3,500 years back, not just to the Greeks around 290. And it's a long span of history to learn all of the things that influenced Judaism and Christianity. It's intimidating to get into, but I think for those who get into it, it's kind of like Indiana Jones. It's like watching your first indie movie, and after you see the first sort of delving into ancient history and archaeology and all the things we can learn from it, it becomes kind of addictive and fun to learn more.
Just as an aside, from something I mentioned earlier, and thank you for all that. The Captive Desk just noted in our YouTube audience that there is a football game going right now, so that could be what's going on with a lot of people not being in Discord. They're busy enjoying sports.
There was also another stage when we started that was running, so there was a significant number of people that were already at a stage and wouldn't have seen a new one pop up.
Okay, there's a couple of things going on. So, yeah, I thought Taco had some arrangement with them that, and then they have some kind of policy on this Discord guild that they don't start two events at the same time. So
I think theirs ended shortly after ours began, so they might have just run late, right? Like it was starting
okay.
earlier than ours, but it just
Or
yeah, that's okay. That's fine.
there are no more theists. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, we're running out of theists. There's, I know the Catholic Church lost quite a lot of members last 10 or 15 years.
And hopefully it'll keep on going that way. The pews are emptying out. That is where. Oh, it's
Welcome, Sandman. Thank you for joining us. How are you today? I hope they join us. They just raised their hand.
Yeah, I don't see him on yet, but he's got the invite. So Sandman, you just have to click the little accept green button.
Yeah. For the most part, I'm glad that Discord makes it kind of easy. Hello, Sandman. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Good, and yourself? How you guys doing?
Oh, pretty good. It's a little cold.
So this
here.
is-
Yeah. What's on your mind?
So this is an atheist chat, so to speak.
Well, the hosts here, we're all atheists. Sometimes Jack Burton joins us and he's a deist, but he's mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. What about you?
I identify as a Jungian, so to speak.
Sorry,
Yes.
as what? Sorry, as what? I didn't catch that.
A Jungian, Carl Jung.
a
Jungian?
Jungian?
Jungian, yes.
I'm
So
not sure.
So there is
that-
significance in the Bible.
Oh, okay. All right. So Christianity. All right.
So, sorry, just give me a sec. I don't know why there's an echo.
You might have YouTube running in the background.
Okay, might be that. Okay, so you've spoken that the old religions, the ancient Greek religions, and even the old maybe Sumerian and Egyptian religions predate Christianity, and there's a crossover of ideas. That's not really a something that disproves the stories of the past, so to speak. And the stories, whether they're real or not, they don't necessarily have to be literal in order to have a vast impact. So
Do they need to be accurate?
Sorry?
Do they need to
They
be
don't,
accurate?
they don't even need to be accurate, because what they are is a living meme, as Richard Dawkins explains. He coined the term meme, which is something that's inherent in our DNA, so to speak. It's why beavers build dams.
Did you say loving meme or living meme?
A meme, just a meme.
Well, a
You said-
meme.
Before the word meme, you said, is it loving or living?
I probably said living. I can't
And-
even remember.
And the word meme was coined by Richard Dawkins within Selfish Gene. It very specifically means a specific one unit of culture, one idea.
Yes, but it's passed through the DNA, right? From one organism to the next.
Not through the DNA. It is analogous to the DNA. It is passed through speech and through communication, whether it's online, through posting an image, whether it's through social communication or just directly talking to each other.
Imitative behavior, linguistic,
But-
or otherwise,
but-
is
but he
memes.
very-
It has nothing to do
he
with
ve-
genetics.
Well, yeah, you're right in a way, but he very precisely uses the example of the beaver, of the beaver building dams, not of the beavers
Sure.
communicating in some way.
But that it's a
Rather than-
good idea so that they are able to say, hey, this is what we do. There may not be a specific gene that actually codes for beavers to do that. What he may be saying is that beavers actually pass it on via culture. Each beaver is teaching the parents to their children, are teaching them how to do it.
Yes, But however, in experiments, we find you can displace a beaver, put it into a completely separate location without parents, without any nurturing, and it will still inherently build dams.
But he is specifically saying that, so what that's called the extended phenotype. That's actually a different book, and he makes a reference to it. But the idea of the extended phenotype and the idea of memes are two different things. The extended phenotype, the phenotype is your body that is generated by your genotype, right? And your extended phenotype are all the things that you do to your environment to make it suitable for you, such as building shelters. But in the case of the meme, what he's saying is that there's kind of an analogy to the extended phenotype, but it's a much more extended one. What he's saying is that through cultural transmission, not through genetic things that you're going to be predisposed to at birth, you transmit behaviors that are completely different from your born behaviors, right? So they're not instinctual, they're purely cultural. And that's what he means by memes.
Okay, I think you're misrepresenting what he said about the meme.
I've read like literally almost all of Dawkins' books, and I'm pretty familiar with it. I also recommend reading other authors who've written about it subsequently, like Susan Blackmore and Daniel Dennett. There's a lot of books on memetics, not just Dawkins, and his idea is pretty well understood to be the purely cultural transmission, even if it's based in or connected to some genetic predispositions, it's divorced from them at the point at which it becomes its own replicator. The essential concept of the meme is that it is a replication of behavior or information that is autonomous and survives outside of its host.
And yet, the Dawkins himself describes it differently. He has no he actually can't explain why a beaver can build a dam. There's no evidence within genetic anything, and there's no behavior taught to the beaver that builds the dam.
But the entire point of a meme is that it is the transmission of ideas. He even uses an example that there is a natural selection that applies to memes where good memes are selected for by the cultures and the societies that they're in.
Sure. So given the existence of the meme, we can also speculate that we also have something that resonates like a meme within humans, right? We could make
so we have predispositions that make us more or less susceptible to certain ideas. Absolutely. And there can also be what's called convergent emergence, or convergent, in the case of genetics, convergent evolution, where all sorts of organisms look like crabs or look like dogs or look like, rodents, regardless of having no common ancestor and their ancestors looking totally different. The same situation will provide a constraint which will force an organism to emerge with the same behavior, whether it be mimetic cultural adaptation or genetic physical adaptation. So it's perfectly plausible that a different species in a situation like the beaver situation could evolve the ability to have dams without having any common ancestry with beavers, just because the situation favors dams.
Okay, so how would you? Well, one of the best authors that would actually explain the human meme more is actually Carl Jung, when he talks about the collective subconscious. There are certain variables that share us. We can also go into the work of Yuval Noah Harari, who's also an atheist, and he talks about how important religions are from a historical perspective in uniting us and helping us find tribes. Now, the work of Carl Jung and even Jordan Peterson is extremely interesting, because Peterson just takes it to the next level. He combines things from Nietzsche, Carl Jung. He doesn't agree with them completely, but what he essentially does is he shows us that the story that we create echoes in the real world. There's consequences, almost like birthing the AI god, right? We are on the verge of creating AI, and we are the gods of AI, so to speak. So the religions, in turn, it's like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Is this a simulation? Is it? There's a lot of predispositions in which a god can occur, even if it's a metaphorical god, a god of the book, a god of that we created ourselves, and yet is inherent in us. And then when you look at the Holy Trinity, what are we looking at? We're looking at the Holy Spirit, Jesus, and God. The Holy Spirit it's all representative of us, right? We are all God. We are all the Holy Spirit. We are
What?
God is one. In other words, the representation of what is the chaos, the order, and the Son given birth to the Father. So when you look at how this hyperlinked textbook is perfectly pieced together and includes history that comes from the ancient Sumeric religions, the Egyptians, you start realizing that this is a template for 10,000 years of morality philosophized into stories. And it becomes even greater than what some of the religious folk would tell you. Even in the Catholic Church, it becomes a marvel of which God's glory is even greater than the literal interpretation of the Bible.
Well,
there's a great.
Oh no, go ahead.
Go ahead, Amy.
Well, it's just that I understand a Jungian way of making characters that we can try and make archetypes. You know, there are things like the thief and the hero, and but I don't believe in a collective unconscious. We could talk about what conscience even is, but I mean, I will accept that we can have value from mythological stories, and that we could. I think the only value from religion is when we understand a non-literal interpretation and we just put it within the pantheon of the other books that we tell. I guess it always just loses me with the Trinity stuff. I just never understand the child coming from the Father, and then there's this Holy Spirit over here. I understand within mythic structure, someone's supposed to die like 2/3 and have resurrection, but it's not. It's a that's just a template. It's not supposed to be Jesus. But yeah, X wanted to say something too.
Well, I'll let you
Sure.
respond to Amy first.
Okay, so the rebirth, right? The baptism of Jesus, of others. It's almost like a second chance. Are you going to get your life in order? So it's a template for the betterment of your life, and it's based on certain moralistic codes. Now, you could say Harry Potter is also a Jungian idea. Certain kids grow up thinking, okay, I want to be Harry Potter. Look what a nice kid he is. He's got his friends. They're living this dream world. And they might actually envision and fantasize and even have dreams about living the life of Harry Potter. But what we have in religion is a much deeper story, a much more all-encompassing story that has shaped not only our own morality, but that of our forefathers. In other words, logic is like the idea of slavery. Should we or not have slaves?
Oh my. Can I just stop you for a second? Because I was really going with you, and then you just took like a turn where it was like, because I would say the only value we're going to get from it is if we understand that the Bible and Harry Potter have exactly equal value, unless we're talking like a historical context. Like clearly, you know, there's 2,000 years of historical context, but like from just picking a book in the library, Bible, Harry Potter, basically the same. Well, why wouldn't they be any different?
Well, they are absolutely different, because without God, without the Bible, Harry Potter does not exist, first of all. Language would not exist the way you know it. When we talk about historical figures, like, say, one of the most influential people in history, like, say, Alexander the Great, who conquered most of the known world, he is less significant in impact to the human race than this idea of God that was followed by many, and his moral structure came to be what we know as the free world, as Western societies. It is Christian nations that abolished slavery, nobody else. There is still slaves in the Islamic world.
The Bible condones slavery, and at least in our country, it took a civil war to actually stop them from continuing to own people. The Confederacy was the only constitution which quoted having God within it and also saying that slavery was a God-given right.
And to say that language should be not as we know it now without the Bible in human history, is you could say that of just about any book that's become popular
No, you can't.
throughout the ages. So
absolutely
that
cannot.
doesn't mean that the Bible deserves credit for how our language is today. It is definitely not a linguistics book. It's not teaching us language. It's just a bunch of books put together into a bigger book. So I'm not sure what you're trying to attribute to with that.
Well, it's the unification of the gods, right? The ancient Greeks had 12 gods of Olympus, plus several more. The Hindus have also very many gods. The ancient Egyptians, same thing. So when you're trying to formulate logic and morality and whether slaves should exist and how you should treat those slaves, which is all in the Bible, how to abolish slavery is also in the Bible.
No.
Sorry.
It's not in the Bible, and Jesus didn't come along and
well, you
fix
can't
it.
just correct my statement. There is a way to end your slavery or your servitude within the Bible. It exists. The concept exists.
Of slavery, yeah.
It exists.
10 men,
okay.
I got to plug a book by a homie. Have you ever heard of Dr. Josh Bowen?
No.
Okay, so Dr. Josh Bowen is an expert on ancient languages, including Sumerian and Akkadian and so on. And he specifically studies all of the texts which the Bible has in its oldest form. And he's written a book, which is now in its second edition, called Did the Old Testament Endorse Slavery? It goes very extensively through the actual context of ancient Near Eastern legal codes that existed at the time of the Old Testament's introduction, and shows similarities and differences between it and all the others around it, and shows that it definitely does endorse chattel slavery, which is owning people's children's children in perpetuity as slaves, which you can beat violently and do any number of things to and still own them in perpetuity, unless you cause such egregious harm that they lose an eye or don't get up after 3 days. So the problem with saying that Christianity, and God liberated the world from slavery while also giving a very sort of equivalent to everybody else's how to take care of your slaves handbook is absurd. I highly recommend you read the book. It's called Did the Old Testament Endorse Slavery by Dr. Josh Bowen.
So
there's a new audiobook in the second edition.
Of course, the Old Testament condones slavery. That's you don't really need to do much research to come to that conclusion, or write a book for that matter. But I'm sure he had a fruitful use of his time, stating the obvious. What the Bible does provide is a way out. The idea, the notion, because before you would kill your enemies and then you would make use of them. The concept of not having a slave is a revolutionary idea, and it was taken through a revolution in some countries, and in other countries it still exists to this day, and people say nothing.
When and how? So run it through for me. How do you stop being a slave?
I have to get into biblical text. I'm not actually a biblical scholar to quote everything. I'd have to search it now.
So you're saying that when it says to take all of the daughters, all the virgins from a people that you have genocided and keep them from yourself, you're saying it's because these virgin daughters are a threat to you militarily and you would kill them otherwise? That's a moral innovation?
The distinction of Christianity especially is it takes old textbooks, old morality, and then it somehow magically interlinks the New Testament with Jesus Christ. And there's a great book written that the New Testament actually echoes some of the traditional Greek religions. It's inspired by the Greeks, not so much of Judaism. And what it does in a very nice way, it takes the old morality and brings in this liberator, this figure called Jesus that carries his own cross, goes through his suffering, and keeps doing the right thing towards what God really intends. So it's quite beautifully intertwined in how the logic. The Old Testament shows a barbaric world, and it's obvious that it's barbaric. And then we see the hope by God Himself coming, enacting, and giving us a better solution, a better morality, a better way of being. Do not cast the first stone, and neither will I, he says to the prostitute that did deeds that would, in the Old Testament, lead to her death. God says, no, don't do that. He actually contradicts the Old Testament. He does
Can
not
I-
stick
You're
to
already
the laws of Moses.
Or Derek, have you not seen Detroit? I'm kidding.
Well, can I actually just quote? I think this is called the New Testament, right? Oh, yes, that's slaves. Obey your earthly masters with respect and fear and with sincerity of the heart, just as you would obey Christ. Obey them not only to win their favor when their eye is on you, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from your heart. Serve wholeheartedly, as if you were serving the Lord, not people, because you know the Lord will reward each one of you whatever good they do, whether they are slave or free. That's
Okay.
weird.
Is it weird? Because let's look at our modern society. Many people are underemployment. Employment means you give a fee, you get a fee for your time. That fee is essentially for goods and services, and it's an online database, so to speak, of who did what for who. And your boss literally tells you exactly where to
what?
go, who to speak to, which contract to make and not make. Is that not somehow, in some regard, a slave? So the morality is you have to serve somebody in order to prosper, in order to advance. The point I was making is that Christianity does offer a way out in certain passages from slavery, and it bridges the seed of thought that allows the Western world, because it is only the Western world, anywhere in the world, that has
You're wrong about
abolished
that.
slavery. Oh,
You
okay.
mentioned
Name me another
Hinduism.
place.
Yeah, so are you familiar with King Ashoka, for instance?
The Hindus have slaves. There's
I
a
asked
caste
if you were
system.
familiar with King Ashoka. I didn't say that they permanently did so. Just said that there was a King Ashoka, was a Buddhist king who abolished slavery. You're not familiar with that?
Okay, well, good for the Buddhists then. Maybe they can also roll with the Christians. But
Besides, it's not really like a measuring contest. The question is this: look, you
well,
came
it
in.
is.
You came in and you said that as a Jungian, you don't really care if anything is true or not. All you care about is if it teaches some like good morals and if it's similar to what you think is valuable about the collective unconscious or something.
It's not that I don't care, it's that everything is true. So every story is true. It enacts a certain amount of impact on the world. And some stories enact more impact than other stories and have gone for more generations and have led to different results to other stories. And the Islamic world has persecuted itself and others for
Some
thousands
stories
of
are
years.
more
What you're
truer than
saying
others.
is that the story's truth, in other words, it is not a matter of whether it is fiction or nonfiction. What you're saying is true about it isn't that it is actually a true account of what happened. What you're saying that is true about it is it has an effect on the world. Would you agree with that?
No, I would say it has more than an effect. There is truth to it. If I tell you the Aesop's tale, the story of the hare and the tortoise,
Yes.
clearly that race never happened, right? However, the morality, what the hare represents and what the turtle represents, is very real contextually. These are real
But that's
things.
not a true story. It's a moral of a story that can be ascertained from a false story, but it is fiction. So you keep admitting that it's fiction while like denying that you're admitting that it's fiction. It's fiction.
And
Now, whether or not we can derive morals from it is a separate question. So as to all these origins of the religion being derived from other religions and being historical evolution of texts and literary synthesis, you don't disagree with that. In fact, you've presented evidence that you do agree with it. All you're saying is you think that there are good morals that can be found within many religions.
Not can be found. They have developed good morals. So like it's real, just like
Okay, so let me just get this clear. So you think it is the case that all the morals in religions are good?
No, of course not. Islam makes huge mistakes. And if you had to compare Christianity to maybe a religion derived from a fellow alien race in another subculture, maybe they got it even better than us.
all three of them are very
but-
similar. Like the Jews, the Christians, the Muslims, all of the Abrahamic religions, they all get it wrong in very weird ways. They all have miracles that do not happen, and they all plagiarize off each other. And so it's weird just to be like, oh, this one definitely got it right, and yet this other one.
They're not similar at all. So they've all got the character of the hare and the tortoise, so to speak. However, the embodied values in the hare and the tortoise in each one of those religions and the conclusions they come to are disproportionately different one to the other. In fact, they're polar opposites. You could call the Prophet Muhammad. You could call the Prophet Muhammad the Antichrist to Jesus. They are completely different characters. The one's a warlord, the other's a hippie. Like, you cannot make that statement.
Only if you believe in one, because Jesus said that he came to bring a sword. And so, once again, he endorsed slavery. So you just pick the parts that you like. They're just going to point to the prophet making peace in Medina. Don't you see? He brought these tribes together.
Also,
he is a peacemaker. You could do
No.
this all day with any religion.
Well,
also,
because they're all wrong.
Jesus encouraged people to think that the end of the world was nigh, and early Christians widely acted as though the world was about to end and were confused and shocked when it didn't, and made up new Christologies and explanations for why the end didn't come, right? So it's not the case that Christianity is just this perfect set of beliefs. Christianity
Nobody
has
said it
many
was
problems.
perfect.
The question is this, Sandman. Do you believe that a supernatural being created the universe?
Well, does it really matter what I believe? How?
So you don't believe in God. You
Yes.
just believe that the morals of
No,
stories are valuable.
no. But look, deep down, it doesn't matter if you're religious or not.
What?
Like, you can have your stance, you can have your opinion, but deep down, every single person within their set of beliefs is an agnostic. Nobody truly knows, and if you claim you know, you're being naive. What did Socrates say? I am the smartest man in Athens, for I know nothing.
Sandman, are you an agnostic as to whether every email scam that tells you to give $1 million to a prince in a foreign country is true? Or is it reasonable to suspend judgment on each of those?
You make a calculated decision about everything, but even the apple on
Absolutely.
my table isn't certainly there. It could be like
The question is,
it might be in a simulation.
Okay, look, if a claim is made on spurious evidence within a literary genre of fictional literature in its composition and derives from numerous sources, however enjoyable the tale is, whatever value or meaning I might derive from it, I shouldn't believe it's literally true on the evidence. And it's not justifiable to say that I'm actually withholding a judgment on the proposition of a piece of fiction being fiction, right? So, on your view, you don't believe in God, but you believe that the morals of religious stories are valuable to people, which is perfectly compatible with any other atheist who just likes religious wisdom literature for its inspirational content.
And yet, my conclusion is that God exists. Because of the dialectical argument I'm making. There's a great discussion. I'm sure you're a fan of the Four
This is not an
Horsemen.
argument for God existing. You haven't made an argument for God existing. To do that, you have to present evidence that justifies the conclusion, which you haven't done.
Dan Dennett has a great disagreement with Sam Harris over free will. Now, essentially, Dennett agrees with Sam Harris that free will does not exist. Yet he rages at Sam Harris. No, free will does exist, and he gives all these dialectical sort of sidesteps in order to disprove Sam Harris. Why does he do that, do you think?
Because
I don't know why you're changing the subject from giving evidence that God actually exists.
No, because there is a consequence of free will not existing, of the perception of free will not existing, of not being accountable to anyone or anything, of just doing as you please without an ingrained collective subconscious of what is morally right and wrong. The atheists of today they cannot find coherent moral values. These days, we don't know what sex we are, if we're male or female. Like the letter of reason disappears when you don't have a template that is greater than each human.
But Sandman, we've always had definitions of gender. For example, they believe this God is a he, but it doesn't have XY chromosomes. It doesn't have male genitalia. And so what we're just trying to push for is actually only the good stuff that you've been, like the Jungian. I think Jungian, and then even more something like a Joseph, a a hero's journey that we can actually push, that you're seeing in Marvel and DC, a replacement, an alternative to religion, because the only real players on the game for morality are the skeptics, are the agnostics, the atheists, the people that go away from these theistic moralities, which ultimately always end up being a mafia boss mentality, which is, I created you, I have the biggest weapon, and I could take you out.
Yes. Well, Nietzsche, we can't ignore Nietzsche at this point, because he writes in Das book Zarathustra of the Superman. What is to replace God? God, we have killed him. And he talks about the Ubermensch, the Superman, the ascended human. Okay, and a lot of people say they talk of this as a triumphant proclamation, right? As that God is dead, but in truth, he's warning us. He's saying, "Who is your Ubermensch?" Nietzsche basically predicted the rise of Hitler, the rise of Stalin. Today we have the World Economic Forum, we have things like BlackRock, we have institutions that are, through accelerationism, which is very dangerous, by the way, changing our moralistic landscape to the point where people don't know their left from their right. Don't have... Sorry,
I'm still waiting for you to present evidence that God exists. All you're talking about is reasons why you don't like secular morality.
God exists because everything we've talked about is God. It's just a metaphor for your lived experience. Everything is God.
So then you
It's
don't
the
believe
order.
in a supernatural creator of the universe. You believe in a metaphor for your lived experience, which I accused you of earlier, and you just confirmed it.
Well, how can you make that claim? Maybe we're in a simulation. Maybe we do have a creator. Maybe an alien came down. Maybe there is a person that created us. Like,
And maybe we
who
should
am I
believe things only when we have justification for the belief.
Indeed.
But my whole argument was we don't need justification. It's irrelevant to the morality of the story.
What?
It seems like it's immoral to believe things that you don't have justification for the belief.
I
It seems
think
like that violates the ethics of belief with
He's
warrants.
a hippie,
And
except
if you
on
do
like
things without warrants, then
LGBTQ
you're
stuff.
essentially not
Everything
just
else, though.
morally culpable, because you don't seem to understand the problem with what you're doing. You're morally reckless, which is to say you're confused as to how dangerous what you're doing is. You're believing things without reason, and you don't even understand the harm that can cause.
I'm giving you the reason, the procurement of our ethics. Again, Yuval Noah Harari describes how we ended up an atheist, by the way, and one of the most acclaimed historians has written
reason.
how... Huh?
Logic, reason.
Yeah, well, he talks about how we get along in large numbers and the importance of religion, and he dabbles on into AI and how that's going to replace it. And I'm like, oh my God, this guy's calling for Terminator 2 and the Matrix to fall upon us. But nevertheless, he can still acknowledge how we got to the world wars. And you can only have a world war if large amounts of people actually get along. Before the world wars, before these big events, these big cataclysmic events, we had little wars. We had families killing each other. We had tribes killing each other. We had jealousy. We to larger degrees. So there is
kinship is a very valuable thing, and it has come from many different sources, including civic responsibility and caring for one's fellows. Right. The question is, why should we believe that a supernatural being exists? You haven't presented any evidence. I'm asked to do that. You just said, why not? Right? All you cited is you like the stories that talk about it existing because of their moral, like, and instructive value. And that's just not an argument for them being literally true. Nothing you've said has justified believing anything is literally true. You even began by saying that it didn't matter to you if it was literally true.
Do you believe in Western law?
In Western law?
Sorry, believe in the law? I follow
believe
the law.
it?
I don't believe it. I question it sometimes. I even have fought back against it and been successful as part of a campaign to change it on a few occasions.
And that comes from Rome. That doesn't come from Christianity. That comes from things much older and existed way before Jesus.
But with religion, there is no option to do that with the religious doctrine, which is probably part of the reason why people just say, oh, let's avoid this and just start a new religion.
Yeah, but law is just a collection of stories and precedents, right?
No, law is not a collection of stories. It's rules.
No, it's not. It's precedent. The fact that you won a court case in a legal system means that it may have impacted the law of the.
So you're confusing genres. Like history and legal precedent are not equivalent to fiction and like Aesop's fables, etiology, just so stories. They're both building on one another. The difference is one of them is based on consequences for actual people, and the other is based on metaphors, which might inspire actions in people, but don't really have any grounding in reality.
And also, it's important to note that a lot of law isn't from precedents being set. Yes, there is precedent-setting laws, but most of the laws that we have in Canada, for example, are not from precedents. They're from laws actually being made, just because they needed to be made.
I don't know. There's a lot written. There's a great JSTOR journal about the history of Christianity and law relations and how they way of defense.
Your audio's breaking up. We can't hear you. While you fix that, I'm just going to say that the whole reason that human societies create laws is that whatever the religious rules are didn't suffice. We needed to do better than that. We needed to make changes to what was there because the religious ideals are oftentimes out of date. So we need something more modern that's going to serve the current society because the religious doctrine can't be changed. So we can't change that. We might as well make new laws.
Absolutely. And that's why the American Constitution is such a great document, so you don't overchange and break the rock. Of course, you've got tyrannical people like Ginsburg who tried to destroy the American Constitution, one of the greatest constitutions ever wrote, and almost leading to disaster. Thank God she's dead, but...
Well, that was a degenerate thing to say, but, you know.
How did she try to do that? I'm curious.
She was a non-constitutional judge. Everything she did was about breaking the American Constitution.
Not to go back to it, but we have a bunch of judges on the court that lied on the under oath and said that they were not going to overturn Roe v. Wade, and then they got in, and then they decided to do the exact opposite. And so I guess that just makes them D-bags? I don't know.
They didn't overturn Roe v. Wade, though. That's the thing you're missing.
Roe and Wade. People they're passing laws in certain states to banish abortion. Abortion prohibition is on the rise in the U.S. It's a new form of prohibition, and it's a violation of human rights. And they wouldn't be doing that if Roe and Wade was not overturned.
Okay, so the problem with Roe versus Wade is you've got to understand that the U.S. is not like a normal country. It's a federation of states. I can accept that. Well, it's a federation of states, and you had the Civil War and all that stuff, and there's a certain amount of independence of each state, and Roe versus Wade basically forced each state into subserviency. Now, the decision of each state is what matters. So Roe versus Wade is unconstitutional because it goes against the state's liberty. It's got nothing to do with abortion. Roe versus Wade was overturned not because of its stance on abortion, but because it forced people. It forced states, each state to abide by something that was unconstitutional. Now, each state can either have or not have abortion.
Okay, you've said that a few times. Once again, it did not force them to do anything constitutional. The states do not have a right to force pregnancy on women. That is just subjective feelings being pushed. They lied under oath. They should be committed to perjury, but that's not how our system works. So it has been going in each and every state. Each and every state so far, abortion laws have passed unanimously, overwhelmingly, because that is where the country is. And so I am looking forward, hopefully, to the 2024 election, just because I think this is going to push back on them. I'll let you say something very quickly, maybe, Sandman, but we have to go back on topic. The only reason I normally bring it up is because I think that it's something that I just think God is just, if he existed, would be the biggest arsonist.
I just want one quick thing. Like if people are not allowed to get abortions, they're being forced to be pregnant. Is what's being there. They're forced to continue to incubate a human fetus against their will, against their human right to bodily autonomy, and that is a form of human slavery. So slavery's coming back if abortion gets prohibited.
Okay, or murder. But this is a
No,
very...
no, I
Once
didn't say
again-
anything about murder. I didn't say anything about murder. I don't know why you're throwing that in.
No, I said about murder, so you're killing a fetus, right?
No,
There's a lot of
pregnant
arguments here.
person's body. No. The fetus is part of the pregnant person's body, and they have a right to have that removed from their body if they don't consent to continue to be an incubator. So that's not murder.
Well, I don't want to have this discussion. The point I made was because in Germany it's only 12 weeks. In the US it was whenever the hell you wanted. You could literally butcher a child and tear off its limbs when it
It's
could
not
literally
true.
survive by itself.
That's not
And the
true.
That's not
Democrats were
true.
pushing for
Not true.
abortion after they were born because of the damage some abortions did without killing the baby. Anyways,
You just
this is a
contradicted
nuance-
yourself. You just
This is a-
contradicted yourself.
this
And
is-
I've
this is
just
a
stopped you
nuance-
there. You just contradicted yourself. It's impossible to have an abortion after after the pregnancy is over. An abortion only operates on the pregnancy. So whatever you're saying is just utter incoherent nonsense.
There's also long-term abortion or late-term abortions do not
Yes.
happen unless someone is going to die. And so, no, that's not how it works.
They're dangerous to the human body, actually. I come
Yeah.
from a
Yes,
I
they're dangerous.
come from a
They're
family of
going
doctors.
to die. Do you understand what going to die means?
An abortion is not a good medical procedure to avoid death in any way. It's actually very harmful to the human body.
No,
Uh,
there are
it's
some
not what you
ways.
would do.
Normal
No,
medical
once again,
procedure.
there are
You would not prioritize killing a baby to save a person's life. That is fake news, false information.
So you're
and I'm
saying-
sorry you're trying
We
to
were
educate
talking
me.
about
Once
abortion,
You're talking
no
to a
one
healthcare
talking about-
professional.
Factually
You're talking to a
incorrect.
healthcare
Not how-
professional.
that is
We were talking about
factually
abortion, and you're
incorrect.
changing the topic to babies. Why are you moving the goalposts here?
Because you've moved the goalposts. And
No,
you've
I
gone
haven't.
very vehemently onto
No,
this
you
for some
changed it
reason.
to babies. Now you're going on to infanticide, which is a very different topic from abortion.
Well, that's what the Democrats were pushing. But anyways, I'll stop
No,
that there.
I don't believe so.
But
There
yes.
are failed abortions, okay? And sometimes for to end human suffering of such babies, they wanted to allow post-pregnancy abortions to alleviate. They were going to die anyway.
You're contradicting
Because
yourself.
sometimes
Again.
they
You're
weren't
almost
alive.
seen as a post-pregnancy abortion. That's nonsense. It's incoherent.
It doesn't
Post-pregnancy
yeah, well, that's
abortion.
what the Democrats were trying to push. That's
They
how
were.
radical
They
were.
were trying to
Incoherent.
push death up to like age 4 or 5. I'm pretty sure that's what the law said.
No,
Why don't we just let him return to the topic he originally brought up, which is
Let's do that.
he thinks
Yes.
that
Yeah.
God exists, but he thinks that God doesn't literally exist. And I asked him to present any evidence that God actually exists, not just as the metaphorical, inspirational character in a story that he thinks is valuable. And his answer so far was, well, like a lot of people believe in stuff, the collective unconscious, and why not?
okay, so I'm just going to
Anything
leave
else,
you
Henry?
because you've got obviously lots of viewers and there's at least one person that wants to get on here. So I'll leave you with this. I'll leave you by a quote from Spinoza. And you can talk about maybe Spinoza's God. God is one of infinite substance who possesses an infinite number of attributes, each expressing an eternal aspect of his or her nature. So like God is all around you. It's everything you define as not being God, every little miracle, every sunset, just watching the moon, the stars, the wind, and the beautiful seas. Like God is everywhere, and it's just a metaphor for existence. Have a good day.
Thanks for coming on. So God is a metaphor.
Yeah, thank you for that conversation. It was a bit heated, but there's no ill will here, just so everybody knows. We do welcome heated conversations as well, although we do generally prefer conversations that are a little more civilized. And most of that conversation was quite civilized, I think.
By the way, can we get Walker up here as well? He's been in the audience. For a while.
Yeah, Duke was in line first, so I'm going to bring Duke up first.
Well, Walker could join our panel. I don't know if you remember, but Walker's a former member of the Clergy Project, the evangelical.
Hello, Duke. How are you? Okay, I'll send me a message offline. Hello, Duke. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, you guys can hear me all right?
Yes, sir. Your voice is coming through nice and clear. What's on your mind today?
Well, I wanted to talk about idealism and emergent properties. And I'm pretty new to idealism, so I don't know if this is like a straw man or anything like that.
Are you trying to argue for a god or against it,
or against it? Yeah, it's
Against
actually a
it.
question for T-Jump actually.
T-Jump's not at the microphone right now, but we can talk about it. It's fine.
Okay, so
I guess you're an
what I was
atheist.
going to say is it seems like the argument from idealists is that the mind or the consciousness can't be produced by material because like you can't get a thought from like from an atom and you can only get I think the materialist argument is that through emergent properties you can get consciousness.
Can I actually make a comment, which would be I am very anti idealism because I very much believe, and I think all of the evidence points to thoughts being emergent of a conscious mind coming from a brain. And I think that the only separation that we have is that the systems are hierarched under the body. And so, while they have dualists may have some sort of separation or even something extra, I believe there's only, if we were to create the parts necessary, we should be able to create other conscious beings, just like there are now.
Right, and with idealism, the argument is that consciousness, by definition, is not material. So you can never get consciousness through material means, even if you have some sort of emergent properties. Like you can have
whether we should
emergent
accept their
properties
definition or not is the question, though, right? So,
right.
like neuroscientists generally don't accept the idealist definition of consciousness, right? And the whole idea of qualia smuggles in a lot of like poorly justified claims about privacy, for instance, when we can already deduce the content of people's inner thoughts with MRI, fMRI, and EEG combined signal data. It's like 80-ish% accuracy of the words you're thinking in your head silently to yourself as you think them. We can do the same with your visual field. So most of the claims that have been made about consciousness being in a sort of mystical Platonic theater of the mind Cartesian theater of the mind, they don't really work anymore. And so the other claim is that there's no explanation for how consciousness can arise from matter. That's also not tenable anymore because we do create systems through biomimicry of the brain with artificial neural networks that are structured in analogous ways to the physical biological neural networks that we find in brains.
Indeed.
And they perform similarly in respect to their ability to understand and respond to their environment. And what we think consciousness is, by almost everyone's definition, includes some notion of sense experience and awareness of being conscious. That's like what the word means to almost every definition of it. So the idealist definition of consciousness probably should not be accepted, but the idealist definition of consciousness includes the things like being aware of your environment and responsive to it, which are explained by physical neuroscience. So what is it that idealists can point to which can't be explained, which anyone else should accept, and not just something that they make up in their heads?
Yeah, it's another thing is one to bring up is obviously consciousness or self-awareness is not the only way to determine consciousness, even by their own standards, because I think you and I are conscious without experiencing our thoughts.
Well, can I tell you? I'll give my once anecdote that I say once a podcast because I feel like they never take consciousness seriously as a medical term until their consciousness is messed up. And so when we're dealing with consciousness, someone either losing it or having it, there are very clear defined medical terms of alertness. And we have tests to tell whether someone is conscious or not. And so it just makes it, I don't know, makes it very odd for me that they want to add either some sort of supernatural force or some sort of secret force, some ghost in the machine.
Right, which is why, to me, it kind of, I want to be careful not to like strawman the worldview, but it kind of seems kind of incoherent.
I agree.
Like, if consciousness can't be determined by just your self-awareness, if you can determine that somebody else is conscious without experiencing their thoughts, then even if you're not talking about materialism, wouldn't it follow that, well, not necessarily follow, but wouldn't they need emergent properties that are immaterial to produce consciousness?
No, the idea is just that it's a product of not that there's a different immaterial emergent property of the brain, right? So look, if I arrange neurons such that in response to the stimuli of their environment, they form a coherent model of that environment, which can predict that environment in its future state and predict what the consequences of any actions they take upon the environment will be, and then select the kind of intention for the environment that the organism finds favorable, and then enacts that. We would call that an agent generally, right?
Right, yeah.
Now, if the agent is artificial or biological, doesn't seem to make any difference to any of the things I just described. And the arrangement of the neurons can be almost the same, which is to say you could have biological brain neurons in the same number of layers as the neocortex. In the artificial version with the same number of layers, the artificial neurons and the biological neurons can perform almost identically in their inputs and outputs.
Okay.
Well, so that's really the leg to stand on, that idealism and all these other skepticisms about physical consciousness were trying to stand on, and it's been kicked out from under them, and they don't seem to have gotten the memo.
I see. Well, another thing is, this isn't like a question about I guess this is more of a question about their beliefs. You can be a theistic idealist, right? Or be a Christian and hold idealism as well. Because idealism is not like a religion per se, right? It's kind of like a...
Sorry, what did you say?
Position?
Idealism, yeah, it's a philosophical position. You can be an idealist without being a Christian, or in any different flavor you like.
Yeah, I see. Okay. So how does that? It's different from Platonism, which is that trying to describe it. That what the laws of logic are actual like objects, kind of like that.
Yeah, like you want to find a Christian idealist to read, check out George Berkeley, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel, and Whitehead, all well-known Christian idealists.
I see. Okay.
In a form, some of their idealisms vary quite a lot. This is the problem with idealism, right? Is because it's so unclear what they actually mean, and because it's so sort of made up on the spot how they explain and justify it. There's many kinds of idealism as there are well, not quite as many. But there are many kinds of idealism similar to there being many schisms of Christianity. I think nothing can compete with the number of schisms of Christianity, but idealism is doing its best to try.
I see. All right. Well, thanks for the info.
Yeah, thanks for coming on.
Yep, thank you, Duke.
Thank you very much. Walker, welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
I'm all right. I was highly frustrated. I wanted to talk to the Sandman dude.
Oh, is it let me guess, about Dr. Jordan Peterson?
Yes, I enjoy debating members of his fart sniffing club and just trying to figure out exactly how they justify not having any legs to stand on in their worldview.
Yeah, I assume you were doing that because he was bringing up the Jung stuff, and Peterson is the sort of like pop Jungian of our era.
Yeah, which is also a very painful topic for me because in the very beginning I met Peterson as a sociologist, and in his field, when he stays in his lane, he's actually quite good in many things. But when he thinks that he can start delving into areas outside his specialty, it is patently absurd. His understanding of theology, I think, was handed down from Dennis Prager and other nonsense thinkers, and just it's absolutely ridiculous that
I would like to caution a little bit on that. Like, he's good, I think, with when he's doing a presentation. He in his own lane, of course, but and even probably some other areas if he's researched it well. But when he's in a situation where he's getting asked unscripted questions and under pressure on the spotlight, he seems to get some of the statistics mixed up. So that's what people have been reporting, and I think that happens to a lot of people. I'm just trying to be fair here.
Oh, I'd agree that he probably misspeaks from time to time, but one of the best ways of not misspeaking on a subject you don't know anything about is to say nothing. To be humble. To actually admit that you don't know what you're talking about and you're just sort of spitballing as you go along. Sometimes you have fantastic conversations that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally the first time anyone ever mentioned him to me and sent me a video of him talking, literally the first thing that came out of his mouth was literally wrong. It was, and you can find this if you look for it. It was a thing that he's repeated many times, where he says, "Well, you can't give money to poor people because they're just going to spend it on drugs. I had some clinical patients that were drug addicts, and they spent their money on drugs. So it's just a mistake to think that giving money will ever help poor people." It's like, dude, there's at the time that he said this, if you were just like casually familiar with the literature on actual interventions and experiments with like helping poor people and what is or isn't found to have efficacy, one of the big surprises, despite people's prejudices that they're just going to spend it on drugs or whatever, was that on average, as a group, not just like the anecdotes that he was relying on from his clinical experience, one of the most successful interventions of all is literally just cash, and that as a group, when given just cash and not like handheld about how to spend it, when it's in a sufficient quantity that it's more than enough to just buy a fix worth of drugs, and they actually get a stipend, they get housing, they get education, they upgrade their job because they can afford to be off work for a time long enough to actually look for the job they're qualified for, and it's dramatically successful and considered the benchmark for all interventions to alleviate poverty, to try to beat the cash benchmark, which is like the baseline. And he's literally just saying the opposite of the truth, because you can tell he did no research. Like he literally hasn't even Googled the question, how effective is giving money to poor people? Because he thinks that his two anecdotes from his clinical patients spending it on drugs is evidence of how the whole world works. It's pretty embarrassing that he's willing to just kind of spitball answers to things that are so zero effort. And that's why it was funny. The second thing that I found when I Googled for him was a summary of Jordan Peterson as a dumb person's idea of what a smart person is. No offense to anyone who likes Jordan Peterson.
Well, there's even more recent data that we can go to. During COVID, there was certain monetary supports given to people, and childhood poverty dropped to nearly zero. And then it wasn't until those provisions were removed by the government that childhood poverty came back. And
so Sandman's back.
Cool.
Do you want to talk to him?
Absolutely.
Randolph, do you want to bring him up?
Yeah, I'm going to bring Sandman back. And just before I do, there's one thing that I really strongly disagree with Dr. Peterson on. He said publicly in a conversation with Matt Dillahunty when they were in Canada a few years ago, hosted by Travis Pangburn again. He he said that atheists are all Christians, and then we just don't know it. And then when asked by, I think it was Matt who asked him if he's what he thinks a real atheist would be like, and his response was something along the lines of he'd be like Raskolnikov from the Crime and Punishment book. And they'd be going around murdering people. So I've offered him to debate on this topic numerous times, but there's never any response. I always assume it's just because he's probably overwhelmed with being famous. But yeah, it's one topic that I dislike about the things that he says, and that's a point for me that I really want to confront him on and get him to kind of either clarify it or correct himself. So
it's one of the detriments of having such a flimsy definition of truth is that you can just make up whatever you want and then claim it's truer than true.
Yep. So this is an unusual situation. We are bringing up a second guest here, Sandman. Welcome back. And I think Walker wanted to discuss with you differences of views on Dr. Jordan Peterson.
The first thing he brought up to criticize the honorary professor from Harvard as
University of Toronto.
He's taught at Harvard. But anyways, moving on. Let's be clear. The first thing you brought was about giving free money to disenfranchised youth. And you claim that everything that Jordan Peterson says is for intellectual deviants. In other words, people without intellectual capacity. So let's bring up one of the most well-known landmark studies about giving a youth group social grants and having precarious results. Do you know the name of the study? Because
So he didn't isolate it to youth. He said poor people in general.
No, but he wants to talk about youth groups, so he's going to latch on to something that wasn't mentioned to support his argument. Go ahead, Sandman. Please straw man me as best you can, please.
So you're aware of the study I'm talking about, where they gave funds to the youth group, and the others, they left them in an underprivileged society with absolutely nothing. And the group they gave support to did worse in all metrics, in terms of suicide, alcoholism, how much they earn. So literally, the government took a group of young delinquents, put them together, paid for them like a lot of money to raise their standard, and that group became less from the disenfranchised youth in which the government did not. Are you aware of the study? Because even people that hold your left-wing views are aware of the study. This is a landmark study. So
my left-wing views are consistent with Milton Friedman, who is the originator of the idea of universal basic income, by the way. Not a left-wing person by any chance, by any stretch of the imagination. But the study that I just posted, which is a broad study about all people in the case of homelessness, for instance, given large cash transfers that are sufficient to actually change their circumstances, that it dramatically improved their conditions better than other interventions had been done. And this is actually from Vancouver, which is a place I'm familiar with.
There's no effective study that can be cited that is not a longitudinal study. It has to be longitudinal, because otherwise we cannot track the results of how the lives of the people that were given these grants. And there's one study in particular that was founded in 1935 that every sociologist should know about. This is why I asked you if I should tell you about the study or if you have heard of it, because if you haven't heard of it, I don't think you have any authority speaking on this field in sociology or youth development in any way. Nobody with an education has not heard of the study that I'm speaking about. Do you know which I'm referring to?
We don't need to question people's credentials. They've got references. Sorry, we don't need to. We don't.
I already know what you're talking about. I assume you're talking about the long-run impact of cash transfers to poor families.
Sandman, we don't need to. Sandman, we don't need to question people's credentials if we're citing sources already. That should be sufficient. Yeah,
I agree. So that's why I didn't like Jordan Peterson being kicked in the mud, so to speak. I also graduated at top 10 university, and the study I'm talking about is Cambridge Somerville Youth Study. Okay, CSYS. It's a very well-known study. Okay, maybe you should read it. Now, there's been a lot of literature thereafter trying to disprove the study and say how they got it wrong and how this doesn't make sense. And there's been left-wing article over left-wing article trying to delete this study from the recesses of history. And yet the conclusion is clear. Those that gave governmental support to did worse. And we see it throughout history. We see it when they gave the Aborigines money with affirmative action. We see it in black populations. We see it everywhere where the government disincentivizes any propensity to move forward through social grants and free money.
So I thought you were talking about the most long-term study in the field, which I would assume you would have been talking about the long-run impact of cash transfers to poor families, which mentions that grants to children are less effective, but it also mentions that to families as a whole, they're highly effective. And this has data going all the way back to 1911. So I don't know what you're talking about. You wanted to reduce this to talking about children. We would all expect, without any data a priori, that children are going to be less successful at managing their finances than families led by adults, right? That's not going to be a shocking conclusion. You don't even need to do a study to predict the results of that. We would conclude that the best way to help families is going to be to give it to parents so that young people can benefit from support. We would also find that like children who are on their own almost always do worse, and especially in examples of like foster care where they just have like parents that they're not well connected with. So yeah, there's a lot of things that are not optimal for children that work just fine with adults and families as a whole. What's your point?
So I've posted the summary of the study, especially just Wikipedia. So the Cambridge Youth Study was the first large-scale randomized experiment in the history of criminology. First, it was commissioned by Richard Cabot, a Boston physician who proposed experiment to evaluate the effects of early intervention in preventing and reducing rates of juvenile delinquency. It was started in 19. Okay, so
you don't need to repeat the
first
child study. The question is, why aren't you addressing the effect on poverty as a whole for adults, which is what Jordan Peterson was making claims about as a whole, all poor people, blanket statement, and he's repeated and doubled down on this multiple times. You're trying to make a case that he's not making or defend a position he doesn't take. He thinks all poor people are worse off if you give them money, which is just the opposite of the truth.
And the vast majority of data, when we give supplemental programs, when we have things like food stamps, when we give health insurance, when we give cash if they are in a disability, all of these things, they help society and they are an overall net good.
So here's from the actual wide-scale study. We conclude cash transfers to poor families during the first part of the 20th century ameliorated early life conditions enough to improve both medium and long-term outcomes of boys growing up in poverty. While conditions today differ significantly from those at the beginning of the 20th century, which causes us to be cautious at drawing conclusions, it is still the case that historical evidence constitutes the best available means to assess the impact of cash transfers across life course. Right?
For how long? No, wait. How long was the study undertaken? What were the dates? Do you know?
It's using data all the way back to 1911. It says, we estimate the long-run impact in cash transfer to poor families on children's longevity, educational attainment, nutritional status, and income in adulthood. To do so, we collected individual-level administrative records of applicants to the Mother's Pension Program, the first program, government-sponsored welfare program in the U.S., 1911 to 1935. Matched them to census, World War II, and death records. Male children of accepted applicants lived 1 year longer than those of rejected mothers. They also obtained 1/3 more years of schooling and were less likely to be underweight and had higher income in adulthood than children of rejected mothers. In other words, all the children who received, whose mothers received welfare between 1911 and 1935 did better in all the metrics they looked at.
Okay, but you said pension, right?
Yes, it was literally the first welfare program in the United States.
Pension isn't a welfare program.
What are you arguing? It's a semantic label.
They earned that money. They were government employees. Look, if we look at the Cambridge Somerville Youth Study, it's a study of 506 boys. Okay,
what you're arguing about is
just
literally
what he likes.
You're just arguing.
No. Well, you can't cite some information and then say the other studies are meaningless.
It was not. So it was not whether they earned it. It was a needs-based program. Needs-based. They used the word pension because the word welfare didn't really exist yet, because it was the first such program in the US's history. The point is, look, you're defending a point that Peterson didn't make, which is irrelevant, which is just that like children do worse with money than adults. We would expect that. Their brains are not fully developed. They have like problems with risk taking and judgment that don't really go away until they're in their mid-20s. We know that. What we have found, though, is that when you give money to adults, it's overwhelmingly successful, and it's the most successful intervention compared to most interventions, and it's the benchmark for other interventions to beat.
Okay, so if we look into the Heathen Hangout chat, you will see here the basically hierarchy of evidence. Systematic reviews is top, number 2 is randomized control trials. If we go then again to the Cambridge Youth Study, this is a longitudinal study of 506 boys, 5 to 13-year-olds who lived in youth facilities in eastern Massachusetts, were selected and matched carefully into either treatment group or control group. The boys in the treatment
but I want you to
I'm almost done.
Because you just haven't addressed the issue of like adults as a whole.
Over 75 years, it's tracked their whole lives.
I want to talk to Walker about the Jungian stuff. I think that's probably going to be more interesting. But I don't think you've presented anything that addresses poverty in adults and whether money.
Okay, but no, well, I have, because the counselor, the one group received academic tutoring, medical, and psychiatric attentions, and referrals to YMCA, Boy Scouts, summer camps, and community programs. The other boys were given nothing, and they outperformed the boys that were funded by the state. And I'll tell you why.
Completely irrelevant. I can't believe that you're bringing in such a useless topic.
And what's interesting is Amy goes, wow, 1935, as if it's like a bad body of evidence, because it's outdated.
It's completely irrelevant body of evidence. We're not talking about children. You are. You keep trying to bring in children because you think you have a gotcha. But that's not what's being discussed.
But
you've straw-manned the entire discussion.
And
well, this is what Peterson said.
But that is my point. It is outdated. Is that there's a lot of new data that happened in the past, almost literally 100 years.
Yes, we shouldn't give money to adults.
Jordan Peterson didn't cite anything. He cited anecdotal evidence from his patients.
No, he cited the Cambridge Somerville Youth Study many times, and if you're going to give governments to grants to anyone, who better than to children? Okay,
adults that know how to spend the money. That's who's better. The fact that you can't figure that out is very annoying.
So, do you have something that you want to talk to Sandman about with regards to Jordan Peterson, Walker? Because
I am questioning my will to live currently.
I mean,
all right. You were mentioning Jungian archetypes as though that was relevant to the discussion, because we weren't discussing things as metaphor. We were talking about the damaged form of religion, the form that religion takes when people take it seriously, not when they treat it in such an aspect that like I was once a Christian. I would never have called Peterson a Christian, or anyone who thought like him or acted like him a Christian. They would have been, by definition, the ones that the Bible claims are manifest by faith of mouth, but not through acts. You know, are not proving true to the power of Scripture, that sort of thing. And so, why are you keying up? As long as I have my button pushed down, I'm not going to be able to hear you, by the way. So, I was very curious to know why anyone would want to go down the path that 100 years ago would have been labeled a heretic, or 1,000 years ago would have gotten you killed. Because there is either a concern that our beliefs map to reality, or they don't. And if you're simply saying that a social construct maps to a social group, that is irrelevant. It doesn't add anything to the context of whether or not it should map to the group. Maybe it does. There's got to be a discussion involved in how does white supremacy emerge? Like, that's a good discussion. How does that emerge out of a social group? But should it map to the society? That's the discussion you're skipping by saying that, well, look at all these good things that are found in the Bible. What uniquely good thing is found in Scripture that can't be found anywhere else? Anything. Name it.
Many things. And
okay, good. Name one.
Yeah. it's got an ability to give something to people of different IQ levels, of different intellectual capabilities. The ability for me to be able to zoom out and see the entire picture, as Peterson does, actually, as Carl Jung does not preclude of the benefits that somebody who has less critical thinking and can't tell right from wrong. As we've seen mob mentality throughout history. We've seen the rise of the Nazis. And yes, even the Nazis had belt buckles that said Gott mit uns, God is with us, right? Because they used a subverted change, a Protestant type of weird thing to justify their belief system. However, it was immoral, and it went against the actual writings completely.
What did Jesus say was the greatest commandment?
Huh?
What did Jesus himself say was the greatest commandment? When a scholar of the law approached Jesus and asked him, of all of the laws of Moses, which is the greatest? He said 2 of them. Which was the first one he said?
Probably submit to God, I guess.
Okay. Do you think submit to God leads to good in the world?
It's a way to understand that you can't change.
What is the first pillar of Islam?
Probably submit to God.
And yet you have just said that they were diametrically opposed. It was the Antichrist or anti-Christian. And yet they hold to the same first principle. And not the golden rule, not something that we can show is a natural development of societies that have to learn to live together, not something empathy-based that we can see is found in social creatures all across the earth. The idea that everything you have needs to be in submission to God, or else you're just not being a good person. Such that when Abraham is asked by God to kill his own child, of course that's moral. Of course that's something you should do. Because God asks you to kill a child, you should be able to kill a child, no problem. If you have that kind of moral base for your morality, you don't have morality. You have being an obedient dog, doing as you are told.
Yeah, I call it henchman mentality.
So, but that's how people are. If you look at
people are obedient dogs. Did I just hear you correctly?
So, if we look at the 5 personality traits, the big 5, which is the most efficacious psychology test, you will find that most people are very high in the trait of agreeableness. So it doesn't matter which pseudo-god comes, or pseudo-intellectual, or pseudo-ubermensch, they follow like little rats. Yes, like dogs.
No, that is not what agreeableness means. Agreeableness also includes the ability to work within a social group. And as a social species, we are hardwired to work with each other. We have empathy neurons, things within our own brains that make it almost impossible for us not to work together. There has to be something wrong with you if you don't work well with those around you, which is how we define many mental illnesses, the inability to cooperate in a society. And so you're not saying anything novel here. It's an obvious outcrying of our social nature that we are working together.
Hooligans? Why are there hooligans in sport? Why are there football hooligans? What is that? It's agreeableness to your identity and social group. It doesn't mean agreeableness doesn't mean you're just going to bend the knee to anyone that comes along your way. In fact, we come.
And hooliganism is also recognized as anti-societal behavior by those outside that group. And we have the capacity to judge it that way because we know why they're wrong. We know what rules they're breaking.
Yeah, they're anti-Christian. So
no, they're following their guidelines. As long as they think that the team is on their side, as long as they think they're doing what perhaps they've invented a god and they think they're doing this God's will. That doesn't change the fact that that is the core of their thinking. They're trying to justify their actions because they're a member of a group in which those actions are justified. It's completely circular.
Do you believe in evolution? Darwinism?
Believe in evolution? No, I'm not educated enough to say I believe in a fact.
Okay, so since it's a fact, why is it that our closest ancestors in the chimpanzees, do you know how violent chimpanzees are? They will kill you for jealousy of a grape. If you give one,
we will kill people too, and there are reasons why you would, and there are unjustified reasons why you wouldn't.
We are animals at our core sense, are we not? Based on Darwinism, yes or no?
Sure, we are animals.
Okay, so if we are animals and we share the same type of core morality without this collective subconscious, without this greater order of learning, and
What do you mean core morality? Don't use vague lingo. I specifically mentioned to you that we are an empathetic species because that is a necessary fundamental part of our survival, and that we have empathy neurons within our brains. We physically feel the pain of seeing someone else in pain. And when we don't, we label that behavior as deviant. We label that behavior as someone having something wrong with them.
Were you not a witness to October 6th and the celebration that the Palestinian people did of Jews being repeatedly raped, tortured, their breasts cut off, fetuses cut out of their wombs? Were you not privy to that same human race?
It sounds
Led by
very religious to me. It sounds very Abrahamic to me. I don't see why I should be expecting anything less from such a debased moral position in the
It's
first
also
place.
why we shouldn't look down on other apes, because we're always like those stupid other animals not acting so sophisticated like us going to war.
Well, this is why we went through colonialism, to civilize the other, so to speak.
Colonialism was barbaric. That's the
goodness.
entire point. Is that if you've got a society that at its base core has something like Dunbar's number built into our psychology, where we maintain intimate connections with anywhere between 100 and 150 people. But then because our ancestors didn't really get into troops that were much bigger than that, we didn't learn how to expand that beyond the borders of our tribe. But it was not impossible for us to adopt greater and greater communities into our families, and to make our tribes grow and grow until it became a clan, and then finally it becomes a town or a community, and then that grows to a country. Because once you identify the key component, the act of empathy, the act of all for one and one for all, this kind of thing where I respect my life, and it is a fundamentally good thing for me to extend that concept to you. Because if you defend my life and I defend your life, we treat each other with that kind of equality, then our society flourishes. And we get more done by combining our efforts than we would ever independently. It's fundamentally part of why we are here, is that we learned how to work together.
Okay, so the first great city of the Greeks, not the first, but the one that's known as the Golden Era, let's call it Athens, right? The Athenians. What is their city named after?
One of their deities, I assume.
Yes, Athena, the god of wisdom. It was almost named after Apollo. After Poseidon, actually. She won a certain moral victory through mythological stories.
Very appealing. What are you getting at?
Yeah. Well, that's the root of democracy, is it not? A theological happenstance of a deity.
They may have been the first ones to have attempted to establish the democracy, but the ideals of democracy come from an understanding of how you derive life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness from the individual outward. And that is something that tribes have done since time immemorial, is recognizing that the individual survives if the group survives. So, no. Democracy may have been instantiated on a large scale from them, but it is definitely not an invention of theirs.
Okay, so what about the Persians that predate the Greek strength?
I'm just a little unclear.
Unless you're attempting to say that our African ancestors didn't work together in harmony, you have no point to make.
Yeah, I'm trying to see why Sandman just keeps bringing up society as saying, well, look, they had a religion, therefore they couldn't have done X without religion.
So, like, if we look at the African tribes, the Zulus killed millions. Okay. You've got to understand that our natural state is not peace and agreeableness. It is war, killing. If you're a great farmer, or you have certain skills, it is not you who will be the flag bearer of the land. It is the warrior. Okay. And then,
our natural state is to live in small collectives to the success of the collective, thereby bringing success to the individual. That is our natural state. It is not one of war. War comes in when you start having problems breaching Dunbar's number, where you have cliques form, where you have factions form, because you don't maintain that that intimate personal connection with your 150 closest connections. That's where the conflict begins. And that's where the discussion needs to start to occur. And well, how do you engage in politics? How do you engage in the societal application of ethics? That's something I wanted to mention before, because you mentioned how something about politics, you didn't define it very well. Politics is the public application of your individual ethics. That's why you can have a political party affiliation, because you think this party aligns more with how you feel. And someone else can have a different political party because that aligns more with how they feel. But if once you start removing the feeling from it, what are the ethics at the core of those political parties? What epistemology did you use to arrive the facts that then drive those ethics? There's a huge discussion to be had here about whether or not the politics should be even the level of analysis that we're having. Perhaps we should be. I don't believe in America. I know America exists. What do you think believe means? Could you define your terms that you use, please?
If America was obliterated...
No. Please define what you think these words you're using mean. Don't pull a Peterson on me. Actually commit to definitions.
Are you for or against America?
What do you think belief means?
What does America spend most of its taxpayer dollars on?
America as a concept was formated back in the Enlightenment, where the idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness was one of the largest intellectual enterprises engaged at the time. It is derived from an understanding of the ethics of reciprocity, the idea that I can't deny that I exist and that I am clearly a valuer, giving value to my own existence. And I don't have the ability to measure your life against mine. So I'm extending, as a matter of civilization, the fact that if I hold myself as having value, I will regard you as having equal value. And I will not impact your capacity to spend your life, and you will not spend your life impacting my ability to spend my life. And that is how we'll define liberty, and why we should have maximal liberty, because we don't hold a limit to our own lives.
And so who gave you your liberty?
It is an agreement between the two of us that if I value my life, I get to spend that life how I wish. And if you value your life, you get to spend your life how you wish. And the only conflict, the only conflict that's going to occur is when one of us devalues the liberty or the life of the other. That's where the conflict's going to. No, I'm not missing the point.
There is no America. There's no America without George Washington. There's no America with the Great Revolutionary War. There's no great America without the military. America ceases to exist. It's a nothing burger without
the Enlightenment values are what established America, and it is a sad, sad state of affairs that those days are long gone, and that the America that is in existence nowadays would be an embarrassment to the values of the Enlightenment.
And then you refuse to acknowledge original sin. Well, why did you have to kill the British soldiers? Why couldn't you just let live and let
original sin is fake news personified.
I'm sorry.
The ultimate cultural meme. You know, that, hey, you've got something wrong with you that's wrong with you from day one, and it was passed down to you from... Yeah, I'm sure you think it's a metaphor. And there are people that would have killed you 1,000 years ago for daring to say that. And yet we live in a world that was formed by those same people. So you don't get the right to just declare it a metaphor when people are attempting to put it into actual practice today. That is intellectually vapid.
I'm sorry, but my patriotism is now acting up. But the reason that we killed those soldiers when they came onto our land is because we decided we were not going to have a king or a queen anymore.
And it is also recognized under law that if someone has decided they are going to kill you, it is not you doing something wrong to defend yourself. What's the subject?
What was the actual topic?
He was talking about Jungian archetypes and Jordan Peterson and stuff like that, and we were trying to establish why he has no concept of reality.
He also said, why couldn't we just be really nice to the British soldiers?
You were the British. That's what you don't realize. You were literally a British enclave, okay?
Yeah, we
were. You decided to get your independence. Like, literally, you would have British citizenship without...
Yeah, but what's the subject?
So my native ancestors were British. Thank you.
Yes. So what you're missing is the fact that people had to enact the revolution. They had to enact... force by the sword in order to gain liberty and create America and the revival things and philosophies of France, and France was a bloody mess, to be fair, under
Wait, what is
Napoleon and
therefore? So,
France.
like, okay, so therefore what?
Therefore, the point originally, because he keeps deviating, going to other things, but the point is our base reality is one of conflict and an inability to get along in large groups until you introduce a shared story, something to follow the king, follow the god, follow the religion. You have to believe in something greater than yourself in order to get humans to work in large numbers in peace. And this is a sentiment shared by Yuval Noah Harari, which I've mentioned many times. He writes a brilliant
I'm not quite following you. So, like, there are lots of people who don't believe in anything but still obey the law because if they don't have to go to prison. And so there's no belief structure required. There's no belief structure required. All you have to do is say that I believe that that person will hurt me if I don't do X or whatever, and then you'll cooperate. So you don't need to introduce any belief system other than if I don't listen to them, I'll get hurt. So I don't know what you mean when you say you need to introduce a belief structure, because that's just not really the case unless you're just meaning.
I mean, this is why America's left wing has enacted so many school shootings. It's because if I don't do this, I will get hurt. So therefore, I will hurt them first. This is the logic.
You're changing the point. You're changing the point. The point you made a claim that you need to have some kind of a belief structure or whatever for people to function or something. That's just not true. You know, you don't.
Yeah, you do. You need to say prayer in the morning. You need to sing your national anthem.
Wait. I just
have pride in your school.
Stop giving lists.
If you had these things, you wouldn't have school shootings.
Stop. So I had a counter argument. I gave a counter argument. I said, like, Attila the Hun did not introduce a belief system. He just conquered, and people obeyed him. Not because he introduced a belief system. No one cared about his belief structure. They cared that he'd kill them if he didn't do what they said. And so there was no belief structure introduced, but he still got large numbers of people to work together under his idea. So I don't know what you're talking about when you say you need to introduce a belief structure. It's just false.
I love that you brought this up, because Genghis Khan is probably the most brutal conqueror that's ever lived. And yes, he ruled. Attila the Hun is also brutal. Is one of the most brutal. I can say the same thing about Attila the Hun, even if I said it wrong. So yes, but there was no substance to anything that he led. There was no Rome. There was no Great Britain. There was not USA.
Wait, so you're changing the arguments. The argument was, your first argument was, you need to have a belief structure for things to function. And then I said, no, you don't, Attila the Hun. And then you said, oh no, you need a belief structure for things to function better or like something, and then that's wrong too, because no, you don't. Attila the Hun's, like many of the Chinese empires and the Japanese, lasted longer than anybody else. They didn't introduce any belief system. They just conquered. So that's also false. Like, I don't see any relevance or substance to what you're saying. You don't need to introduce a belief structure to have a thriving society. No.
So you believe in nothing. They believed in Attila the Hun. Attila the Hun became a demigod, Ubermensch, so to speak.
No, most of them still had their own religions. They didn't care. They just knew he'd kill them if they didn't obey, which is not a belief system. So, like, knowing that there are consequences if you do things isn't a belief system. You're just diluting the idea of a belief system to mean, I know they're going to hurt me, therefore I have a belief system. Like, no, it's not what it means at all.
Well,
like the minimum requirement, the only thing that's really required to have a functional society is people have to obey a set of rules. That's it. No belief structure required. We don't care why they obey the rules. It could be because they believe in God. It could be because they fear punishment. It could be because it's convenient for them and it benefits them. There's lots of reasons why people will obey rules. And it's true that having a belief structure, like an ideology that tells them to obey the rules, will help. Yes, agreed. Is that required? No, it is not a requirement. It seems like you're just ignoring the other reasons people follow rules. Like, they want to make money. They want to be successful. They want to be treated okay in society. They don't want to go to prison. They don't want to be killed. There are lots of reasons people obey rules. They do not all include a universal belief structure.
Of course not. Yes, you've said this several times now, but What's interesting is when Constantine the Great said, God in his dream, apparently, he probably just announced it, that en tuton nika, with this you will win, and
Oh,
he
in
had
his
the
dream.
vision of the cross on the shield. Or when the Greeks, when the Spartans would paint the Medusa on the shield, which is a mythological figure known to turn their enemies into stone. It brings a greater ferocity, a greater unity, a greater strength, a structured existence. When we look at all the great
so you admit you
civilizations,
don't. Your first statement was wrong. You do not require a belief structure for a functional or a well-functional society. It
do.
just helps.
No,
Well,
you keep
I just proved that
interrupting.
wrong.
You didn't, because Attila did not have a very functional or adequate civilization. Nothing
No, he had
compared to
extremely functional
nothing
society.
compared to the Greeks, the Romans, or the British, or even the USA. Like, please, these were tyrannical, bloodthirsty religions. So,
Oh, you mean
absolutely
like the
screwed your own
Romans
point.
and the Greeks?
No, there
and
was a
the
semblance of
USA.
law. There was brutality, but there was a semblance of law and order and a senate, and it obviously got out of hand, and then corruption and
Attila
the
the
whole
Hun
story.
had one of the most successful groups of people working together with the least crime rates because they respected him. There was
He's
no
one
ideology.
person.
Yes,
He's one person. When we talk
proves
of
you wrong.
Rome, we talk about multiple kings and societies that
Yes.
lasted generations, and you're citing Attila the Hun. Fine, Alexander the
also
Great was
lasted
a better version of
generations.
Attila the Hun, but
So-
even Alexander.
The who's better game and like naming different leaders and stuff aside, the original topic that you came on with, Sandman, was to say that you're a Jungian and that you believe that God stories don't need to be literally true, and so you believe in God because you think that it's like metaphorically true, because all you mean by God is a metaphor, right?
I mean, that's a way to reduce a whole lot of talking into a sentence to meet your narrative, but sure, I guess, if that's what
Okay.
you want to believe.
Okay. And then Walker came on to discuss Jordan Peterson, because Jordan Peterson is one of the popularizers of Jungian stuff in our day. And we got into a discussion on that. And then we kind of meandered our way into your claims about how it is indispensable to hold religion, and counterclaims have been made about societies which didn't impose any particular religion and were still successful and so on. But the original question, and because like you were asking when you first came back to Jump, like what was the topic? The original topic was, why should we believe that the collective unconscious is a good theory or explanation, and why should we think that everyone ought to believe in God for its metaphorical value? That was the original topic.
I never said, I never ever claimed that everyone should believe in God. I just said it's a net positive. Like, how am I to enact your belief? It's a good thing, because
So just to clarify, so it's a net positive is a very different claim than it is required for a functioning society. Those are two very, very different claims. So is your claim the first claim, it's a net positive, or is your claim the second claim that it's required for a functioning society?
It's both.
Okay, so the second one, I've debunked it already by giving you literal examples of functioning societies that don't have that belief system. They exist
Attila the
today.
Hun is not a
They exist-
functioning society.
He was an extremely well functioning society. You clearly don't know your history. You need to look into
Attila
it. He
was
actually
known
made-
to Romans for his brutality and a penchant for sacking and
Like,
pillaging Roman cities. He was a
Whatever you say, about,
barbarian.
hold on a
or
second. Whatever you
Romans.
say about history, Jump, Sandman's just going to play games about like saying they're bad for this reason, they're bad for that reason. Look,
Yes.
let's just take our present day. Okay, so the most developed societies are the least religious. There is an inverse relationship between a society being highly developed today and it being highly religious. Do you dispute that?
Historically, yes, but yes,
Okay.
the Christian societies have trended towards atheism because of insurmountable liberal values within the Christian doctrine that does not exist in the other religions.
So there's
it's
more than just value changes, right? So there's evidence which has led to the abandonment of belief, right? Evidence about the natural origins of all the things that religion was supposed to be, a just so story about how the tiger got its spots for, made those tiger got its spots because of the metaphor stories less appealing to people, right? So we're
It's
at a
because
point where the evidence points people who are highly educated away from religion. So the question is, why should the most highly educated people trending away from religion suggest to us that the world needs more religion and not less?
because look, I grew up atheist completely. I was a huge Richard Dawkins fan. I mean, Charles, whatever, and Hitchens and all of the Four Horsemen and all of that. What you realize is as more and more people become atheist, you realize how stupid people actually are. Because like people are really stupid in general. In general, people have low IQs, and religion gives most people a semblance of order through faith and living a good life, or at least trying to. And those of you that are intellectual enough to break from the chains of literal religion, in other words, the literality of every sentence, and don't understand the metaphor, that's fine. But most people that find atheism just get indoctrinated into some communistic left-wing propaganda theory and run with it. And I see it on Discord all the time, where they're indoctrinated by everything that comes along because of their lack of God. They're like they're willing to jump off every cliff of.
Okay, so
and
first
every
of all,
ideology.
you started by saying something that's just wrong, which is you said that most people are of low IQ. IQ is literally just defined as the distribution of IQ. So technically, half of all people are of low IQ, right? You're not saying much by just saying there's a distribution of intelligence in society.
My point was, when you hear intellectuals like Hitchens and Dawkins speak, you think, well, atheism's pretty cool, right? These guys are very well put together. They make good formulative arguments. And then someone like Jordan Peterson comes along and wipes Sam Harris off the floor, and your mouth just opens, and you're like, well, there was more to consider, because clearly Hitchens and friends didn't give much attention to some of the greatest philosophers of our time, including Nietzsche.
What's your
Jung.
argument? I have no idea what you're even saying. You just keep listing a bunch of names.
Well,
Like Harris
okay,
destroyed Peterson in the debate.
I'll
What's the point?
summarize like this. There's lower IQ pseudo-intellectuals like yourselves who are jealous of Jordan Peterson, and you're trying to be relevant. And sorry that there's only 12 people watching your stream on YouTube. Have a good day.
My stream has
what?
150, but I don't. That's not.
Please
that's
don't
not
ask
gonna
him
make
to
the
count. We
authority.
don't want him to take his socks off.
But
But
he,
that
Simon,
seems
it
like
sounds like
not
you're
an
trying to
argument.
exit the conversation, but we're still waiting to hear an actual argument.
and the point was, I guess he was trying to come back on to defend Peterson's viewpoints, but I also just remember that conversation, just like T-Jump said, didn't he have spend like 2 hours trying to define the word truth?
Yeah, they kept dodging around the fact that Peterson doesn't use the normal definition of truth. He uses like a coherence kind of definition of truth, which then he attempts to apply to foundational claims about reality, and that's why he falls on his face, because you can't make that gap. If you're impaled on one horn of Agrippa's trilemma, you can shoot shit all the time you want to the other horns, but that's not an argument against them.
Well, I think the best argument against Jordan Peterson is that he was so badly hurt by his debate with Matt Dillahunty, he refused to ever debate Matt Dillahunty again, which is kind of sad.
I think it was probably because that was what he tried to point out, was the fact that, if you're not using the correct definition of truth. If things are truer than true, you don't know what you're talking about. And two, what happens if the metaphor that you're using is the same metaphor that Islam uses as the first pillar? That submission to God is the most important thing. Then all of the atrocities that can emerge because of that lack of thinking, a lack of reasoning, the lack of moral integrity, it is going to apply not only to Islam, but all Abrahamic faiths.
Anyway, we have other people in the audience, Pampa and Sebi, who might have a more interesting argument.
I think Sandman thought he's not here, like he left, but he's still on the stage.
We've
He did
spoken
like a
with
mic
Pampa before,
drop.
so we should probably go to the Sabi first.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for coming on, Sandman. Appreciate your time.
Also, I think it's pretty funny to characterize Jordan Peterson as wiping the floor with anybody in the debate. Just to pick the debate with Sam Harris, for instance. Well, whoever is going to come up gets on here.
And the idea that Hitchens didn't understand Nietzsche is laughable. He talked about him all the time.
What
Okay,
were you
well,
saying,
Oh,
Nix?
Nietzsche
yeah,
was
so
an
Sam
intellectual.
Harris
He
was
understood.
asked- Sam Harris was asked what should be a straightforward question. What do you mean by God? Jordan Peterson's answer, which he pulled out a laptop to read. So this is his prepared answer, not him just making stuff up, but him like thinking about it really hard and wanting to impress people. He said, what do you mean by God? And Jordan Peterson said, part of the concept of God that underlies the Western ethos is the notion that whatever God is expressed in the truthful speech that rectifies pathological hierarchies. That isn't all it does. It also confronts the chaos of being itself and generates habitable order. That's the metaphysical proposition. And that's best conceptualized as at least one element of God. And so I would think about it as a transcendent reality that's only observable across the longest of time frames. Okay, so here's some propositions, and they're complicated, and they need to be unpacked. So I'm just going to read them, and that'll have to do for the time being. God is how we imaginatively and collectively represent the existence of an action of consciousness across time, as the most real aspects of existence manifest themselves across the longest of time frames, but are not necessarily apprehensible as objects in the here and now. So what that means, in some sense, is that you have the conceptions of reality built into your biological, metaphysical structure that are a consequence of processes of evolution that occurred over unbelievably vast expanses of time that structure your perception of reality in ways that wouldn't be structured if you only live for the amount of time that you're going to live. And that's also part of the problem of deriving values from facts, because you're evanescent and you can't derive the right values from facts that portray themselves to you in your lifespan, which is why you have biological structure that's like 3.5 billion years old. So God is that which eternally... No, it goes on for 4 more paragraphs, okay? I'm going to spare everybody the pain of witnessing this. I'll just post it in the chat for anybody who wants to read the whole thing. But if you witnessed the same debate that we did, and you saw Sam Harris give that answer, and then when asked, do you believe in God, he just says, I act as though he exists, but won't actually say that he believes in it. I think it's hard to say that that Peterson came away from this debate not looking silly, especially.
I would disagree with one thing you said, though, because you said that it doesn't make sense to say Jordan Peterson did well against someone in a debate. He did really well against like the feminist types. Like I forget, there was like a couple debates he did with some lady on a show, and he did actually wipe the floor with her, which was pretty funny.
Yeah, I'm talking about on religion, right?
Sure.
But yeah, like the other debate that we've seen, the debate of the century, Peterson versus Slajov Zizek. Peterson shows up to a debate which is like a heavily sold subscriber event that people are paying money to see, and he says, well, last night I didn't have time to read any of Zizek's writing, so I just read the Communist Manifesto, and I'm just going to summarize what's wrong with communism. And that was his preparation for a debate with a writer who wrote like 20, 30 books.
Wow. He's admitting to incompetency. So I see we've got Pampa and Fox up here. Why is Fox here?
Oh, I invited him because he has his hand up.
So, well, we just bring up one person at a time. So I'm going to just put Fox back for now, and then we'll talk to Pampa for a bit. Sorry, Fox. Pampa was here first, and then we'll talk to you. Hello, Pampa. How are you?
Hello. I'm good. I talked before. I think it was like 1 hour ago or something.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, I thought like I wanted to join because like I thought like there were some Christians here because like there were more people than there was originally that would like to debate like about arguments that show that God is like a necessary being.
Well, so this is typically our show to do that, but if you wanted to like make your own show to do that, that'd be fine. But we're typically looking for more theists to disagree with us.
Could I help this conversation? Tom, could you explain why it's possible to have multiple necessary beings?
Sure.
Yep. Pampa is an atheist.
He's an atheist.
Yeah, and so Pampa, just contact Taco, or if you can't find Taco, contact me in a private message, and we'll try to help you out. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for coming on. We're going to bring Fox up.
All right.
Hello, Fox with 2 X's. How are you? Thank you for being patient with us.
Not a problem. So I want to ask a general question about religion. Well, more about religion's role in modern society. Is that all right?
Sure.
Oh, of course. Are you
Which one?
Are you in favor of religion, or are you don't believe?
I guess I'm questioning right now. I'm hoping you can help me get some, like, I guess,
Oh, okay.
guidance.
You're trying to figure it out. So yeah. Go ahead with your questions. There are a lot of different religions that do a lot of different things.
I think I'm more focused on Christianity. That's kind of what I'm used to. I mean, I guess what I'm around, and kind of just how religion's framed in my life. So I guess that's primarily my focus. My question is, I've been watching a lot of content. Jordan Peterson is one of them that you guys were talking about before, that discusses why religion is important in like a marriage and in relationships, and why religion is like it's good to marry a religious woman because she'll have a good moral system. She'll be more dutiful. She'll have traditional values, a lower body count, things like this. And
Okay, so if somebody was to tell you that it's better to marry a banker's daughter because she's going to have a better understanding of privacy ethics and things like that, would you believe it?
Privacy ethics.
I'm just throwing out an example.
Maybe I can kind of see the parallel there. I mean, it doesn't seem that strong to me, but I kind of see it.
Yeah, and the thing is, just because somebody is part of a particular group that that has to do a certain kind of practice, like banks are required to protect privacy of consumers, but it's not only banks. Also, you could say the same for the daughter of a doctor, or the son of a nurse, or somebody else who also is in an industry where privacy is very important. So to the way that is being presented to you about marrying a Christian or daughter or son of a Christian is you're going to find somebody who's more moral. It kind of implies that there's going to be some exclusivity, that people have to be part of this religion in order to have this quality. But the fact is, there are a lot of moral people in the world who don't have any religion in their background. And so religion just kind of provides a certain moral standard, and different religions provide different standards. Whether people actually adhere to those or not is a different matter. I think my suspicion is that if you queried a lot of people on moral and ethical issues, you'd probably find that religion is rather incidental. The pattern you might see is that with religious people, some of them will probably tell you that morality can only come from their religion or from the deities in their religion. But aside from that, I think you'll find that you basically got to get to know the person and find out if their morals or ethics are compatible with yours.
Yeah, it's a bad way.
I think
what exactly was your question? So, like you said, you were questioning religion.
I didn't actually get to the point.
Right.
I was gonna get to, but I guess Walker, what I'd ask you is in terms of, I mean, I don't know if you agree with this premise or not, but in terms of the kind of values that would make like a good traditional wife, some of them I mentioned before, right? Like being dutiful, being more passive, having a lower body count. Do you not think that if you were to query, find this to be more consistent with a religious group than non-religious groups?
I would agree that those particular things seem to be common amongst certain religious groups.
Was that a question for Walker or for Randolph? Randolph was the person talking to you before.
I think
I'm sorry, that would be Randolph.
Walker.
Yeah, we were able to Randolph then. I'm sorry, I thought it was Walker who was talking before.
I want to answer afterwards.
Oh, sorry, Fox. I thought you were saying Walker earlier, so I thought you were asking Walker. That's why Walker responded. I'm sure. You're wondering if it's more common in certain religious groups. Well, if people are conditioned in those religious communities to be like that, yeah, you'll see those commonalities. But I think, again, you will find those character traits also applied to certain individuals, regardless of whether they're in a religion. There could be other factors that are causing them to be that way. It could just be their own natural personality. It could be the other people who live around them. There can be all kinds of different things doing that, and I think Amy has an answer as well.
Well, just my armchair opinion. That seems an unhealthy way to go about both of those things. Is that you shouldn't choose your religion because you want to find a woman, and you shouldn't choose a woman because she is seemingly into religion. We should just be trying to find if a god is true and applying towards that. And we should just be going towards our spouses, whatever you're into, that should be the type of people that we go for.
Amy, I think the point is that if you were to select a religious woman, you will kind of not filter, but you will put yourself in advantage in terms of the type of woman you're looking for. I think is the point with that.
Well, it depends on what type of woman you're looking for, because it sounded a little bit like you want this specific type of
Broken
body type.
slave.
Yeah, well, I was trying to say it almost sounded a little Stepford, and I mean, it almost
is not an exaggeration when you say slave.
No.
Are you being hyper?
You said that you were a Christian and you were talking about the Christian kind of religion, in which case you have to accept something like complementarianism.
Well, no. He was specifically only saying that they are less likely to have multiple partners. They are have more values that align with like typical Western modern things. So, but what's the point here? So yes, there are certain kinds of values that are more common in certain religions than others. Therefore, what?
Okay, the point I was getting at is while all this stuff might be true and she makes a good wife in this regard, what you also find, what I'm experiencing, is that she is so into God, like God becomes more important than you, and you can't compete with God. It's like no matter what I do for her, I could take her on vacations, buy her cars, houses. I can't compete with keeping her alive. So I'll always be second to God. And is that really what you want in a marriage?
No.
It's not what I would want, and I don't have that. My wife and I, neither of us are theists. We've always been atheists, and she is definitely not the subservient type. She's a free thinker and confident and all this kind of stuff, well educated. So I prefer, for my own self, I prefer to have a spouse who can challenge me in my thinking, help me to improve when I'm going wrong on things. To me, this is what makes a good relationship in a marriage. One of the many factors when you're with somebody that you're each contributing this way. But some people don't want that. Some people prefer to have a submissive spouse, and there are people who want to be that submissive spouse. So if people can find each other and it matches, great. So my advice to you is to figure out what it is, the values, the attributes that you really like, and try to find somebody who's compatible with that with you, and figure out what they like and see if you can be compatible with them as well.
Yes, so there are positives and negatives to people with ideologies, correct? And what is the underlying question you're looking for there?
I think I asked my question, which is that what you want? Like, does that really make for a good marriage? I think that's the question I'm posing here.
It depends on the individual. So individual values are different for different people, and so there's no universal answer. philosophical question that isn't just a what do you prefer question. It's something that's like, is best for society, or is this best for a marriage, or what lasts the longest?
Sorry, guys.
What helps the kids? What helps the kids to develop most? Like,
Can
do
you
you have
hear
like
it
an
now?
objective answer rather than just what do you like best? Because the answer to your
I'm
question
asking
is what
what's-
do you like best?
I'm asking what's best for men.
That's not a thing. Men are not a category. There are individuals, and individuals have different values. And so your question is, again, just subjectively, what does that man like? There isn't a category of men that you can then just lump together and say this is best for men. You could say this would work best for most men, and by be like a small minority of men that it would work for, as opposed to other men who have different values. And it would depend on the time in their life and what they're looking for. And so your question doesn't make any sense, because they're not, men isn't a group. They're a bunch of individuals with a bunch of individual values.
Okay, I guess the group I'm referring to is men who are not blue-pilled.
Men who are not what?
Blue pilled, again, that's not a coherent question either, because blue pilled isn't actually a thing. It's just a subjective insult that people use. So, like,
blue-pilled is an ideology.
It is not. It is not actually an ideology. If you actually try and look it up, it's not actually an ideology. But like, I'm like left, mostly center, kind of right, kind of left. But your question seems to be something like, what would be best for society, or maybe mental health of men or something?
Not really mental health. What's going to yield men the best results and most fulfilling type of marriage is what I'm getting at.
Subjectively, whichever one their values obtain. So, like, for me, it would be a harem. That would be the best, most fulfilling one for me.
Damn.
Spoken like a true man of culture. I love it.
Thank you.
It sounds good.
Hardcore red pill.
Sure.
But Fox, you should be picking a partner that loves and supports you, and you love and support them. And if that's multiple partners, that works too. But I don't think that we should be going off a specific religious tradition, because there doesn't seem to be any inherent literal truth in it.
Well, are you asking specifically for you, Fox? Like, are you asking what should you be looking for in a relationship? Or are you asking for men in general?
Men in general, I'm not really concerned with me. I started this thing talking about the kind of content I've watched and what they recommend, right? And I think that what they're recommending men to do, it comes with this caveat that I'm just now experiencing and was never explained to me. That
you're experiencing dating a religious woman and you're realizing it's like a problem?
The whole God thing, I don't know how I feel about it.
If they're not making you the priority, and yet they're committing to you, I think that should be taken as a danger sign, because one of the points of having a spouse, getting married, is you want to be with somebody who's going to be committed to you, right? You're committing to them, and they're going to make somebody else, fictitious or real, a priority over you. That could be a problem.
I disagree.
Most not going to end well.
Oh, I disagree.
There you go.
I would say that the individual, like, you always prioritize yourself normally, unless someone is like, there's a specific condition where they care about someone else more than them. I forget what it's called. Usually not very healthy, but usually
someone else. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like, usually the individual in a relationship is going to care about themselves more than their partner. They're going to prioritize their own needs more than their partner. And that's normal. That's normal human behavior. And if their needs are religious, like caring about a god or whatever, then it's no different than you prioritizing your career or your time alone or your hobbies. And so I don't see that there's a problem with them putting you at number 2. It seems kind of like a jealousy thing, because God is a guy essentially, and so it's competitive. But there's no real difference from dating a woman who cares about a religious ideology as opposed to dating a woman who cares about art, and she will not give up art for you because she cares about art. It's so important to her in her life that she won't give it up for you. That's not a problem. Like, that's her values. That's what gives her a sense of purpose in life. And asking her to give that up for you would be asinine. And there's no problem with her saying, no, I'm not going to give that up for you. It's perfectly normal. And just because it's focused on on a god guy dude thing doesn't really make any difference. And so there would equally be no problem with her prioritizing religious beliefs over you, for the same reason. If that's what gives her value and purpose in life, it's perfectly normal for people to have such claims that supersede relationships.
You're right. It is kind of a religious thing because God is like a guy, and it does feel competitive to some degree. Randolph, you had said something about her not prioritizing me and prioritizing God. What I'm seeing is she is prioritizing me. I don't feel like she isn't prioritizing me. But she does seem to, in at least some ways, prioritize God more. Like she'll just be showering and say thank you, Jesus. You know, she'll just be cooking and say thank you, Jesus.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
like,
So is this, so the question to ask yourself then is this
This
what
guy.
you want in the long term, this kind of relationship? And if you're okay with it, then great. If you're not, then keep looking, I guess.
is that kind of like your like respectfully your blanket advice for everything? Like if I don't know, my wife was cheating on me, would you like give me a similar advice? Like if you want this, then it's okay. If you don't want it, then it's not okay. Is that also what you
Yes.
say?
Yes.
For the most part, yeah. Like there's certain things that could be a problem. Like if somebody's committed a very serious crime, like mass murder or something, then probably I would be saying, yeah, you might want to keep your distance from them.
There's
But,
also
generally it should be, there should be nuance there that's considered like is this something you're comfortable with? Cheating is not the same as people who've agreed ahead of time to be swingers, for example, but a lot of people mix that up as well. And I know that's not what you're asking. You're asking if they're actually cheating. They've actually lied to you and all this kind of thing. Now, are you comfortable with keeping that going? Or maybe there's another circumstance, like both of you has kids. You've made kids together and you want to make sure the kids grow up with the family unit, and once the kids are out of the home, then maybe you'll split up. I don't know. There's all kinds of different possible scenarios. It really depends on the situation. It's a situational kind of decision, I think.
And there's an inherent contradiction if you are saying that they're cheating but they want it, because there is a sexual kink for that, but then once again, not the same thing.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd say the answer is dependent upon you and what your emotional needs are. Some people, it's totally fine if they cheat in a relationship, and they're okay with it because they're not requiring monogamy, in which case it's not really cheating in that case. Whereas some people do require monogamy for their emotional health. And so the answer is what is the emotional health of the individual, you or any other man? What do they need to feel fulfilled in life? And does their partner provide what they need to feel fulfilled? If yes, then that's all you need. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, and I know earlier you had mentioned that blue pill isn't a real thing. It's just an
Yes.
insult.
Correct.
I feel like, and I've heard a lot of blue pill people refer to themselves as being blue pilled, and I think the
Yes.
blue pilled mindset is to kind of not have standards, which is kind of what I'm hearing in this call. Like you shouldn't have. There are no standards to be had when you're in a relationship or a marriage. It just depends on what you want, and I mean,
That's the same thing. That's literally this. So, like, it seems like you're saying when you say standards, it seems like you're applying a standard to all men must have this standard, which is false. Each individual must have standards based off of their needs, their emotional needs. There isn't a standard for all men. That is just crap. Each individual person. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So each individual person will have standards based off of their emotional needs, and they should have those standards. Like you shouldn't let someone abuse you if that is emotionally damaging to you. You should have standards and say, no, you can't abuse me. You need to have standards based off of your emotional needs. And if your emotional needs are being met, that should be your standard. You shouldn't then add extra standards beyond that to constrain your partner in a way that maximizes your happiness in every possible way. You need to make sure your emotional needs are met, the things that are absolutely important, and then compromise to meet their emotional needs in the same respect. And that could include multiple partners in some relationships. And so the standard, go ahead.
I hope this doesn't come off as reductive, but I think this is why I said earlier that I'm kind of referring to non-blue pilled men, because I think non-blue pilled men would have a standard And I would say like all or most, because you're saying that, you can't apply a standard to all men. I think they'd have a standard like, I'm not okay with my girl flirting with other men, especially not in front of me. But I think a lot of blue pill men would be okay with that, which is why I'm kind of saying, I'm talking about non-blue pill men here when I'm talking about standards.
Once again,
Would
Would you
makes sense,
be
'cause
so
it-
kind
what-
as to actually define what that term means before
Well,
you use it?
forget that for a second. Some men have been okay with women flirting throughout all time. Before blue pill was even a term, some men were okay with women flirting with other men because it's a biological thing. Your brain, the way it works, certain actions release dopamine, certain don't. And so having someone flirt with someone else can be a turn on and has been throughout all time prior to any blue pill, the term even existing. So this isn't about blue pill or red pill. That's a social garbage thing that came about pretty recently. It's about biologically what things stimulate your brain emotionally to give you fulfillment. And having multiple partners is a thing that has made people fulfilled for thousands of years.
There's evidence
Totally
too.
fine.
So there's a lot of
Yeah,
evidence
but
that early Christianity, just a second, early Christianity included numerous sex cult sort of offshoots, which were attempting to be stamped out by the Catholic Church, but which kept springing up again. That whenever people got together in like big religious throngs, it tended to lead to intimacy, and some of those groups like emphasized the intimacy above all other things until they were basically having big orgies and like partner swapping with each other because they thought that got them closer to God. It's just throughout time, people have had their own preferences and reasons for it. The idea that there's a universal standard is just like appealing to one particular culture or another. And it's fine if you like a particular culture, go for it.
In fact, can I just
Peter.
ask? Well, before you go on, Foxy, can I just have your definition of what blue pill is?
Blue pill's kind of hard to define.
No, it's not.
Can you define it then?
Yes.
Wait. Just let Fox finish. Let Fox answer Amy's question.
Yeah, I think blue pilled is pretty hard to define, but I think a loose and don't hold me to this. You could probably find a different definition if we're to do research on this. But I think blue pilled, especially within this context here, is that a modern woman is kind of okay, and it's more the modern man that's the problem, right? That's kind of the
No.
What?
kind of
Do you not understand where the idea of the red pill and the blue pill came from? Like the entire idea
it's-
behind it?
Walker, I think it's evolved from that. Like, I think the original concept of the red pill has kind of evolved from its original definition, right? Which kind of
Well, how would you know? You haven't provided a definition. The original definition was whether or not you wanted to know uncomfortable truths or not. That was it. Red pilling meant that you were willing to embrace the harsh realities of life, where blue meant you weren't. You were going to live in some sort of self-deluded utopia. Now, everything that you've described in those terms was how you were actually using those terms.
Walker, I think that definition you're using is very outdated.
So just
then
to clarify,
provide one that works.
By dozens of months.
It seems like you're saying blue pilled is more sexually open, more less traditional Catholic monogamous values where you want a wife who is essentially only yours, kind of a thing. It seems like what you mean by red pill and blue pill is red pill is like classic male female monogamous relationships of the 60s. Blue pill is more like open, less constrained relationships. That seems to be what you mean by red pill blue pill.
It's somewhat like that. T-Jump, you had mentioned Destiny before, who
Yep.
is very blue pilled. I don't know how much you keep up with like YouTube content, but like if you've ever seen Destiny debate like Fresh and Fit, that's a very clear dichotomy between blue pill and red pill.
Okay, but
Are you
yeah,
familiar
so
with that? Are you familiar with what I'm talking about, T-Jump?
yes,
Okay,
I'm very
then I feel like
familiar.
you know what blue pill and red pill is now.
Okay, so but that's again, it just seems like you're focusing on a very specific social group of a modern culture and saying this is some kind of an important standard, that this red pill standard has some value other than just it was made up by a culture in the 60s. Like, this is not the original value of men. It is not the most prevalent in human history. It is not the most successful in human history. So I don't know why you're hyper focused on this red pill ideology as if it's important, and you seem to be talking about how most red-pilled men think, as if this is a significant or valuable point of view through history, as opposed to blue pill, which predates the red pill ideology through all human history. Multiple partners was, again, the thing we started with, pre-religion, pre-everything, like chimpanzees. So the idea that this red-pilled monogamous woman is specifically mine kind of an ideology, you seem to be placing a value on this, and I don't know why you're placing a value on this.
I think you are incorrect about what you're saying, because the red pill is a throwback to traditional values, like maybe even 30 years ago, right? The blue
And
pill
what
is
happened
kind of
30
more
years before
modern
that?
thing.
What
You're
happened
still red
before
pilled.
society? No,
Okay,
like
if you want to go
realize-
back to before society, before a civilization, then maybe you're right about that. I'm just talking about like for the past 2,000 years or so, red pill has kind of been
no.
has been kind of the
No.
dominant
But that
kind of
is-
mindset.
Monogamous relationships started within the past 200 years. It is very new. It is not at all a thing we saw 2,000 years ago.
What?
Greeks were not monogamous. Romans were not monogamous. Italians were not monogamous. Egyptians were not monogamous. This is not a thing. Like if you research the
Hijab.
history of monogamy,
Since Christianity and Islam rose to prominence,
Christians
like around 2,000
and
years ago,
Islam isn't
was a
monogamous.
thing.
Christians and Muslims were not monogamous for the vast majority of history. It's a new thing, past 200 years, completely just inserted into Christianity. Like even in the Bible, most of the men were non-monogamous. You had the wife, you had the servant slave ladies, you had the what I forget what they're called, the concubines. Like there were monogamous relationships are a new thing that has never been a figment of Christianity or Islam or Judaism until the past 200 years.
Everything you're describing is it being open on the male's end and closed on the female's end, and red pill is completely okay with that.
Well, what you're also saying is basically just liberals are blue pill and conservatives are red pill. That is basically your.
It's not that far apart.
I mean,
I mean,
why
that's
not
kind of
just
different to
use?
that.
Then let's just talk about liberalism and conservatism. Why are we using buzzwords?
I don't like to reduce all liberals like they're cuckolds. I don't think that's fair to them. You know, I
There's
think
a
there's
lot
some
of
liberals with, like,
conservatives that are cuckolds.
You've literally been talking about all blue men and all red men. How are you not already doing this?
blue pilled. I don't
Yes.
think it's a one-to-one blue pilled as liberal.
But I
and
wanted to
red
go
pill
back
as-
to
as-
the question was, why do you keep hyper focusing on this as if it's valuable or good? Why do you think that this?
Yeah. I was trying to. This is what I was saying to you. When you say that monogamy is a very new thing, I'm saying that it being open on the man's end and closed on the female's end is kind of what you would see in religious institutions like Islam and Christianity. That's how.
Yeah,
it's
but my question
been
is,
kind
why
of
do
since
you
the
think that's
religious-
important? Why do you think that is valuable?
I think it's valuable, so you don't have a woman who walks all over you, then divorces you and takes half your money, and you're like, where did I fuck up? It's important to have values and a relationship you want, so you can be happy and fulfilled, and not just kind of walked over by women, which is kind of what happens to these blue pill guys.
Well, so first thing, being walked over by women can be perfectly fine in a relationship. So it's whether or not you want that. Secondly, my advice would be don't get married in the United States under a legal system. Then you won't have to give up half your money. Problem solved. Doesn't matter what kind of relationship you have. And so it seems like most of your problems have absolutely nothing to do with red pill, blue pill, at all.
No.
Like,
You're making some assumptions that are just weird to me. I
Okay.
do want to be married within the United States legal system, and the way to do that is in a red pill relationship.
Sure. So like, yes, if you want a successful marriage in the United States, which was built on those kinds of values, yes, having a relationship with those kinds of values would be more likely to be successful given our current legal system. Sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's why I'm fixated on it, to answer your question.
Okay. Yes, that is a fair answer. Yes. Our legal system is garbage and was built on a patriarchy, which I'm leaning towards the right. I hate feminism, but yes, it was built on a patriarchy, which means the laws are built in a way that advantages men. And so if you want a marriage, that is the most likely to be successful for a man. You want one that's traditional because that's the way the system was designed to
should treat
benefit
each other
those kinds of
equally.
relationships. Sure.
Cool. Now the issue with those kind of relationships, to go back to my original point, is that you end up with this problem where she has the values you want and kind of the attributes you want, but then there's just this obsession with God, and you're number two to God. Is it a net benefit for men? Is what I'm trying to figure out.
It's completely normal. And so again, her being obsessed with God is no different than her being obsessed with art or books or fashion. Women have interests because they're human beings. They have passions. And just like you have passions that you're going to prioritize and not give up for her, she has passions that she's going to prioritize and not give up for you. The fact that it's an invisible imaginary sky daddy is more of a subjective feeling for the guy because that's kind of a dude. And so the only problem there is your perception that the imaginary sky daddy is a dude that you're competing with, as opposed to it being a hobby like art.
Jump, I think part of why we're having a disconnect is that you are kind of treating men and women like we're the same. You're saying she's going to have hobbies and values, like you're going to have hobbies and values.
Yes, those
And
will
I
be the
don't think
same.
it works
Yes.
like
What's wrong with
I don't
treating
think
them
it
the
works
same?
like that. I'm getting there. I don't think it works like that, given the dynamic of most relationships, right? For example, the man is investing certain things that a woman is not. Like the man is going to spend a lot more money.
Wait, what does that have to do with the values
I guess-
thing?
That is not a given.
No,
These
it's
are all
not
just
about the values. Not about
consequences
values
of
either.
like marrying a trad wife, right? Like if you date people that are as successful and educated as you are, then it's just as likely that they're going to be bringing in as much or more income than you are. It's not like this is some inescapable thing. It's a consequence of going after a traditional housewife type partner because that's what you want, that there's going to be some imbalance, right?
Well,
Like-
sorry to
like-
interrupt,
I
but I
don't
wanted
think
to.
that's
I
true.
wanted to, because like you said that the thing I said was the same, is that women have hobbies and values, just like men have hobbies and values, and both have certain hobbies and values that they will not give up for their partner. And then you said something about money. Like, I don't care. Everything about the hobbies and values is independent of money entirely. Why would we treat
No,
men and women
TJ,
differently when it comes in context of the fact that they have hobbies that they value?
No, in terms of it's important. Like if I'm putting in a lot more money in the relationship, what am I getting back in return? Right. This is why I'm saying you can't treat men
Love.
and women like they're the same in a relationship.
Did you commit
I'm sorry,
yourself
what?
to
Wait,
be
stop,
the
stop, stop, Walker,
sole
stop,
provider?
Walker. So I don't understand what you're saying here. Like, the fact that they're a human being means they have values and hobbies. Now, it seems like what you're saying is that because you have a bigger financial investment, a woman is more obligated to sacrifice her values in order to accommodate the man or something.
I think what am I getting in return for my financial investment? And part of
Oh, you see marriage as a
This-
transaction.
Dude.
It is. So that's
somewhat. Yeah, I don't think you can kind of remove the transactional component of marriage from a marriage. I think there's absolutely a component of it that is transactional.
all relationships are transactional. It's just usually an emotional kind of thing. But so what? I still don't understand what you're saying. It seems like you're saying, yes, women are humans and do have hobbies, but because I make more money, she should feel obligated to make her hobbies less important than me.
Is that what I think? I think when I think about what I'm getting in return for the financial investment, right? What I'm thinking of is certain things like a great deal of sex, like cooking and cleaning.
What does that have to
me
do with the
personally, I
God
don't
thing? Because
care.
the question was, she cares about God more than you. That was what
I
you said.
think
That
part
was
of
the
what I'm
original-
getting, I think part of what I'm getting is her putting me as a priority for the financial investment. I think that's part of what I'm getting, teacher.
Right. So the question is
Getting back
should
first.
the woman be obligated to give up her favorite hobby and put you above her favorite hobby because you have money? That's the question.
It's not yeah, you can't remove the fact. Should my woman be putting a
Okay.
male deity above me, despite my financial investment and my role as her husband?
I fully
That's the-
understand his problem now. He's saying, look, all of the conservatives are telling me that I need to find a religious woman, but all these religious women that I find, they're all going crazy for God and not me. What can I tell you?
I think
so
you nailed
again,
it.
so let's imagine that the god deity is just a hobby like art and no different. Would you have any problem with it at that point? She puts art above you. She's not going to give up art for you. Doesn't matter how much money you make. She will never give up art for you because art is too important to her. Would you have a problem with that?
all things remaining equal, like how our relationship is now, probably not. You'd be okay.
But when you make it into a imaginary guy, now you have a problem with it.
But I don't see it as imaginary, right? I'm not as religious as she is, but I think God's a real thing.
But he's like a
So
totally
I
real
don't see it as
guy.
much. Not, I don't like. Okay, I asked her this question. I'm kind of going off. I'm kind of branching off a little bit, but I asked her, if God came down and asked you to have sex with him, what would you do? Right? She thought about it for a while, and she said no, because the way I see God is like a father concept and not a like a
Not a
sexual
horny
concept.
Zeus who fucks
I-
all the women and like steals them from their
Yeah.
husbands.
Then I asked her, what if God demanded it? And at that point, I'm thinking it's more like rape in a way, right? Because there's kind of this context that if you disobey God, he could just kill you. So if at that point, I would be like, yeah, sure, you should do it because I don't want him to kill you, right? So I've kind of thought about this a little bit, right, in terms of what I'm okay with and what I'm not okay with. But just like her always thanking God all the time, it's kind of hard to process how I feel about it.
Because you're jealous.
Do you think I shouldn't be?
It's a sign of insecurity. You probably want to fix that.
Yeah, but no, is it if your woman loves a man more than you, is it really insecurity?
In
I don't think it's fair to
Yes.
frame it.
I do know for a fact that God lifts, and so I don't know.
Like, Amy, I feel like you're just making a joke out of this whole thing.
No,
So like if I was in a
should-
relationship and the girl I'm dating really liked her dad and was friends with her dad and always talked with her dad, I would be fine with that. This is not an issue. I'm not like afraid of her dad stealing her away from me or something.
Yeah, you're right. If I look at God as her father, which is how she probably looks at it, it's okay.
Until you start addressing the accompanying daddy issues, sure.
I just love the rationalization going on in real time. I'm sorry, I don't mean to make fun of you, Fox. But you gotta give us a little bit here. It is, I mean, it's the other man.
What is her relationship
But
with
it's
this
our
God? If this God told her to
Oh.
do something dangerous or destructive and she wanted to follow through with it, would you be okay with that?
Like what? If the God said
Kill
have to
your
children?
firstborn? Yeah. Say God's like, you need to sacrifice your son or daughter.
I think I've asked her about that, and she told me there's no way God would ask her to do that, and I kind of left it at that.
Sorry,
that's stupid.
sorry, hang on. She said there's no way God would ask her to do that. She's not answering your question of whether she'd follow God's order, though.
Well, so
You're right
that leads
about
into,
that.
that leads to a second. That's the second issue. So the second issue is
Oh,
the God's
long
issues,
ready.
the issues with internal issues with religion itself. The first issue is just if she has a higher level of belief in this God character and whether or not you should be okay with that. The answer is yes, you should be okay with that as long as he's not going to try and steal her away, I guess. Sure. But other than that, the internal religion issues, those would be a separate question.
And you should
I can hear
probably
that,
not
yeah.
pretend that something that God has once asked someone would not be asked again. That does not ring logically.
But God
reasonable.
spared Abraham. Abraham didn't have to kill
He
him.
did
It
not
doesn't
spare.
matter.
Wait, stop. God did not spare Jatapath's daughter. Jatapath he told Jezebel to kill his daughter, and he did it. So the fact that he spared Abraham is irrelevant. He's literally commanded people to kill their children, and they've done it. But that's an internal religion.
What's the name of that person?
And it's also Japheth's daughter.
Can you type
But
it in the chat? I don't know what to spell.
But it
It's
doesn't
stupid
matter because
spelling.
it was the fact that Abraham was willing to kill his child that he was rewarded, and to the point the angel had to be sent to stop him. So it's not as if God didn't ask it of him.
Oh, it's Jephthaah.
We need to.
J-E.
Go ahead.
Jephthah. Just look it up.
There's no way you could look it up. It's such a stupid spelling. Jephthaah.
We have gone over time here, and there's one person in the audience we would like to get to. So, Fox, did you have a final thing you'd like to say before we move on here?
I think I want to say thank you. I thought this was kind of useless until you mentioned that God is like her father. And if I think of God as like her father, it's okay because God never tried to steal anyone's woman, did he?
He did, actually.
Yeah,
Mary
never
and
in
Joseph.
history.
Or the church convinced her to do it?
I have a question just before.
Mary
Fox
and
says-
Joseph? Have you heard of Mary and Joseph?
You don't believe in the
Hey, God
theology
didn't
anyway,
have
Fox.
sex with Mary.
So, Fox, first of all, just
Ugh.
to point this out, you said already that you just believe in a God generally, but you don't believe in the theology anyway. So, arguing about this is kind of pointless. But yeah, it's good for you to
Oh,
come
she
on.
believes it.
Yeah.
She believes it. And I
My closing
I'm
thought would
not an
be,
atheist.
why would
I
you
wouldn't-
want to raise kids that are going to be indoctrinated with her beliefs unless you have some agreement that she's not going to indoctrinate them? But I think it was fun chatting.
I don't really have an issue with Christianity. Like I said, I'm vaguely Christian myself. T-Jump.
Well, that's probably why you don't have a problem with it.
What?
The woman that
Take
God
it seriously, and then you'll have
that's
something to
Mary
worry about.
you're talking about. I'm sorry. Can I just get some clarification on this? The
Sure.
woman that God tried to steal was Mary. That's the woman you're talking about, right?
He impregnated her. So I don't know if the physical act of having sex is important, but he uses his spiritual sperm to
is.
spiritually impregnate Mary. So I guess it depends on your
don't think-
qualifications here.
Also,
I don't
there's a
think God's gonna
good
do that.
test. Just listen to who she calls out for. You know, if you hear,
That's funny.
That's Amy Newman, a professional comedian.
Amy, are you talking about in sex?
Yeah, that's what she's talking about.
He calls my name during sex, not
oh,
God.
then you're doing good.
The weird thing is that a lot of religious people call out Madre de Dios or Mother of God during sex, so that makes it even kinkier.
Oh my!
But anyway, we enjoy talking to you, Fox. Thanks for coming up.
Well, our guest, the people with the hands up have left, but thank you, Fox. I'm glad that you're able to get some help from this conversation. I appreciate you telling us that. Thank you.
All right, bye.
All right, I'm gonna head out. I'll talk to you guys later. I gotta poo.
Yeah, I think we're at time anyway, right?
Indeed.
Okay, take care, T-Jump. And Walker, thank you for joining us today. What did you think about the conversations you were part of today?
Well, all I can say is that I have the ability to put a Jesus hat on from time to time and see things from that particular point of view. And all I can say is that it would have been heretical. It would have been an obvious sign of Peterson and those that follow Jungian philosophy and stuff like that. They would never have qualified under any definition I have ever known as an actual believer. So people who try to use that as a refuge to maintain their spiritual beliefs, are just, it's a waste of time because any decent theologian could shoot that down. So that's just a ridiculous way of viewing the world. You've got people that take religion seriously and they are a genuine threat when they do so. And it's just covering if you're one of these metaphorical Christians or Christian atheists like Ayaan Hirsi Ali, it adds cover to something that should not be given cover to survive.
It gets granted way too much importance, I think, in people's lives and the society, and given a free pass on things that really shouldn't be. I do agree with that. Now, we do have somebody here who wants to join us, so we do have a little bit more time. Welcome, Kyla, or Keela. Please correct me on the pronunciation of your name.
You say it right. I'm sorry, guys. I just want to say nigger.
Oh no.
Okay, he wanted to say something about a country called Niger. Anyway, I think it's Niger. I think he's not pronouncing it right. So on to the next
Fucking
one. Scrummer, welcome.
degenerates.
Hello, thank you for joining us. What's on your mind?
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about what your positions are on God.
I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any goddesses or gods. Go ahead, Walker.
I believe that philosophically we have shown that everything starts as a conception, including ourselves, and everything stays as a conception until it's proven otherwise.
And we can also prove different gods do not exist. We may not be able to show that all gods do not exist, but I would say it's safe currently to not believe in this mind-like deity that many theists are proposing.
What's the justification for that?
Because, well, we can take a few different routes. We can look at brains and minds, how they operate, and how it would be extremely weird if there were to actually be a brain and a mind before time and space. They seem to be complex systems that arise after a lot of space and time. I don't know.
Yeah, that doesn't follow.
Well, we're dealing with a single data set, and we all share the same data set, and so we have a definition of what.
That doesn't.
So let's look at it a little.
It does.
Let's take a look at it. Do you believe that a mind needs a brain?
Do I believe that a mind necessitates a brain?
Yes, as in maybe a software needs a hardware.
No, I don't think that a mind would necessitate a brain. Do you have an argument for that?
Yes, it seems to be that this is the only way that it can be. I'd be looking for something that would show some sort of either contradiction or an example in the opposite direction, or...
We have one data
No,
set in which all minds are involved with brains.
I don't know if you just don't know about model. Sorry, did I cut out?
We have one model.
Can you hear me?
We have one model of information, in which case we all minds are linked to brains. If there's some other evidence that it can be otherwise, that's where the conversation would have to start.
Wait, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, so yeah, I just don't know if you understand like anything about modal logic. Yeah, I don't see an argument for why a brain would, or a mind would necessitate a brain. Is there an argument for that?
What would the mind run off of?
Are you making an argument that it must run off of something else?
He's asking you a question.
Yes, I am. It is contingent on something else.
Okay, what's the argument for that?
It necessitates it.
Yeah, that's going to be a repetition of the claim. Do you want to give me an argument?
So, do you have an example? Do you have any examples, in fact, or do you have any arguments for why there would be a mind outside of a brain?
To be clear, you're making a claim and asking me to prove the contrary. That's not how claims work, right? You're shifting the
No,
burden
I'm
of proof.
saying all of the available evidence currently leads to minds needing to be nested under a brain, that there has to be a physical substrate. And so I'm asking you, do you have any examples, or is it just your opinion that they can exist without?
Yeah, so via modal logic, right? If there's no contradiction entailed by a mind existing without a brain, then it's not impossible for a mind to exist without a brain. So either you're going to have to refute modal logic or solve the hard problem of induction, because you're using induction to come to that conclusion, which is retarded.
Okay, so not a single example. So if we have no examples of
Do you know what it means
for
something to be possible? Do you know what it means for something to be possible?
To have no inherent contradictions?
Okay, is there an inherent contradiction in a mind not being necessitated on a brain?
Yes.
If you were defining a mind as part of a brain, then
minds are literally hierarched under brains. So something that is contingent, it can't be hierarched above it. Do you understand what that means?
Do you know what contingent means?
Yes, you need to have that so that it follows from that. You are dependent upon that.
No. So, like, for example,
Yes.
no, you're wrong. So elephants are gray is a contingent fact, right? Because it's possible that an elephant could be purple. The idea that you're saying is contingent is just a concession, right? That it's possible for it to be the case otherwise. So either you can you can either stop refuting yourself and give an argument, or just like continually embarrass yourself.
Sure. I guess will continue to say, if you don't have an argument or you don't have any examples for a mind to come without a brain, and this seems to be the necessary substrate. In fact, continue on. That is indeed contingent on it, just like gods seem to be contingent on a brain and a mind, because they don't seem to exist in reality. And without us or our books, they would cease to exist.
Yeah. Again, you're just repeating the claim, and also you haven't presented an argument for why it is the case.
Do you need an argument for why a stop sign is red?
Let's go to a simple counter-apologetic argument.
Hold on, I want to respond to Walker real quick. So yes, if I was making the claim, right, that a stop sign is red via observations, I could make a justification. If you're making a proposition,
no, we're not saying observation. We're saying that we are defining these red signs as stop signs. So you're coming along and disguising schmines and maybe schmop signs, but you're not talking about the same thing we're talking about.
Do you know what a proposition is, Walker?
Sure, it's the thing you pull out of your ass whenever you can't provide evidence.
Okay, a proposition is just something that's truth-apt, a statement that's truth-apt. What Amy is doing is claiming, right, the truth value of a proposition. And I don't know if you just like don't know anything about philosophy, or maybe you're just being like purposefully disingenuous right now. But justification is going to inherently follow when we're making propositional claims. So I'm asking for the justification of the proposition, and what you're giving me is dog shit induction, which is like, you're not going to solve the hard problem of induction right here. If you did, you'd be surprising everybody. So yeah, it doesn't follow.
Over two premises and a conclusion with me. Everything that begins to exist has a cause, or everything. I'm sorry, I gave my thing. Everything that exists has a cause.
Wait, what's happening right now? I asked for an argument.
I know. Everything that exists has a cause. Premise one. We can agree everything that exists has a cause.
What's the argument for premise one?
So you don't agree? Or I'm asking you a question. Do you agree?
I'm asking you what's the argument for premise one. So I don't know if you don't know how arguments work. If you present an argument, right?
So do you agree with the premise that everything
doesn't matter what I say? Yeah, it doesn't matter what the interlocutor says, right? You should be able to present your argument without anybody interjecting. So either you can present the argument and provide a justification for premise one, or you can continually be bad faith and look awful in front of everybody.
Sure. So if you don't agree, you're saying that there are uncaused caused.
What does it mean? What do you think it means to ask for an argument? Do you think that's a negation to the claim?
I think it's two premises and a conclusion. I think it's something that you can't handle because you're not even granting me, or even saying if you disagree with my first premise. So I think you're a dishonest interlocutor, and I'm going to keep on pressing you. Does everything that exists have a cause?
I asked you for the argument for that, and you dodged, prevaricated, and obfuscated rather than give me an answer. All right, so I'm gonna ask you one more time. Do you have an argument for premise one, or are you gonna embarrass yourself again in front of everybody?
Sure. Premise one is supposed to be, do you think that everything has a cause? So I either want you to say yes or no. I'm fine with either way. I just want you to give me an answer.
Do you understand that while presenting an argument, it's not necessary for the interlocutor to give any? I can just say I'm agnostic to it, and ask for the argument for why I should accept P1. Right? I can just do that. I'm going to do that.
I don't agree with premise one, so you don't agree with premise.
So I'm agnostic.
No, but I am saying, but I'm making the claim now. I disagree.
Yeah, I'm agnostic towards premise one. So what's the argument for why I should accept premise one?
I don't know. Why should you
So,
accept premise
Scrumber,
one?
why
Yeah,
don't,
you're
why
the
don't
one
you
presenting
present?
the argument. What do
Hey,
you
Scrumber,
mean?
stop
Oh
talking.
no, you look so
but
bad. You look so bad.
Scrumber,
So-
just stop talking for a second. Point of moderation here. Look, it's great to ask us what our opinions are and everything, but the format of the show is that you should present some kind of claim of your own about what you believe in, not just
Oh, are you
complaining
saving? Are
about
you saving?
disliking,
Well,
not just complaining about disliking one or another host's view.
well,
I
did
just
we
put
leave?
him in the audience. He just
Oh.
keeps interrupting. He's very argumentative. It's not working out well. I stepped away for a moment. I come back and wow, all this.
Well, I just wanted a very simple answer. The reason I asked that question because I want an either yes or no, because either yes, you believed in an uncaused cause in which we can get that, or you believe that everything exists has causes. Either way, the yes or the no is interesting to me. I wanted to get to my argument of everything exists has a cause. God exists, therefore God has a cause. But we didn't seem to be able to get to the argument. I guess try next week, sending love.
So yeah, I think like when we're putting forward a proposition, yeah, the expectation is that you accept the proposition or you don't. And so yeah, that's quite reasonable. And it's important to frame it this way because a proposition doesn't always necessarily lead to a dichotomy. There could be other options. That's why we only focus on accepting it or not accepting it, and then we can go from there if there's other different possibilities. I think this is probably the most reasonable approach to go with. What do you think?
I think so.
And above all, just present an actual belief of some kind rather than just attacking the hosts. Okay, so this shrub was messaging me about talking, and I think also Darwin's soldier has been waiting for a while.
And then I will say in like 15, 20 minutes, I do really got to go.
I do too. So welcome. Thank you for joining us. Let's ask the shrub. That's not a burning bush, is it?
It is a reference to the burning bush, but you can just call me Shrub.
Okay.
I actually had Shrub as a nickname in high school, and I expanded upon that as I've gotten older.
Cool.
But
what do you got for us?
So anyway, shrubs are extremely rare. You'll find them at near the sea, and at the highest of mountains, and they're what I can say. They're hard to get rid of. Anyway, but yeah, so I want to, because it sounds like a lot of the people that join this are very philosophically minded, and I'll admit
Can I
the last time I
interrupt
took
you for 1
philosophy
second?
was
I'm
30
so
years
sorry.
ago, and I wasn't very good at it.
I'm so
sorry, what?
sorry. I just have to interrupt you, Randolph. I think
Go
your
ahead.
chat is saying that they can't hear the guests.
Oh, I'll take a look at that. Thank you.
Sending love live chat right back over to you.
Oh, like on YouTube. That could be a glitch. But while he works on that, you can continue, Shrub.
Sure. No, I mean, I don't get involved with philosophical fencing, so to speak, in terms of parrying and what do they call it, the whole sword play of philosophy. So I have to apologize for my ignorance in advance. But anyway, so what I wanted to get at is I would like to instantiate this concept that you can have things that you can't prove the origin of yourself, that have that there hasn't been a consistent link of information and data from its beginning to now. I happen to live in a community that the homeowners community was started by a developer 30 years ago, and we have 0 files from when it was started. So anytime we try to ask of why did we start it this way, the answer is we have got nothing. We've contacted the company, we've tried to contact lawyers, accountants, CPAs, you name it. There are simply no files. And we're talking about something from 30 years ago, not 1,000 years ago, not 2,000 years ago, 30 years ago. And there's other than the fact that it's here and people have been paying bills, there's no proof of its printed proof that we could find, other than the I guess you could say there's a file with the state that we ever existed in the first place. But it is true.
Are you trying to say we don't have enough data to reach conclusions about what happened in?
Well, what I'm saying is that you can lose the chain can be broken. Where you Like if somebody said, okay, I'm going to write this down, or I'm going to take pictures, or I'm going to take video, it is possible for that data to be lost, for it to be misplaced, for it to be erased, or Amazon Drive to shut down, and stuff disappears, unfortunately, and we end up losing the path. We lose. The path grows over, and it falls into myth. Or it just and it doesn't even take very long sometimes for this to happen. Is what I'm saying. But so I find myself conflicted, because I am a Christian, and I wouldn't say that I'm the most fundamental Christian you'll ever meet. Where people want to talk about the instantiation or the creation of God, or what might create of God, or what might have created the universe, because we're talking about something that is implausibly, historical, something that predates, the very existence of mankind, that predates life on Earth, so to speak, and that at best we have some astrological or astronomical people who've been able to identify energy waves.
Are you talking in terms of theology of the differences between deism and theism, or because you don't seem to be hitting any of the discussion points that would be relevant to an atheistic theistic discussion?
Right, but I mean, can we presumptively accept that there is God if we individually can't prove him?
Presumptively accept? What do you mean? Like just accept for the sake of argument?
Except that there is no verifiable proof and factual evidence that connects us to that time frame and now.
Only if you are claiming there could never be. Then that's the only relevant claim that you would have to make, is that there could never be evidence of a God. Because then you're stating that both theism would be unfalsifiable, therefore atheism would be the default. It could not be believed that a God exists unless it was something about that God claim was falsifiable.
Unless something about the God claim.
Well, are you talking just about the creation of the universe, or are you also talking about like early religious history?
Well, I mean, I have often heard on this server and other channels people arguing over the creation of the universe and or whether God as a noun, as a being, is real or exists or has existed.
Because by definition, we want to keep it confined to the arguments of theism versus atheism, not theism and deism. So we want to stick in the realm of the theistic claims.
Yeah, and so where I'm coming at this from is that if I can't prove that my homeowners association exists from 30 years ago, how am I going to prove something from, say, 14 billion years ago?
Because the theistic claim is that God is interactive, differentiating it from the creative aspect of deism. So you're not just talking about creative things like where did something come from. You're talking about
that's easy to prove.
You're talking about a specific something doing specific actions which apparently are invisible.
Yeah, but that what you just said is about as easy as hitting a grapefruit with a softball bat when it's being pitched by a 5-year-old. I mean, that's easy. I mean, that's like,
and reply.
I mean,
why
is why atheism is such a simple position. It's clearly the default.
Yeah. So why is it the case that we should believe God interacted with the world rather than just being an indetectable creator?
Well, from the millions of lives that have been changed for the better by adopting faith in God.
That's the idea, the concept.
It is so practically unavoidable. You might as well argue that it's better to drive on the wrong side of the road with your eyes closed. I mean, that's as easy as it comes.
Look, we're not arguing about what's better. We're arguing about why should it count as evidence for the existence of the deity that people believe in them, when we would expect that people would believe in imaginary things, since people are apt to do that, and it can be beneficial. We don't dispute that, right?
Yeah, and so I guess that's what I'm introducing here for the discussion today is, can we accept something that we can't prove?
Accept what? Are you claiming that it's useful, or are you claiming that it's true? What are you asking us to accept?
Can we accept that God exists
as a concept or as a fact of reality?
Well, I guess you could pick your poison on that one.
No, you can't. You have to pick one.
Well, but that to me is the inner workings of your own mind. I'm not going to argue the inner workings
I'm
of your
saying
mind.
that if you're claiming that Santa exists as a concept, I would agree with you. If you're saying that Santa exists as a fact of reality, I would not. So are you claiming that God exists as a concept, or are you claiming it exists as a fact of reality? Or is exists the wrong word to use?
Santa doesn't exist if you put the gifts under your child's tree.
It exists as a concept, absolutely. And you would be acting out that concept by putting the gifts under the tree.
I mean, Santa could have been an exemplar from hundreds of years ago.
Actually, there are three people that we think that Santa was based off of, but that doesn't change the fact as whether or not the concept that we hold nowadays applies or not. So you're either talking about something that exists as having objective being, or exists having objective reality. Those are your two choices.
I kind of view that, and I don't want to sound disrespectful, but I kind of view that as just a cop out as to whether someone's wearing a costume.
Are you talking about whether or not something exists or not? Is that the term
I think a more valid argument would be whether a woman could be Santa Claus if she puts a hat and boots and a red suit on and ends up doing.
It would depend on what the concept of Santa Claus entails. If it's just a matter of being gift giving, then absolutely.
Yeah. Because there's tons of children that have seen family members be Santa Claus, and it doesn't make Santa any less real.
It makes him completely unreal. It makes him a concept they are acting out. It doesn't make him a fact of reality.
I think we're a little confused about what claim you're
maybe I'm missing. It's because to me you're talking about something. You're talking about whether, from my perspective, you're talking about whether the barn is red when we're 6 inches from the barn, and I'm kind of like going, there it is right here. I can almost touch it. You know. And so maybe
it's very clear. If you're talking about something that exists, are you saying that it exists as a concept, or are you saying it exists as a fact of reality? There's only two options. You have to pick one.
So if you're not the original Santa Claus, if you are not the person who began the tradition, then you're not.
If you're not the person who began the tradition, then you're not the person who began the tradition. That is what you just
said. Okay, so you're a purist. Okay,
that's
so you're
what you just said. You said
sense.
If you're not the person that began the tradition, you're not the person that began the tradition. Did you mean to say it that way?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, so I'm saying it's like, no, I mean, it's like no one else could be Santa Claus, because if you weren't the original Santa Claus, then you're not.
Can anyone else be you?
Can anyone else be me? No, no one else can be me. No.
Can everyone in the world act like you?
No, I'm too goofy, and I say too many dad jokes.
So there's no one loves dad jokes. Nobody loves goofy. You're saying that this is just impossible, that we can't act out the concept?
Well, I suppose. I mean,
then you have the answer to your question.
If you mix Ray Romano with Tim Allen, and maybe with the appearance of Pierce Brosnan, maybe you get close to me.
Then you've answered your own question.
I love to tell dad jokes. Sometimes he laughs.
The point is you're embracing the question he was asking you, whether you like it or not, which is you think that Santa Claus is a concept, and you think that you are a reality, and you have a distinction between Santa, the concept that anyone can put on a suit, and you, the reality, which only you can be you. And what he's asking you is, with respect to God, is what you're talking about God being just a concept or an actual being that interacts with the world?
Well, I mean, I've seen God interact with the world all the time, and through his, through his teachings and through the actions of people, and also the results of things that are beyond our control. Tremendously amazing and powerfully positive things have happened that are beyond any of us being able to do individually.
What is one thing that is beyond a person's ability to do that can only be done because of a God's existence?
Well, I mean, I've seen real people's lives turn around. I've seen real people make
I'm
amends
asking for specifics here.
Well, I mean, I don't want to out anyone individually.
It doesn't matter. You said that there were specifics, so I have to have a specific answer.
Oh my goodness, that's a tough one.
You're the one that brought it up.
So the problem is, it could take me an hour just to set it up properly. I mean, it's like that. I want to do
nothing that you actually understand should be that difficult to explain.
Okay.
But the key criterion, what he asked you for, is something which could not happen without the god's existence, right? So if you're citing examples like the categories you just gave, like a person turning their life around, you have examples of people turning their life around without believing in a god. And so you just claiming that a god was necessary, whether they believed in it or not or something, so I don't think what you're going to try to do. So it sounds like you're thinking of examples that don't really meet his criteria.
Well, I mean, I've been to a men's church gathering where there was an individual who had been in jail repeatedly. He'd got himself tattoos all the way up around his neck and down both arms, and had been an active member of a gang, and had been involved in vicious crimes and physical, actions, and was involved in even the killing of individuals, and had to spend a significant amount of time in jail.
Has anyone in their life ever turned themselves around having tattoos without God?
Well, but I mean, how can someone who has trained themselves so
Has
thoroughly...
anyone ever turned their life around without God?
Well, I can't know everyone, can I?
Well, you can make the claim as to whether or not you think that it can only be done, which is what you're making.
He asked anyone to turn their life around without God, not everyone.
If one person's life is turned around through a power that's beyond the power of the individual, I think it is real. I mean, that's not the definition of real. No, but I can't possibly fathom what all the reasons that everyone has ever had, or drivers for turning everyone's life around. I can't.
What is it about the question that you can't give a straightforward answer to the question? Has anybody ever turned their life around without God? Why is it you're not?
You might as well ask me. You might as well ask me how many grains of sand are at a beach. I don't know.
Is yes or no. And like
we're not asking for something a definitive count like that. How many grains of sand on the beach is unreasonable? The question that was asked to you is quite a reasonable one. I can answer the question. Yes, I know of many people who've turned their lives around and they don't have any religion or any God in their lives.
Okay.
So yeah, do you accept it that can happen, right?
Yeah, presumably. I mean, but it could have had gods involved,
So
and I don't know.
What good is a god?
I mean, I'd really have to talk to any individual that says
I'm asking
God had nothing to do with it.
I'm asking you, what good is a god? Is there anything uniquely good and true about a god?
Well, I mean, the ability to connect people and to be a positive force for
can only happen with a god.
Well, it's overwhelming. I mean, this is
no. I'm not talking about overwhelming. I'm asking you to be clear.
It's almost like trying to argue. Can you survive without drinking any water or fluids for a year? It's like, does water help someone who's dying of thirst?
It is nothing like what the question is asking. Not even close. I'm not actually convinced you can have this conversation.
Well, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, sir. I'm just,
I have no idea if it's about respect. I don't actually think you understand the nature of what you yourself are saying.
And nobody said you're being disrespectful. In fact, this has been a very respectful, cordial conversation. So please don't worry about that.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, if you say, like, what was it? Was it Randolph Richardson had said that he knew of someone who had turned their life around without God. And if you had a deep conversation with him,
just to clarify, I know of many people who've done that. But yes,
okay,
that is what I've said.
Well, so if we pick one individual and we ask them, who helped you turn it around? Was it just purely you? Was there anyone else in the picture? Was there anything you had read or anything you've been exposed to? Was there any inspiration in your life that was involved with you turning your life around?
Foundationally, it would have to be the individual. Changes of that nature do not work unless they come from the individual. It's the same thing with addiction recovery, with any kind of therapy. If it's not embraced by the individual first, you can't build anything on top of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
what if?
Hang on. I want to answer your question. So, in support of what Walker said, those people, I know, I'm quite sure they had other people giving them help here, giving them encouragement, whatever. But I agree, they had to want to do that to make that happen. They had to choose to take the action. So ultimately, it is up to them to make that decision, however they've made it.
Okay. And so all of these other people who provided encouragement and spent time with the individual to try to help them, they were doing this completely devoid from any influence of God or any potential.
Yes, there are many secular therapies. It's not a God-dependent proposition.
Yep, many are. I don't know exactly how many, but I can tell you for sure, at least some of them were getting help from atheists.
Okay, all right. And so if an atheist adopts the teachings of the Bible and provides ministry to someone else, does that involve them with God, or do they get to disavow God in its entirety?
Well, I don't know any. I only know of one atheist who provides a Christian ministry, and she's in another province. But her name is Greta. I'm trying to remember her last name. She's kind of famously known. The Catholic Church tried to oust her, but they couldn't because of our laws. They're not allowed to discriminate based on a person's religious beliefs. So it's an interesting. Greta Vosper.
So if someone says, "I don't believe in God," but then I adopt some of the teachings of God,
such as, because as far as I'm aware, all of those are just plagiarized. So if you could actually offer one that's uniquely true and good, that would be a start.
So there are people who will come along and conclude that, oh, you're being respectful, so you must be taking Christian values from it. Now, the source of where these values come from, where the person has learned it from, aren't necessarily from the Bible or from the Quran or from some other religious or Buddhist scriptures. So there are many different ways people will arrive at the same conclusions. You're interacting with other people. There's the sense of compassion, the sense of empathy. Things like these come up naturally. Now, yes, there are religion.
Yes, they do come up naturally.
There are religious people, preachers who teach these things as exclusively Christian values. I take issue with that because they're typically not. And just as Walker alluded to, that a lot of stuff is plagiarized. So if you're going to credit something to God, you're going to have to take a character trait that's only available exclusive from God. We will challenge you to.
Do you know of atheists that live their life entirely, completely against all Christian teachings?
Of course not, because you're talking about plagiarized content. So you're basically saying...
I didn't say plagiarized content.
I am saying plagiarized content because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the cultures that developed these ideas that then got adopted by Christianity.
And I don't know anybody who lives against all Christian ideals. I know many people who live without them. In fact, there's the Paraha people in the Amazon. I don't know any of them, but they don't even have God or deity concepts in their language because they don't have any such thing.
So why do Christian principles work even if you're an atheist?
Because they're plagiarized humanistic principles that are coming from our innate capacities as empathetic beings.
They're not necessarily there's things that can work when they come from different backgrounds. But yeah, plagiarization is a big one. But there are other things it just because it's in the Bible doesn't mean it's exclusively there. There are other places where people will come up with the same thing on the other end of the edge of the planet, like being respectful to other people.
So if the Bible proclaims God's truths and someone says, I don't believe in God, but I do believe in the truths, because I want to plagiarize them.
Because they're older.
Are they following God's word or not?
Not, because they're older cultures that came up with these ideas first.
So they read it from a manuscript from an older culture that predated Christianity.
Absolutely.
Okay, so did you get this from Samaria?
from studying, for example, like the Book of the Dead, which contained 42 commandments that were then amalgamated down to the 10 that are most popular. It's from understanding the concept of the ethos of reciprocity, which is a function of our own biology. And the ethos of reciprocity with its positive and negative arcs becomes the principles of do no harm and lead by example that are the basis of the golden rule. I mean, this all predates Christianity, and it's all of natural origin. So there's literally nothing good or true that you're offering here.
So what you're saying is that the people that Randolph is referring to were students of these scrolls, and that is how they learned to be kind or to minister to others or to help
not even close to what I said.
Around. Because that's exactly what you're inferring to me.
No, not even close. You've missed the mark so entirely. It's I'm not even sure how to recover. These concepts existed before Scripture. So all you would need to do is be aware of where they come from. And if you were aware that it is a natural part of empathy is a natural part of the human condition, we wouldn't survive without it. And if you understand how empathy leads to the ethos of reciprocity, no God is required. You could read a biology book and figure this out.
So all of us are bound by biology.
Absolutely. Part of our conscious and subconscious divide is the recognition that we have instinct that are being fueled by our subconscious, and our conscious mind is that 5% of our cognitive load that keeps the instinct under control. Because surviving is not enough. Thriving is the condition.
So we should treat each other like fish in the sea and consume each other, and
we should treat each other like we are concerned with both thriving and surviving, which is what I was just saying.
Okay.
It is surviving is not enough.
I can't disagree more with that. I'm sorry. Respectfully, I can't disagree more with that.
Well, you could also be wrong, because we know this is a fact of nature. This is a fact of our psychology.
We should be barbaric, and we should, as in nature,
is a fact of our reality.
Or we should
what is best for me is a fact of reality. What is best for me is what is best for us. Because my own personal self-satisfaction in surviving is amplified in any society that treats me with equality, that I show them the same respect that I expect from them.
Biology has nothing to do with equality.
Absolutely it does.
Biology doesn't care about equality.
Social species are all about the biology and equality.
So in nature, if one species outlives or outproduces another species, they're doing it out of equality?
Nope. You're talking about whether or not they survive, which is just the instinct.
Beating out over another type of cell, like a cancer.
I already said no. You can continue all you want, but I already said no. You just don't seem to grasp the concept.
I follow you, and every single time I follow you, we end up taking another turn around.
I don't for a second think you're trying to follow me, because you already said you rejected something that is a fact of reality. And if you did that, then I have nothing to say.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you have a very contrived lattice of rationalizations that you've built your reality around.
I know it sounds like that, because you're not realizing that I'm telling you something that you could go and prove to yourself. It's an easy thing to learn. The ethos of reciprocity is an excellent ethical discussion that we can have. How it's derived from an understanding of the self is an excellent discussion that we could have. And God would never once be part of it.
Also, kin-selective altruism and fictive kinship are well established even in other mammals, where dogs will adopt uncle style other dogs that don't belong and aren't their offspring.
But he said he's choosing to not accept that.
Yeah, we also have evidence that in wild dog packs, that the leader or so-called alpha of the pack will be rejected if they don't equitably distribute the food, and they will pick a dog which does distribute the food equitably or change leaders until that dog is found. So even in dog societies, we have in our close mammal kin the kind of preference for everyone getting their fair share of the food and so on. It's not that they're all equally reciprocity based, but we have a biological basis for it outside of humans.
Our time is running very short here. Let's ask the shrub. I'll give you another 30 seconds to sum up if you wanted to say something final before we move on, and because Amy's going to have to go soon.
I think Walker is a very thoughtful and considered individual who just is bending over backwards to try to find indirect means for skating around something that is a fundamental truth, which is that the teachings of Christ and in the Bible do work. They work almost all the time, unless people really twist and contort them. And that I'm quite positive that when people are exposed to these things and use them in their lives, that it is to their benefit and their gain, and that none of us are running around trying to research, pre-Christian scrolls to apply to our daily lives. It's just not something that people waste their time on. But I wish him well, and I hope that one day he is able to reduce the amount of overhead in his life.
Well, thank you for joining us, Shrub. It's been, for the most part, a cordial conversation, and we look forward to speaking with you again in the future.
All right, take care.
I'm sure, Walker, you have something you'd like to say before we say farewell to Amy, because she's got to go, and we can take one quick call from one more person after this.
No, it's fine. There's nothing you can do if someone wants to reject the fact that we can come up with these things without a god. It's part of our biology. It's what makes us knowingly being able to say what is a good and a bad person, what is a psychopath. The lack of empathy is the hallmark of our humanism. And if people want to steal things from humanism and then pretend that they're not a thief, that's fine. But he was still a thief. And what's worse is he also didn't say that the ethos of reciprocity was the greatest commandment. Submitting to God was, which is why we get the absolutely abhorrent behavior we get from any of the Abrahamic religions.
And the rejection of other gods before him and all that stuff, too.
I'm not actually certain you can be a good person and be an Abrahamic theist. I'm really not.
I have a meme in my meme collection I remember seeing a while ago. It was about if somebody were to follow all the biblical laws, and Amy's talked about this quite a few times, that they'd probably be in prison before the night was done.
Well, it was fun.
We do have a few more people. I do want to try to get Darwin up, find out, because he's probably got something he wants to add here. He's been putting a lot in our text chat, so I'll just bring him up real quickly. Hello, Darwin, strongest soldier. Welcome. I'm sorry we only have a few minutes, but let's see if we can squeeze you in here.
That's okay. I wanted to kind of bring this back to the conversation. I forget what the guy was talking about, but it was the conversation about minds. I think a big thing that was causing a whole bunch of the issues is a point of wording. I don't think. Now, I believe that my mind, my consciousness, that's derivative of a brain. I don't think you can safely say that a mind consciousness necessitates a brain. Because when you say that, you kind of imply that this is the only way minds can be. And that doesn't seem very justifiable. What we can do is like an inference to the best explanation and say, okay, how we interact with minds to the best of our ideas, because it's fairly limited, because we can't interact directly with people's minds. We have to kind of get a feel for it based on like our interactions with them. It seems to be the case that you need a brain allows for this thing to happen, or a brain analog. Because I'd be very fine with saying maybe AI could get to this point. I don't think carbon is the only way that you could get these systems to work exactly this way.
So the argument is usually presented as the argument against disembodied minds, and it doesn't have to specify whether it's a brain or not. Just the idea is minds, as we understand them, do what they do with a pretty good understanding in our modern neuroscience and artificial intelligence sort of reverse engineering, because they are an embodiment of neurological networks, right? And if you don't have something equivalent to neural networks, you probably don't have minds. And we can reach that conclusion independent of what the mind's substrate is. So whether it's a brain or a computer, if you don't have some embodied substrate for the mind, it probably can't exist.
So it's
I'm sorry, we are running short. Darwin, sorry, we are running short on time. So go ahead and make this point, and then we're going to probably have to start wrapping up.
So I'd agree with the probably part of that, right? Where it's this seems to be the best explanation given what we have access to. The point that was tripping up that conversation is when Amy was saying it necessitates. But there's no contradiction with a mind or consciousness not having these processes and having something else. I do think it's probably, like, if you really try to boil it down, you're probably going to run into issues about other things with theism. Well, this thing was perfectly simple. How is it getting this thing that we call a mind when minds seem to do very specific processes? That seems kind of weird. But
I also
that's kind of
just have a quick comment. It would be, as far as I can tell, an inherent contradiction because of it being nested under it, because it doesn't have to have a human-like brain. It's just that, as Ix was saying, there has to be some sort of physicality. Even if we were to go on a planet and they were to have brains that were made of gas, it would still be running on some sort of network. And so to have a mind without a physicality, I don't even know.
You could call it schmind, but you shouldn't call it mind.
I don't think that would be a contradiction, though. What it would be is saying, from the inference from our best explanation, this is what minds seem to be the product of. They seem to be the product of brains, maybe a brain analog, some kind of system. But that doesn't necessitate that there isn't a way for a mind to come about through some other means or be another separate way. And I think that was what's tripping up the conversation, because he was taking a very, very, very specific route where he wanted you to be, how do I put this? He was like being a very debate lord about it, and really not as much engaging, but in trying to really pin you down on, okay, you use this specific term, this specific way, and because you said necessitate, that implies that it has to be this way, but it doesn't have to be this way. It just seems to be this way at the moment.
Sure, but I would also disagree with that a little. I think that it has to be that way. I guess I could be wrong, but it would be like finding out that there is a round square or something else that just has an inherent contradiction but would somehow be true.
Yeah, but if you say it could be some other way, then you could be wrong, is my point. I think it's the best explanation we have right now, is that
here's the thing. You agree?
Minds can be derivative of that, but
you would agree that an atemporal mind is like inconceivable, right?
I don't know if it necessarily has contradictions. Now, whether this thing could actively make decisions, that I'm less convinced about. There are other parts where I'm like, okay, maybe there can be a mind in some way here, but it's really just, to the inference of best explanation, doesn't seem to be the case. And then there are other facets where, like, how this thing is affecting change, or it's changing with how they describe that. I don't necessarily know or agree with. But my only point is that's where I think the conversation was getting bogged down in. And you can grant that there's like no real big contradiction there, but that doesn't mean like it's not a really high bar to say it's logically possible, right? Leprechauns are logically possible. Me being behind you right now, it's logically possible. It just doesn't seem reasonable to hold either of those positions. So he was trying to say, okay, well, my idea is logically possible.
Sure, I would be saying this is something different. I'm saying it's not logically possible for a mind to exist without a brain. It is in the same category as saying a round circle.
What's the contradiction, though?
So if you don't think that a mind can be atemporal because it's meaningless to say that it has a thought if there's no before or after the thought, then it seems like you could also say that it's meaningless for a mind to be perfectly simple or to have no parts, because it's meaningless for a mind to hold any content if the content isn't distinct or a part of the mind. And so if you have
I think that's a better route. I think that's a better route.
The point is, if you have no mental states, and if you have no mental content, atemporal and non-spatial minds make no sense, right? They have to have parts and they have to have time. It's part of the definition of what we mean by a mind. So when a Christian wants to talk about God's mind, they just have to equivocate and admit that it's only analogical, and they don't even really mean mind. They just mean like the God machine, whatever the heck that's supposed to be, that they call God's mind, right?
They
And
mean
I-
schmind.
I think that's a better route for sure. And I think the big thing that he was trying to like really, because he would try to avoid that part of the discussion, which is why he was focusing so much on it's logically possible for a mind not to need a brain. And that, of course, doesn't really get you to, well, my perfectly simple thing that I'm calling God has a mind. It wouldn't get you there at all, right? Like that's another set of processes. Minds seem to be very contingent things. They seem to require a whole bunch of processes. They don't seem to be perfectly simple like that. And he'd run into a whole bunch of issues there.
Yeah, what would a process mean without states
Yeah.
or parts, right?
Yeah, it would be really
a
weird.
process needs a state or a part to have any meaningful before, after, or cause and effect.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But that
Anyway.
was my only thing. But yeah, it's a very subtle thing, and I think people especially online hide behind this shit all the time. But
Yeah, if you can't say anything other than what you're saying is not logically impossible, and you don't have any like argument other than, well, you can't prove the problem of induction doesn't exist, you haven't put forward an argument yourself. That's why I asked him, like, can you say something of your own rather than just attacking the host?
yeah, they think they're accomplishing something by saying I don't have any contradictions, and it's kind of very funny because it's just like, so what, you know? Like Harry Potter, there's no contradictions in Harry Potter. Ooh.
Actually, there's a couple of mistakes in there, but yeah.
Maybe. J.K. Rowling is J.K. Rowling. I'll look.
Internal consistency of a narrative is irrelevant if you're making a foundational claim about reality. And so people who want to smell their own farts all day long just are not impressive. I'm interested in truth.
Mm-hmm. But yeah. But that was my only thing. But thanks for bringing me up, guys. We'll enjoyed the rest of the show though.
Yeah, great.
Thank you for
so much,
the
Aaron.
insightful feedback. I really appreciate it.
Have a good day, guys.
You too.
Okay, so Amy, I know that you were mentioning you need to get going, so we'll let you proceed with your final thoughts first as we bring the show to an end. I'm going to talk about an alternative to the golden rule after everybody's had a chance to shoot their bolt, so to speak.
Thank you so much, Randolph. And it was another fantastic stream. I don't think that we got convinced. It started early with a cosmological claim, but then we started to drift into other subjects. I think that generally we don't want our beliefs to be paradoxical, and we want to try and figure out moral systems without having to have this being watch us 24/7, 365, and we can do it for the right reasons. And so, yes, I just want to thank. You should sign. You can check out my channel at youtube.com/Amy Newman, but you should also be checking out T-Jump's channel. You should be liking, following, subscribing. Thank you so much, Randolph and Taco, Ix for being here, Walker for joining us, and just the entire panel for being on today. And I look forward to being back here next Sunday or the Sunday we do it.
Yeah, and I'm just going to read a comment that came up in the chat, if I can find it here, unless it went and disappeared on me. It was a good one I meant to read earlier. Sorry, everybody. It seems to be gone. Oh no, here we go. Universe was asking, while the conversation was going on earlier, about 7 minutes ago, he said, what is the argument for it must have some sort of physicality? And so there's this person, Universe, is saying that, Amy, you've been assuming what he hasn't proven. If you want to address that, go for it.
Sure. When it comes to just a God being necessary, that is something that they assert because we don't know whether there was an uncaused cause or not. And we got tripped up over that when I was asking him that question, because the point was, in an ironic sense, my position was the position that he was trying to scream at me at the very end, which is I don't know if there are uncaused causes or not. It could be that the universe is eternal and causation began as far back as Planck time. Or it could be there are uncaused causes. Maybe there's a multiverse. Maybe there are quantum fluctuations, things that we don't know. Maybe there is a God. It's the traditional, there was a God and he is this thing that is uncaused. But it doesn't have to be. And none of the cosmological arguments ever, unless you have like the DLC packs that they try to put on, they never include a God. And it's trying to get us to admit something that they should be just trying to create an argument for their very specific deity to begin with, not all of this deistic hoobla, because we get cosmological arguments now every time. That seems to be what their convergence on.
Okay, thank you very much. IX or Walker, why don't you tell us a little bit about your final thoughts on today's show? It's the first time you've come on and joined us as a kind of a long-standing guest here for one show. Were there some topics that you thought might need a little more elaboration before we close up here? And if there's a project that you're in that's helping people, we'd be happy to hear about that too.
Yes, well, I am a member of the Clergy Project, which is an organization of former ministers and nuns and monks and people from all different denominations who, at some point in their life, had dedicated themselves completely to their ministries, such that it was literally the only thing that you did. All the work that you did was dedicated to your ministry, supporting your mission, whatever it might be. And then at some point you start to realize that the arguments don't make any sense. They fall apart on some fundamental level. And you find yourself being an unbeliever. Well, everyone believes you to be one of the pillars of their religious community. And so I really encourage people who are deeply into their theology to do the honest work of actually turning a lot of the apologetics and counter-apologetics that they would probably turn, like I did, on other religions to prove why other religions were wrong. Turn them on yourself for a change. Test your own beliefs. Find out whether or not what you believe is actually in accord with reality or not. Because there is a definite way of feeling differently that is available to you once you don't have the cheap illusion of faith. That if you actually understand what it means to find self-empowerment and self-enlightenment, if these things are irreplaceable treasures that should not be mocked in any way. And a lot of the philosophical discussions we seem to get into seem to want to hide that particular fact, that there is a completely valid alternate way of viewing the world. If at the very least, it's on parity, and you can make completely, on parity arguments. And at the very worst, you can expose why a lot of the apologetics don't work, because you can just shoot down your own faith just like you could shoot down anyone else's for the same reasons. You're not making claims that are supported by logic, by the rules of the laws of thought, the philosophical positions you hold. And that's all I can say is just take the chance of truly being honest for a change. Even if you don't think that you're being dishonest, you may not be as fully honest as you could be.
Thank you, Walker. And the work that the Clergy Project does is highly respected, at least among the atheism demographic. And from what I've heard from some clergy, they also think that it's actually a good thing. So you guys are obviously doing excellent work. So thank you for that. IX, what are your final thoughts today?
Well, today was fun. If people want to understand why disembodied minds are held to be implausible and discarded by the philosophical community, they're in principle conceivable because you can conceive of all sorts of fictional characters and ideas like unicorns and leprechauns. There's not any reason to think, I think, that they are plausible in a nomological sense, like in the real world, because of a number of reasons. So besides all the neurological understanding of how minds work, correlation with the brain, the impact of brain damage, and all the things that we know about how the underlying structures of the brain work that allow us to replicate and reverse engineer those in the form of artificial neural networks, things like self-driving cars and robots and language models having conversations with people every day. All of those things give us reason to think that we have a pretty good idea of how our minds are attached to brains. But there are just like deeper problems with the idea of a disembodied mind being plausible. And just, let's just say we imagine aliens that arose on some other planet. They're still going to have some history of originating within their physiology. Now, even if they transcend and like turn into some sort of like sky daddy Q being that can float around and like snap their fingers and do magic, the way that minds develop in our world has an intimate relationship with their experience of the physical environment that they're shaped by. This is sometimes called embodied consciousness in the cognitive science community, right? So the embodied consciousness perspective tells us that you don't really get a mind in any like evolved sense without having an experience in some kind of environment which shapes it. And so there are evolutionary arguments against minds just sort of popping into existence. Now, some people will go to the extreme with like a Boltzmann brain and say, well, it could have just popped into existence by itself, like magically, without any evolutionary history or any like reason for it to have come into existence. And this is kind of what theists are believing when they say that God could pre-exist the universe and everything about it that has emergent states that could just exist just because of some self aseity or divine simplicity or whatever. We already covered why the divine simplicity thing is right out, because without temporality and without partiality properties, like divine simplicity doesn't get you to anything like a mind that has thoughts or intentions. But you just don't have any reason to believe that it's reasonable to think that there are disembodied minds. There are philosophical problems with like, how do you differentiate between the identities of such disembodied minds if they have no connection to anything differentiable from each other, and so on. That's why philosophy has abandoned the idea of disembodied minds outside of certain kinds of idealists and maybe panpsychism, claiming that it all arrives from the universe up or something. Disembodied minds are a dead idea in the world of philosophy.
Thank you, Axe. Your insights are always fascinating to listen to. I think there was something that I was going to bring up today because the Golden Rule was mentioned. Back in March 2022, I actually, before that, but I kind of revised it slightly just to make the wording more clear. The concept I've come up with, I'm calling it the golden preference because I see problems with the golden rule. One of the problems with the golden rule is that the way you want to be treated may not be how somebody else wants to be treated. So the way it's worded can lead to some awkward situations. If somebody wants to be treated in a particular manner that the other person really doesn't want because it makes them uncomfortable, then the golden rule will fail. So the alternative I came up with is the golden preference, which is strive to treat others in accordance with their preferences. And I think, maybe it'll get improved again over time. But before the Christianity's golden rule came along, there was something even before that, the silver rule, which is kind of saying don't treat people how you don't want to be treated, or something along those lines, which still has a similar problem. Somebody may want to be treated in a certain way, and you want to accommodate them, and that rule can still be an issue. So I'm hoping that what I've done here solves this problem. So thank you everybody for tuning in. We really appreciate it. I'm just going to quickly put out a special thank you here to everybody who's been a host throughout this year and the year before. The names, I'll just list the names off. We have Amy Newman, IX, Jack Burton, Jefferson Spatchcock, JL Warren, J Mike, King Xerxes, Mubarak Abu Sharifa, Peter de Tucker, and Taco, who's the visionary organizer of this show, and Tom Jump. So today we also added Walker in informally as kind of a semi-permanent host here. We've not really done this before, so it was great to have Walker being a part of all this. I think his contributions fit right in here with what we're doing. And I'm Randolph Richardson. I run the Canadian Atheists, which is an organization in Canada that is trying to bring an end to the vilification of atheists and push back against a stigma. Because to me, it means, and to most people who don't believe, it's not properly justified to vilify or stigmatize people just because we don't believe in goddesses or gods. And so we're trying to use a gentle, non-confrontational approach, and we've had, I think, some success with this. Not as much as we'd like, but hopefully that will change over time. The other sponsor that we must thank here is the Politics Discord for providing this stage for us. They are covering a lot of political and religious topics and other topics too, and they are they provided a wonderful stage here for us and bringing access to a large audience. Now, if you want to know more about our program, it is at www.theisthelpline.com. You can see a list of the hosts there. There's also a schedule item, so you can see when our show will be airing next year. We might be changing the schedule. We're not sure yet. And so feel free to take a look, and we should have that schedule posted up before the end of the year. I'm just not sure which day. Again, thank you, everybody, for being a part of this, and we hope you're really enjoying the show. You keep coming back, so I guess you are. And we hope you all have a happy New Year and Christmas and whatnot. Take care.
Ooh, good night, y'all.
Good night.
And all right, everybody, that's going to bring it to a close for me. I actually have to teach another class in like 2 hours, so I'm looking forward to it. And I am looking forward to doing more fun. Go check out the modern day debate I just did with Dr. Sai, Sal, and Jen. We had an after show. Go check out all of the fantastic skeptic content creators out there. Who is live right now that I can send you to? Go to the line. The line is live right now with Jimmy and Forrest, who are both fantastic individuals. So there you go, ladies and gents. I hope you had a lovely time. If you'd like to support the show, there were super chats while they're live. There are super thanks if you're watching on the re-upload. We have channel membership here. Oh, I forgot to give chat. Also, 3 more shit. So channel membership with our evolving badge system. It triggers creationists because the topic yesterday's debate was evolution. Our badges evolve, but also just a super double thanks to Rejos reminding us we have a skeptic Bible study that we're trying to lock down on a specific day. Ian Davenport reminding us, sending so much love for all of the love you give us, and reminding us that all of the apologetic arguments are crappy. And yeah, I just want to thank all of you guys, as well as Azo. I think Azo upgrade, sending so much love to Azo as well. And the best way to support us is by going to patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman. I'm sending love to you all. If you say hi on the outro, I'll say it back to you or show it up there. I hope you all have a great rest of your weekend. Good night. Mwah.